Nice to see you. So let me find your place. Oh, okay. Some for the knowledge you have this. So if it goes down, it's him first. If I'm really like, I hope to be there. I get you. Somebody else. Because of you, just read one, and the
Mic check, mic check. Good morning, everyone. I would request everyone to please take your seat. Please take your seat. Our speaker and the panelists have all arrived. So I would kindly request everyone to please take your seat. We kindly request all the attendees to take their seat. This is not working. I request all of you to kindly put your mobile phone on silent mode. And we kindly request all the attendees to take their seat. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of ICRARE, I, Trishali, Research Assistant at ICRARE, warmly welcome all the esteemed guests, speakers, and participants to the first Asia Pacific E-Commerce Policy Summit. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome the dignitaries for inaugural session to the dais. Mr. Pramod Bhasin, Chairman, ICRARE, and Chair of this event, Ms. Mikiko Tanaka, Director, UNESCAP, Our keynote speaker, Mr. Santosh Kumar Sarangi, Additional Secretary and Directorate General of Foreign Trade. Her Excellency Mrs. Chia Ratha, Secretary of State, Ministry of Commerce, Royal Government of Cambodia. Her Excellency Ms. Chaminda Aiklon, Sri Lankan Ambassador to Thailand and Permanent Representative to Sri Lanka to the SCAPE. Dr. Deepak Mishra, Director and Chief Executive, ICRAIR, and Dr. Arpita Mukherjee, Professor, ICRAIR, on the dais. May I now hand over the session to Mr. Pramod Bhasin to chair and give the welcome address. Over to you, sir. Yeah, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Such a pleasure to be here, and thank you for joining us at this time on this first Asia Pacific e-commerce policy summit that we have. I want to welcome our fellow members on the dais. I'll go through them individually. It's such a pleasure to have all of you here, as well as members of the audience here. This is a unique summit, and it's a unique opportunity for ICRAIR. As we have thought about what we do within ICRAIR, we have also thought extensively about collaborating more and more across the world, and certainly across Asia. We represent a very large portion of the GDP of the world, about 35–36%. We represent a huge e-commerce market. We represent the fastest growing market there is in the world. We also represent 52%, or I'll get that number wrong, of the population of this world. So I would imagine that there is an enormous need for us to collaborate together, a lot more perhaps than we have ever done in the past. At the same time, we know that while we hold a significant share, there are developments in technology which will always seem to outpace policy initiatives and regulations and laws. And especially with new technologies coming in, policymakers are increasingly concerned about how this can be used for inclusive growth, data and privacy breaches, and all the other issues that create the necessity for us to get ahead of this curve as fast as we can and do it in a very collaborative fashion. Our objective is, of course, to create a forum to discuss, debate, and reach some consensus to harmonize these e-commerce policies. The beauty of technology is that it knows no boundaries. AI, artificial intelligence, and e-commerce will cross boundaries very quickly. Certainly, artificial intelligence will. And therefore, Therefore, each country as an island will just not be sufficiently able to regulate its impact or regulate its implications for all of us. What we may choose to regulate ourselves may be unregulated somewhere else and may still come to haunt us now or benefit us as it does in most cases. Consequently, it is absolutely imperative that we do this, frankly, not just across Asia, but I think over time across the world. Because unless we do a collaborative approach to these entire regulations, I don't think we can ever begin to harness what we need to harness within the improvement of technology. We hope we can provide a platform for interaction and development and policies which are linked, which will help cross-border trade through e-commerce to grow, while ensuring the government's regulatory space. Every government, the EU's just come out with some legislation on AI recently. It's trying to nail that down. But every group of countries is trying very hard to come up with its own thought processes and regulations, not just in AI, but of course in technology and e-commerce in particular. Consequently, being able to pull that together, I think, is a really wonderful initiative. And I hope we can take it forward. In the days, I really hope we can come out with some really specific, very executional-oriented policies and regulations that governments can hopefully use to make their own minds up as to how they could move forward. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Santosh Kumar Sarangi. He's sitting here next to me, Additional Secretary and Director General of DGFT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry of the Government of India. They've been actively engaged in coming up with a number of initiatives to facilitate the onboarding of Indian MSMEs into the e-commerce platform. As many of you may know, we also have some very unique platforms for e-commerce in India. which I think are revolutionary in terms of their nature, and the digital stack that has been created is actually path-breaking. And I hope that perhaps we can refer to that during this time. I would also like to welcome Her Excellency Mrs. Chia Ratha, Secretary of State, Ministry of Commerce, Royal Government of Cambodia. Thank you for being here very much. Really appreciate it. What I found very impressive is not only her policy expertise, but that she's the founder of an e-commerce platform. I'll mispronounce it, so I'll let you do that. Come on, which means? B.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. It's sounds like something you eat, but it also sounds something which is so easy to remember, and I'm sure for usage it's fantastic. So it's great to hear, one of the leading supporters of women entrepreneurship and digital literacy. It will be great to hear your special address. And of course, it is our pleasure to have Her Excellency Mrs. Chaminda Colonne. I'll get that wrong, but I don't. Perhaps I've got that roughly right. It's such a pleasure to have you here and deliver the special address. She is the Sri Lankan ambassador to Thailand and permanent representative of Sri Lanka to ESCAP, and has a wide experience in working with developing and least developed countries for use of technology in inclusive growth. I do have one more introduction to make, which is Miss Tanaka, Director, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, who's sitting here next to us. And last, but certainly not least, and certainly a large part of the well-being of my personal life depends on him, Deepak Mishra, the Director of ICREER, who's sitting at the end of the table. And of course, Arpita Mukherjee, who leads this effort on our side. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. And with that, I'm going to hand it to you, Arpita.
Thank you, Pramod. May we now request Mikiko to give her.
Thank you very much, Mr. Basin. And good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It gives us all at ESCAP immense pleasure to welcome you to this first Asia-Pacific e-commerce policy summit in partnership with ICREER. So in this digital age where technology is advancing at an unprecedented rate, e-commerce has emerged as a powerful tool that is reshaping the way we conduct business, interact with customers, and create new global value chains. The advent of e-commerce has revolutionized the traditional retail model. Many will recall that e-commerce became a lifeline for many businesses and customers who were impacted by COVID lockdowns. Out of that crisis, during those very difficult years, emerged an exponentially vibrant and innovative e-marketplace all over Asia and Pacific and the world. Indeed, e-commerce has become an integral part of our daily lives, influencing how we shop, communicate, and even work. With the rise of online marketplaces such as Amazon, Alibaba, and eBay, consumers now have access to a vast array of products and services from around the globe, all available at their fingertips. This convenience and accessibility have not only transformed the way we shop, but have also opened up new opportunities for businesses to expand their reach beyond geographical boundaries. E-commerce offers businesses a borderless platform to reach customers worldwide and facilitating seamless transactions at the click of a button. One of the benefits of e-commerce is its ability to create new global value chains by connecting suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, and consumers in a seamless digital ecosystem. Through e-commerce platforms, businesses can source raw materials from one country, manufacture products in another, and sell them to customers in a completely different region. This interconnectedness has led to the emergence of complex supply chains that are more efficient, cost-effective, and responsive to changing market demands. Furthermore, e-commerce has democratized entrepreneurship by lowering the barriers to entry for small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, to participate in the global marketplace. With a simple website or online store, SMEs can now compete on a more level playing field with multinational corporations, reaching customers far beyond their local markets. This democratization of commerce has empowered entrepreneurs to innovate, create jobs, and drive economic growth in ways that were previously unimaginable. To fully realize the potential of e-commerce and harness its transformative power, it is essential to implement policies that facilitate its growth and development. In this fast-changing digital economy, where we constantly feel pressure to keep up, we also need to remind ourselves that many people still do not have access to internet and are further lagging behind in development. The sheer centrality of digital communications in modern day society and economy means that closing the digital divide is an absolute must in leaving no one behind towards the sustainable development goals. Even where internet is physically available, there are people left out due to existing social and gender norms, poverty, lack of means and knowledge, and other barriers to opportunities. Recognizing this, in ESCAP, we have been providing capacity building support to women-owned MSMEs to utilize digital marketing and e-commerce platforms in their businesses through the Women ICT Frontier Initiative, acronym is WIFI, an ICT training program implemented by the Asian and Pacific Training Center for ICT for Development. Furthermore, governments play a crucial role in creating an enabling environment for e-commerce by establishing clear regulatory frameworks and investing in digital infrastructure such as high-speed internet connectivity. Government incentives and investments for affordable and accessible digital infrastructure and tools to disconnected areas and population groups should remain a priority. Policymakers also need to address issues such as data privacy and security, consumer protection, intellectual property rights, and cross-border trade regulations to ensure a level playing field for all participants in the e-commerce ecosystem. By fostering trust and confidence in online transactions, governments can help boost consumer confidence in e-commerce platforms and drive further adoption of digital commerce. However, alongside the enactment of national e-commerce regulations, there is a growing need for regulatory cooperation and harmonization if cross-border e-commerce is to realize its true potential. In conclusion, e-commerce is not just a technological innovation. It is a catalyst for economic growth, job creation, and global connectivity. By embracing e-commerce and implementing policies that support its development, we can unlock new opportunities for businesses to thrive in the digital economy and create a more inclusive and sustainable future for all. Further, we need to leverage regional and international collaboration mechanisms and platforms to facilitate e-commerce and harness its benefits. Thank you very much.
May I now request Mr. Sarangi to give his keynote address? Sir, will you sit here or do you want to come here? Whichever you are comfortable with.
Good morning, everyone. Excellences present on the dais, esteemed panelists, and dear guests, friends. I can see a few friends from the media also. So a very warm welcome to those of you who have traveled from outside to India. This is probably one of the best times to be in Delhi, given the weather here. So hope you soak in the best of Delhi in the next couple of hours or couple of days that you would be spending here. India has been on a growth trajectory under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And all of you are aware that among comparable economies, we are the fastest growing. This financial year, the first half growth rate was about 7.7%. Last quarter, we grew at 8.4%. And if this momentum continues and is sustained, then it's not very far before we become the third largest economy in the world. Keeping pace with our growth rate, we have also seen a growth in our exports. If you look at 2015-16 and compare it with the growth in world trade, the world trade between this period has grown by about 28%, whereas India's growth in exports has been about 76%. And that, of course, was on a lower base, but still an impressive growth rate nevertheless. So given this kind of growth, one can aspire to have a much larger share in the global trade. Currently, our share is only about 1.8% in goods and about 4.1% in services. One can aspire that India's services contribution or services share in the global trade to go up to 8 to 9% in the coming few years, and in the global trade to increase substantially. All of you are familiar with India's ambition to achieve 2 trillion exports in goods and services by 2030. And that would require us to do a lot of policy reforms, to do a lot of export promotion activities, and also to do a lot of out-of-box thinking. So it is in this context that this first Asia Pacific e-commerce policy summit is very timely and very relevant for us. All of us know that COVID pandemic actually spurred the growth of e-commerce in the Indian domestic market, and that has also enabled a lot of our MSMEs, our artisans, our weavers, our handloom weavers, our handicraft manufacturers, our Ayush product manufacturers to be integrated with global marketplace. Currently, we estimate that our e-commerce export is in the range of $5 to $10 billion. That is not exactly using the e-commerce route, but certain bit of it goes through shipment to overseas countries and gets into e-commerce platform there. So if you take that into account, it would be about maybe 8 to 10 billion. But that is way off the mark compared to some of the larger economies. All of you are aware of the way China has leveraged e-commerce export, and they do anything above $300 billion worth of e-commerce export. So that shows us the kind of gap that exists in the e-commerce space presently, and the immense potential that India has to improve its e-commerce exports. All of you know that India is a very diverse country with different languages, different cultural practices, different regions speaking different dialects. And in this kind of a scenario, the ability to do a lot of outreach activity, do a lot of capacity building to onboard our very skilled craftsmen, very skilled weavers, home textile manufacturers to join the export bandwagon is one of the major challenges. So it is in this context that Department of Commerce and DGFT, we have undertaken a massive exercise to partner with many private players, whether it is Amazon, whether it is Walmart, whether it is Shiprocket, whether it is DHL. Today, in fact, after this meeting, we are going to sign a MOU with DHL to take up this outreach activity in 76 districts. So you are aware that India has right now more than 800 districts. Out of that, only 62 districts account for 80% of India's export. Just imagine if we are able to give a fillip or give a boost to e-commerce export and involve many other districts where export outreach and export integration is not very robust, then the potential that India has to improve its exports. So this is one exercise that we are doing. In addition to it, we understand that most of our trade laws, our trade regulations were designed by keeping B2B shipment of goods, whether by ship or by air. So it requires a tremendous mindset change on the part of the regulators to understand the changing landscape of our exports, where a supplier based in India can connect directly with the consumer outside. But connecting with the consumer outside would require us to make our sellers familiar with the consumer protection laws, the return policies, the discounting practices that is prevalent. So all of this will have to come into play, and that is why the outreach and capacity building activity would be extremely important. Side by side, a lot of these would also require changes in our regulation. For example, in e-commerce, about 20% of goods get returned. And in the way our trade regulations are designed, return of goods have to go through a lot of scrutiny. So how do we ensure that return of e-commerce goods, which are small value but high frequency, also have a easier return system within our country? For B2B shipment of goods, the RBI has a FEMA guideline within which the payment realization will have to come within a certain period of time. But in e-commerce, that time can get expanded. So how do we convince RBI to look at e-commerce practice in a different way? How do we create the infrastructure and ecosystem for shipment of goods from hinterlands of India? So how do we expand India Post to reach to the nook and corner of India and ensure seamless export of goods? So we are simultaneously working with Department of Revenue, Border Customs, RBI, Department of Post to create an ecosystem which will facilitate the export of goods in the Indian context. We know that there are projections that e-commerce export at a global level, cross-border e-commerce export will reach about 2 trillion, exceed 2 trillion by 2030. So India has to be a major player, and it is in this context that India will have to ready its ecosystem to leverage the potential that exists in the e-commerce space. The Asia Pacific E-commerce Policy Summit has certain very noble objectives. The one which is very important is collaboration among the Asia Pacific region and its stakeholders. The second one that you will be focusing on in establishing a very robust thought leadership platform. And the third one is to create a platform to share the country best practices. I believe the Excellency from Cambodia is a practitioner herself, and it's always a good thing to share the best practices among the countries. And all these are noble objectives. And I hope with a career as the driving force, we would leverage this platform to provide the kind of thought leadership which is required in the e-commerce space. And I extend all my best wishes. I believe this session doesn't have a question answer session, but one of my colleagues will be there in the next session. So people who have any questions, clarifications, or suggestions to offer are welcome to do it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really appreciate your thoughts. I think you highlighted very well the complications of cross-border trade, especially with e-commerce, with the amount of coordination that is required, not just in our country, but in every other country that is related to it. So the similar things have to happen across the board, and none of that will happen effectively and well without specific collaboration and thought leadership and establishing guidelines and policies appropriately. Particularly in the MSME sector, which in India is a huge part of the country and of employment and business. This becomes extremely important because e-commerce gives them a way to reach markets which they've never had before. And I think that's actually going to drive our growth even more, I hope, over the years. May I now welcome Her Excellency Mrs. Ratha to come and give us her special address. She is the Secretary of State, Ministry of Commerce, Royal Government of Cambodia. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for being here. We really, really appreciate it. And over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations for inviting me today. It's such an honor to represent Ministry of Commerce in the Kingdom of Cambodia to meet all of you today. Esteemed guests, we are convinced today to explore the vibrant sphere of e-commerce, a domain teeming with opportunity for empowering women entrepreneurs and nurturing international cooperation. The digital economy presents an unparalleled platform for women to thrive in the global commerce. It is essential upon us to strengthen their endeavor through the strategic initiative and great policy. As a policy maker, and as mentioned, that I am also a software executive with many years of experience, and I have developed myself the e-commerce platform called Khmum. Khmum is in Cambodia is a bee, but I combine the word Khmer and mom. KH is Khmer and mom is mother. So we know that women, when they shop for them children, their husband, themselves, and all the whole family, right? So this platform is dedicated to them because without the mother, we cannot, survive in the household. They have the mother of 1,000 hands. That's what we say, right? And also, Khmum in Cambodia is a bee, and as like a nest, the bee nest. It has each box that each of the vendor can share a common house. So this is the meaning of my platform. So it's particularly evident that the e-commerce and the fintech, where trust and operation are paramount, cutting edge technology, as mentioned earlier, the AI we use AI to detect fraudulent transactions, so thereby mitigating the risk associated financial small enterprises. So I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the key milestone in the e-commerce development and the effort of the Royal Government of Cambodia in constructing a conducive e-commerce ecosystem in our nation. So we know that Cambodia is a very small country with 16.7 million. Compared to India, we are only 1.18% of the population. Very tiny. It's undergoing rapid evolution and building strong momentum in the age of the digital economy. This transformation will necessitate the citizen, the private sector, international organization to adapt new way of engagement. The digital economy will catalyze growth in numerous segments of the real economy. However, such acceleration require a well-managed and self-paced e-commerce, digital trade policy, and regulation that ensure growth is shared among all stakeholders and make sure that no one is left behind. In the last 5 years, Cambodia has experienced a significant expansion in its e-commerce sector, largely accelerated by the global pandemic. The journey began in 2017 with the UNCTAD e-trade assessment, which provide a detailed analysis of the e-commerce landscape and set a stage for Cambodia digital transformation. By 2022, Cambodia had become the leading performer in the implementing e-commerce strategy, with 92% implementation rate noted by UNCTAD second review. The e-commerce strategy launched in 2020 with the support from the Ministry of Commerce and EIF. It's not just a policy, but a vision for sustainable economic growth, focusing on public sector support and action plan tailored to Cambodian need. The Cambodia Trade Integration Strategy, CTIS 2019 to 2023, also identify e-commerce as the key driver for the economic growth, with more action plan well underway. At the policy-wise, the Royal Government of Cambodia prioritize digital economy preparation for the fourth industrial revolution in its rectangular strategy phase 4, further support by digital economy and society policy framework 2021 to 2035. This vision is reinforced by the Pentagonal strategy phase 1, emphasizing digital trade in line with the green economy and industry 4.0. Legally, Cambodia has updated the intact various law to regulate e-commerce, protect data, and promote healthy digital ecosystem, including e-commerce consumer protection law in 2019 and law on competition in 2021. Regionally, Cambodia has embraced new Asian regional activity engaging in trade agreement with e-commerce provision like AANZ-FTA, OSAP, and CCFTA. This effort, along with the ASEAN e-commerce agreement and OSAP negotiation, have fostered a favorable environment for the e-transaction and data privacy. The ongoing ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, call it DEFA, negotiate underscore Cambodia's ambition to be at the forefront of the unified Asian digital market. So as mentioned earlier, before joining the public sector, I founded the KMOM, which is an all-in-one e-commerce app that trained over 500 women entrepreneurs into the e-commerce app, which is a small number, but something that we are proud of as a startup. So this application is an all-in-one. The user can have their stock inventory, sell transaction, and financial transaction to create a complete financial statement to access loan without collateral. So we partner with banks such as AMK, Akleda, SME Bank, so they can apply the loan directly from the KMOM app. So the vision for the all-in-one e-commerce platform is stand as a testament to innovation and empowerment. So the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of e-commerce as Cambodia advanced toward Industry 4.0. We focus on bridging the digital gap and fostering inclusive digital landscape. Empowering women in the economy is not just a moral imperative, but an economic one. Esteemed colleagues, as Cambodian forge ahead with developing digital trade policy, it is imperative to champion that cause of women entrepreneurs to catalyze their entry and success in the business world. We must diligently address the distinct challenges they face. So our strategy comprises of 7 pivotal approach. One is the access to capital. We know that from my experience with working hand on hand with those women entrepreneurs, we know that access to capital is very hard for them because some of them, they don't have their property to put as a collateral to borrow the loan. So that's why my application help them using their inventory, using their transaction and future forecast of their transaction as the collateral for to borrow loan. And 2 is access to market. Ensure that women entrepreneurs have open channel to market their product and services is crucial. We aim to dismantle barrier and create landscape where their business can flourish domestically and internationally. 3 is education and training. Prioritize in STEM and digital literacy from the early age to equip women for the entrepreneurship landscape. 4 is mentorship and networking, facilitating connecting between aspiring women entrepreneurs and seasoned business leaders to pave a way for their success. But for us, we have learned that it's empower from the within is the strongest, like an egg, right? If there's too much force from the outside, the egg break. But if it's the force break from the inside, the life begins. So we want to empower them from within. 5 is harmonizing policy and legislation, digital infrastructure, and secure payment. In Cambodia, we have NBC that we have KAQR code with using blockchain that be able to, we see that in China, there are so many QR code from each bank, but in Cambodia, we have just one KAQR code that can scan cross-banking payment. Yeah, very advanced. Yeah. And so number 6 is visibility and representation. Showcasing successful women entrepreneurs as a role model can inspire others to pursue their entrepreneurial dream. Number 7, work-life balance. We know that when we come to women entrepreneur, women leader, they always ask, how do you have it all? How do you balance your work life? So this is a wrap of our initiative, empowering women to not only participate, but also to excel in the digital trade arena. We stand as a pivotal moment, witnessing the rise of women entrepreneurs in the digital economy through e-commerce. This movement is about empowerment and collective progress. Cambodian Ministry of Commerce has laid a solid foundation for the e-commerce alignment with aspiration for the women entrepreneur. In summary, Cambodia experience in the e-commerce development and regional integration can offer some lesson to other developing countries to create harmonizing of the law, facilitate cross-border e-commerce. E-commerce can be power tool for e-commerce diversification, innovation, and inclusion. E-commerce development requires a holistic and coordinated approach involving multiple stakeholders and a supportive and enabling environment. So let all us embrace this journey, ready to build a world where every woman can harness the power of digital economy to achieve her fullest potential. Thank you.
Trying this again. Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency. That was a wonderful exposition on from a practitioner as well as someone who represents the government and is obviously very proud of all the achievements and the growth rates that Cambodia has shown over the last 3-4 years, which has been exemplary. The role of e-commerce in empowering women will remain very strong, not just in your country, but also in India and in every other country around us, because it certainly provides them access to markets in a way that was never available earlier. So thank you very much for that. May I now turn to Her Excellency, Mrs. Chaminda Colonne, who's the Sri Lankan ambassador to Thailand and the permanent representative of Sri Lanka to ESCAP.
Ayubowan, Namaste, good morning. Mr. Santosh Kumar Sarangi, Additional Secretary and Director General, Directorate General of Foreign Trade, Minister of Commerce and Industry of India. Mr. Pramod Bazin, Chairman of the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. Her Excellency Chita Rata, Secretary of State, Minister of Commerce, Royal Government of Cambodia. Dr. Deepak Mishra, Director and CEO, Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. Dr. Mikiko Tanaka, Director, Head of UNESCAP South and Southwest Asia Office. Dr. Rajan Sudesh Ratna, Deputy Head, UNESCAP South and Southwest Asia Office. Dr. Arpita Mukherjee, Professor, Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply honored to be with you today at the first Asia Pacific E-Commerce Policy Summit in New Delhi and wish to express my deep gratitude to the UNESCAP South and Southwest Asia Office and the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations for hosting this summit and inviting me for delivering a special speech at its inaugural session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, according to the United Nations, digital advances can support and accelerate achievement of each of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, from ending extreme poverty to reducing maternal and infant mortality, promoting sustainable framing and decent work, and achieving universal literacy. We all aware that Asia and Pacific is the home to 60% of the world's population with diverse cultures, economies, and landscapes. It is also the region that has been many digital breakthroughs, from e-commerce to e-services to digital finance. However, it is very much regretted that the vast digital divide in the Asia and Pacific region creates a significant barrier to equitable development. Its internet use is 64%, making over 1.5 billion people without access to the internet. Some groups such as women, older persons, persons with disabilities, rural and low-income populations are being left behind without accessibility to internet and digital literacy. The digital economies in developed countries contribute approximately 40% to their GDPs, while Sri Lanka's equivalent contribution is currently estimated to be 5%, US dollars 3.7 billion. Therefore, embracing ICT is no longer a choice but a necessity in Sri Lanka, and the challenges and opportunities of digitalization of e-commerce has been clearly realized in Sri Lanka's government policy and strategy making process. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sri Lanka is ambitious to transform the country's economy and society through a full integration of digital technologies and be amongst the digital leader in the Asia and Pacific. This involves ensuring that it can compete globally in areas such as innovation, entrepreneurship, and digital skills. It also includes promoting sustainability and inclusiveness in the digital economy to ensure that no one is left behind and that all citizens benefit from the opportunities provided by the digital revolution. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the digital transformation and changed the way societies and business function forever. Further, the pandemic brought about a massive shift to digital payments, which is unlikely to disappear even though we have now returned to normalcy. The National Digital Strategy of Sri Lanka for 2023 to 2030 supports the building of one of the three pillars identified for the new economy. Through its implementation, the strategy accelerates Sri Lanka's development trajectory towards becoming a developed country by 2048. Under this strategy, Sri Lanka to use digital technologies to, number one, enhance economic competitiveness to drive exports and foreign exchange earnings. Number two, create high-paying jobs for young people, women, and rural population. Three, deliver trusted and inclusive public services to everyone anywhere. This framework focuses under 6 themes, namely, number one, broadband connectivity, 2, digital infrastructure, 3, digital transaction, 4, digital safeguards, 5, digital industry, jobs and skills, and the 6, acceleration of digitization. Under the leadership of His Excellency the President, to transform Sri Lanka into a sustainable digital society by leveraging advanced technology-based solutions through 7-year DigiCon 2030 program was launched in November 2023. And the government is striving for a US dollars 15 billion income for Sri Lanka for digital economies by 2030. Many nations have propelled their digital economies through budgetary allocations. Currently, 4.3% of GDP is allocated to the digital economy in Sri Lanka. Increasing this to 20% can robustly propel the digital economy forward. Accordingly, Sri Lanka's budget 2023 allocated 3 billion rupees to implement digital economy-related activities. To foster export sector, investing in digital economy is imperative. Over the past decade, our IT organization has collaborated with World Bank, leading to rapid growth in Sri Lanka's IT industry. Specific strategies are necessary, and institutional framework with budgetary support is crucial to implementing the digital economy policy. Sponsorship empowers both the government and private sector, positioning Sri Lanka's economy for strength and growth. The sustainability of this policy is evident due to strong government support attracting substantial investments. International investors consider a country's level of digitization when making investment decisions. The Ministry of Technology of Sri Lanka to spearhead the establishment of digital economy through extensive public and private partnerships. The Information Technology Agency of Sri Lanka has laid a groundwork for digital country. The digital economy has significantly empowered the new generation, becoming the integral part of everyone's economic participation. The impact of digitization on public services and individual lives is apparent. Steps will be taken to establish a National Center for Artificial Intelligence to ensure economic and social transformation based on latest trends in digital technology and artificial intelligence, in addition to the proposal to form a Technological Innovation Council to encourage technological innovation in collaboration with the public sector, technical institutions, and civil society. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in Sri Lanka too, the usage of cashless payments is rising, particularly among the youth and professionals. The 2023 budget made it mandated for all government payments to be made electronically online with effect from 1st March 2024, including cash grants to respective recipients, as well as the payments for obtaining services from various government agencies by the public. However, some government agencies are very slow and lethargic in terms of adopting online payments. Governments all over the world are showing an inclination towards delivering public services through digital mechanism due to greater accessibility, accountability, as well as less bureaucracy. As part of the 7-year plan Digicon 2030, the Sri Lanka government intends to establish a universal digital identity platform, streamline government payments, and launch a digital nomad visa system in addition to single window approval process for the IT sector. The ICT, BPM, business process management industry is also an integral element of Sri Lanka's digital economy. The industry has set a target of $5 billion export revenue by 2025. Over the past decades, the ICT BPM industry has observed a substantial expansion and had some of the strongest growth among all exports across all export sectors. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, digital laws in Sri Lanka play a major role in use of ICT as it provides a necessary legal environment for using electronic data and digital documents for official as well as personal purposes and carrying out electronic transactions. The most relevant legislation for use of ICT in government and establishment of e-government services is the Electronic Transaction Act number 19 of 2006. It was brought into operation with effect from 1st October 2007. This law provides legal recognition and regulations for electronic transactions and digital signatures in Sri Lanka. The Act has been amended in 2017 to harmonize the Sri Lankan electronic transactions legislation in line with the UN Electronic Commission Convention, UNEEC, the only international standard for e-commerce legislation. Sri Lanka became the first country in South Asia and second country in Asia after Singapore to become a state party to UNECC. The amending Act number 25 of 2017 will ensure greater legal certainty for e-commerce and e-business providers. The Computer Crimes Act 24 of 2007 addresses offenses related to unauthorized access to computer systems, data interference, and misuse of devices. It also outlines penalties for cybercrimes. As regards the protection of intellectual property rights, the Intellectual Property Act number 36 of 2003 replaced the Code of Intellectual Property Act number 52 of 1979. This contains several new features in relation to the protection of software, trade secrets, and integrated circuits. The objective of the Information and Communication Technology Act number 27 of 2003 is to provide the establishment of an interministerial committee on information and communication technology to provide the formulation and approval of the national policy, to provide an establishment of the Information Technology Agency in Sri Lanka. The Payment and Settlement Systems Act number 28 of 2005 provides the regulation, supervision, and monitoring and payments clearing and settlement systems, as well as the regulation of providers of money services and electronic presentment of checks in Sri Lanka. The Payment Devices Frauds Act number 30 of 2006 is introduced provisions to counteract and high incidence of payment card frauds and for investigation, prosecution, and punishment of offenders. Two new legislation which ensure women's rights and electronic empowerment were announced by the government very recently on 8th March 2024 as the country marked the International Women's Day with the rest of the world. The President of Sri Lanka announced that two bills focusing on gender equality and women's empowerment will be introduced to the Parliament in May 2024. The Women's Empowerment Act and the Gender Equality Act has been gazetted. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, under the project E-Commerce Capacity Building for Women-Led Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises in South Asia, organized by the UNESCAP South and Southwest Asia Office, 85 Sri Lankan women interveners from 7 government institutions in Sri Lanka, namely the Sri Lanka Export Development Board, National Crafts Council, Spices and Allied Products Marketing Board, Ministry of Women, Child and Social Empowerment, Industry Development Board, Sri Lanka Handicrafts Board, and the Institute of Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences of University of Colombo were provided hands-on experience from 1st to 3rd November 2022 in Colombo. As an inspiration of One Tableau and One Product auto program in Thailand, Sri Lanka government plans to upgrade the skills of rural SME sector entrepreneurs engaged under the 3 One Village, One Product over projects in Yatiyantota Bamboo Village, Kalakalasirigama Jute Village, and Nana Purawa Cane Village, affiliated the National Craft Council in Sri Lanka with the support of the Thailand International Cooperation Agency. These entrepreneurs will be given a training on e-commerce and digital marketing with the support of UNESCAP South and Southwest Asia Office in New Delhi. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is high time for us to scaling up digital transformation through South-South and triangular cooperation by creating synergies, developing expertise, boosting resources and collaboration, and harmonizing policies and standards in different regions. It is my earnest belief that the digital innovation coupled with South-South cooperation in Asia and the Pacific opens avenues for knowledge exchange, capacity building, and joint initiatives, paving the way for a more sustainable and interconnected future in the region. By sharing resources, knowledge, technology, and expertise among countries in the Global South, we can collectively overcome obstacles and fast-track development. Embracing technologies such as artificial intelligence, sustainable energy solutions, and digital infrastructure can empower communities, bridge development gaps, and promote environment resilience. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is often poor is lack of digital access. Therefore, we should be mindful that the digital divide reflects socioeconomic divides, and digitalization can exacerbate those divides and deepen social inequalities. The address to this digital divide, the adoption of our policies should be focused on, number 1, affordable internet access, 2, more investment in technology infrastructure in underserved areas, 3, enhancing digital literacy, 4, development of technologies with inclusivity in mind, 5, governments, business, and NGOs collaboration for comprehensive solutions, 6, quality education for digital age, 7, involving communities in technology decision-making process, 8, international collaboration to address digital divides on global scale. Ladies and gentlemen, the Asian Smart Cities Network Digital Silk Road are shining example of how digital innovation coupled with regional collaboration creating sustainable and livable urban spaces, promoting digital connectivity and cooperation across borders, underscoring the potential of digital networks in boosting trade, innovation, and cultural exchange. In the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, investing in education and skills development, supporting startups and entrepreneurs, and creating policies that encourage digital experimentation and innovation are essential to our region. Sharing of digital expertise and technologies, joint research and development, and supported by multi-stakeholder partnership will lead to innovation, region-specific digital solutions.
Innovative technologies in renewable energy, smart agriculture, and disaster risk management are already making difference in fight against climate change in many of our countries. Facilitation of waiver of intellectual property rights, permitting countries to adapt technologies to local context, enhancing digital inclusivity, harmonizing policies and standards, effective coordination, institutional strengthening, and leveraging digital backbone are crucial for digital empowered Asia and Pacific region. In conclusion, I must emphasize that when we harness the power of digital technology, including artificial intelligence, sustainability should be at the heart of our digital strategies, ensuring the digital growth in harmony with our environment responsibilities. I wish you every success during your today's deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this very comprehensive review of all the things that are happening within government areas in Sri Lanka, as well as all the points you've made as to what we need to do in the future. Very importantly, to drive e-commerce with sustainability agendas at the same time. What is clear and what is wonderful is, of course, to see is that we have best practices we can all share across the board in many countries, depending on our different trajectories of growth, initiatives, policies, and we can all learn from each other. And to me, I hope that may be actually the best part of this forum and this platform. May I now turn to Dr. Arpita Mukherjee, our professor for mid-career, for her presentation.
Hi, very good morning to all of you. Rajkumar, is it on? Okay, so as I turn to my presentation, before I give the layout of the presentation, just a thought, how did we arrive at this policy summit at all? Years ago, actually, when UNESCAP was drafting the manual for the women entrepreneurship, Rajan sent the manual to me and kind of review it and give your comments. And like it's that from that time we were thinking of let's do it together, but we never ever able to get a partner who would agree to it, and then kind of MSL agreed to it. So that's kind of a thank you very much, because they took the hard work of fundraising for the event while we did the software work of conceptualizing the entire concept. The concept behind it is something that we did not want to end in a year. It is a platform which is not a very rigid platform like WTO, where you can be freely speaking among policymakers and industry experts, but very close door at the same time. And then the choice of the region is APEC, because there are 50 countries. And here you have the countries with the highest level of development driving the digital trade agendas like Singapore and Japan. And you have the developing countries, and the concerns are very different in the region. This is also a region, as you have heard just now, that it is a region where countries are themselves looking at digitalization. So each of them are deriving their digital policy. So I would not go into why APEC is going to be the growth driver in the future. That's kind of, although we don't believe data anymore after the COVID, and IMF and World Bank have failed us several times, still they say that APEC is growing higher than the global average, with some countries almost double the global growth rate. Of course, India is there, but there are Bangladesh, Philippines, Indonesia. There are several other countries with very high growth rate, large population base. And there are also, and this is the largest market, like, so even you cannot ignore this market wherever part of the world you are, whether you are an American company or a US company. This is the hub of your business. And this hub of your business is not only because it is what we call a demand and supply side factor, and it is the place where the demand and the supply side factors are matching. It is not only about internet access penetrating, it is also about the mobile phone cost being reduced, usage of different devices, rise in digital payments, technology development, and consumers willing to onboard into this platform. That is very important when consumers decide where they would like to shop from. then when you look into this region, there are large markets, there are seasoned markets, there are saturated markets, and there are growing markets. But there are different classifications of markets, and there are classifications of countries by their growth targets. And you will see most of these high growth e-commerce countries that you look into, either Philippines, India, Indonesia, Thailand, are in this region. Now, what has happened? When you disrupt the traditional supply chains, like you're moving from store-based retail to online retail, or you're moving from these traditional logistic networks into a e-commerce, fast track, fast approval logistic networks, it kind of not only disrupts the policy, it also disrupts the channels through which the products passes. For example, the custom has to be differently doing its kind of evaluations and allowing parcels to pass with the assurance that there will not be smuggling or things like that. So this is a kind of a complicated job for the government. And while the problems have been highlighted by many studies, and I have given you the examples of some of them, the issue is, what is the solution? Somewhere the solutions were in the lack of coordination between different stakeholders, because countries will continue to reserve their rights to implement policies, but there is need for a interactive platform. In some countries, the policies are happening, but within country interaction gaps are there. Now, that is where we were trying to create a policy summit where we take the best practices, we understand what other countries are doing, we collate some of the strategic guidelines on where we can think. It is talking about working together. It is not about, like, you have to sign a mutual recognition agreement. That's being done elsewhere. This is like, where can we have a platform for discussion and debate and come up with a conducive policy that facilitate growth, gives countries focus on inclusiveness, and gives countries their regulatory space as well as the trade to happen. Now, when we tried to design on which policies we need to focus on, that was very difficult, because we had one day and tomorrow we have some closed door discussions. You're very much welcome to join in, but that is more of a what to do in the future. Like so what's the next step? So what are we really focusing on today in the discussions? We would be looking at e-commerce specific acts and regulation. You can speak about what the coverage is, what it should be there, how much it should, how is it linked with your other digital acts and regulations that are being put to place. Data protection and data sharing. Now, which data is sensitive is very different thought process across countries. Like whether whether every data is sensitive is again something that one needs to talk about, because here you are also talking about payments moving cross border. Of course, AI has been discussed. Then there are certain policies and there are certain initiatives. Onboarding MSMEs or onboarding women into the platforms are initiatives, and probably all countries have some form of the other. But the success rates vary, and that is something we need to think about. Consumer protection regulations, that is also where there are, in some countries it is a part of their retail regulations, where the consumer protection regulation, when you talk about consumer protection regulations, they are also very different from consumer rights regulation. How do I return a cross-border consignment? That is something, a return policy. These are some of the issues which countries are really thinking about. Then the willingness to take commitment in international platform, or are we really landing up into too many international platforms, which actually looks like too many rules of origin, and there is a need for harmonization of platforms like how do you do that? Then social media related restrictions, because social media can drive your shopping behavior. That's a big issue nowadays. And what do you do about that? Are they really driving you to wrong shopping? And then the payments. Now, given these are the kind of, I'm just laying out the broader structure under which we would be collaborating and discussing. There are many other issues which are very important to e-commerce. For example, customs. We are not taking it up in this event simply because we already have a very, very packed agenda. So therefore, we would request you to keep your interventions to these few topics that has been decided for this part of the APEC summit, and we hope to make this an annual engagement, maybe with much more broader topic next time, and we look forward to an interactive discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arpita. Thank you, Professor, for a very animated discussion on this. Her speed of delivery is always as high as the velocity of e-commerce growth across the world. I think it works that way even inside our offices. So it's good to have you back on that forum. Do you think highlighting the challenges that we face across the board is both insightful and demonstrates the extent of the complications that we need to deal with? And yet this is a phenomena of e-commerce that will overtake the world over time. This is not going to slow down. Adoption of e-commerce across Asia has been higher and will continue to rise, particularly as it gives access to more and more people within our markets. So thank you very much. I do hope as a result that we can have these summits annually, but within that, we can also come up with very concrete, very specific, very insightful, not intrusive, but guardrails that help us guide our way through e-commerce across our various countries. As you said, every country has its nuance, its issues, its concerns. Matching them will be a bit like rewriting the UN Charter, but that's all right. We'll have to try. And I hope we can come out with some very specific agendas here which can help us. May I now turn to Deepak Mishra, our director, for his vote of thanks.
Thanks, Pramod. Before I take on that, I was wondering, there are two things rare about this session. First is we have more women panelists than men panelists in a technology session, which rarely happens. So I should say we should put a clap. The second thing is we actually have 23 minutes before the session ends, which is also pretty rare. So I was wondering, given that Mr. Sarangi has to leave, and he did mention that he would be open to taking some questions, whether he would be willing to take few questions before we end. So why don't you moderate and then I'll give the vote of thanks.
So with your... Well, I would actually open it up also for everybody else, if anybody has questions for anybody. But Mr. Sarangi, it'll be great if we can have you answer some answers with your permission. So may I just go across, and is there anybody who would like to ask a few questions? Please. And we have someone at the back as well.
Thank you. With the recent policies that you're developing on e-commerce, I would like to know what would be the role of organizations like the UPI, etc., the PTMs, etc., in this platform, because there are issues concerning them with domestic payments itself, and what is going to happen with international payments.
Thank you. In fact, after getting back from there, I was that I didn't mention about the fintech evolution and how it gets integrated to e-commerce. So UPI has been a game changer as far as the payment gateway is concerned. And a similar role is envisaged for ONDC for e-commerce. So e-commerce has different kinds of stakeholders. One is providers like Amazon provide end-to-end solution. They handle packaging, they handle logistics, supply chain, warehousing, and delivery. There are also other segments which provide individual solutions. It could be only logistics, it could be only warehousing, it could be only fintech payment gateway solutions. So we are now working with ONDC and pushing it to go global. They have started something at a domestic level, but going global would enable a lot of our fintech solution providers to offer a range of solutions. Right now, when we are doing e-commerce transaction, it is either PayPal or some in-house payment gateways which are doing the transaction, and the transaction cost for a supplier tends to be very high. But with ONDC coming into the picture, we are hopeful that this particular aspect will get substantially reduced, and it will also open up a lot of opportunities for Indian fintech players to offer a range of solution not only within India but across the world.
We have a question at the back. Actually, if I may add to that point, I think while there will be some issues emerging on fintech, the fact is it's revolutionized payments in India at a cost which is a fraction of the cost of most other countries. In fact, you don't see this kind of payment gateway in most other developed countries. They just don't have anything like it. So our ability to export it and ability to use it for small merchants who otherwise would never be able to get onto the mobile platform is actually revolutionary. And I really hope that the rest of the world will figure it out. It is, I'm sorry to be diverging here. It is very funny when I go to the US or the UK and when I talk to them about what ONDC is, most people respond to it and say, well, why would the government do that? And why, isn't this left to the private sector, which is what they do typically? And the concept of a virtual highway and a virtual infrastructure, just as you would develop physical infrastructure, is a novel idea. It's a brilliant idea. It's a revolutionary idea. And I think its implications for India, it will be fantastic. And I think it's just too expensive to put into place, by the way, in most other countries. In America, this would cost 40 times or 10 times its current cost. Nobody is willing to take that on. And yet it is so essential for small to medium scale businesses to expand. So it's one of the most powerful things I think that we will see. And I think we will know the true power of that in 5 to 7 years from now. May we go to the back? There's a question at the back.
Thank you. You did talk about the challenges in the current policies which are there because they are tuned to B2B commerce, B2B exports. You acknowledge that B2C the policies need to be changed. So do you think the DGFT and the ministry is taking any concrete steps towards changing the policies?
Yes, we are. Only a few days back, we had a meeting with the entire team of RBI official which deals with this. So there is a lot of liberalization which is coming in the RBI guidelines, and we should be seeing the results in within next 2 to 3 months with regard to the e-commerce policies. We are also working with Department of Revenue to ensure that e-commerce exports get expedited, like Dr. Arpita was rightly pointing out. In China, there are many e-commerce export hubs, designated hubs, where e-commerce exports are cleared in less than a minute. So that is the speed at which we will have to function if we actually aspire to reach 200, 300, 400 billion dollars of e-commerce export. So designating zones where accountability and responsibility is inbuilt and clearing consignments at very fast pace would be crucial to do this. Along with that, sufficient warehousing both within and abroad and meeting the consumer demand on a real-time basis would also be key. So we are working with Department of Revenue, Department of Post, with a lot of private stakeholders and with RBI to work on a range of policies which impact e-commerce.
Please, may I come here?
Just to mention one more thing, for any export realization which happens, FEMA guidelines suggests that the realization has to be knocked off against the shipping bill. So that is done through generation of a bank realization certificate, EBRC. So our team, DGFT's team, is working with RBI to ensure that this EBRC is done on a self-declaration basis. So the banks will push the IRMs to the DGFT portal, and based on the IRM, the exporter himself, and this will especially help e-commerce exporters who have a large number of consignments, but small value ones. So they will be able to do it themselves without approaching a bank. So that would also result in a lot of ease of doing business for the e-commerce players.
You. See, our Prime Minister talks a lot about big data being the new oil, etc. And of course, the ability for big data analytics is really key if you want to ensure inclusiveness in the e-commerce field. So are there any initiatives that the government is taking to make available data, big data analytics to the small players to ensure inclusiveness?
This also I forgot to mention in my speech. We are in the Department of Commerce, we are working on a platform called Trade Connect e-platform. So this Trade Connect e-platform has, as on date, about 1.2 million Indian exporters and importers who are onboarded. 134 of Indian missions are onboarded. About 530 users of different export promotion councils are onboarded. So this is an effective medium through which we can reach out to our importers and exporters, let them know about export opportunities, areas in which imports are happening, let them know about the events which are relevant to them, let them know about the FTA benefits which are available within India and outside, because India has been signing a lot of FTAs and our FTA utilization has been relatively small. So letting them know about a wide range of issues and opening up and suggesting a range of opportunities which are available in overseas market is something we are working on. And in this, we require a crucial partnership with ITC, your former organization. And we would require to have an API with ITC for tariff schedule of other countries and a host of other issues. So we were in touch with you and your colleagues, and we'll be looking forward to this partnership. And this will also be very relevant for MSMEs to know about regulatory compliances in overseas market. And ITC has done a good job. We will hope that we have a robust collaboration with ITC as we go forward. Thanks.
Very good. Any other questions, please? Any other thoughts? And if you have questions more for any of the other panelists also, please, that would be most welcome. If not, I'll invite Mr. Dr. Mishra to give his vote of thanks, and we'll have a slightly longer coffee break. I actually do have one question, Santoshi. And my question would be, it might be interesting for the audience to also know about all the other digital public platforms that are being built. I don't know if you can address that just in terms of nomenclature or kinds of advancements that are happening around there, because even those, along with ONDC and others, will actually play very, very nicely into e-commerce overall, but also as to how we can globalize and export many of our talents. Is that, I hope that's not an unfair question for you.
Well, I know only a limited number of such initiatives, but when it comes to digital public infrastructure, our Prime Minister has emphasized that this is a public good. And since this requires a lot of initial capital infusion, this should be developed by government, but should be available for all to use and leverage the platforms which are getting developed. So UPI is one such example. ONDC is another example of such facility where different kinds of stakeholders can onboard through API and use these facilities to leverage their business further. There is a platform called Diksha in the education sector where a lot of digital content after verification is uploaded in that site, which is available to anyone free of cost. Similar is the idea behind Trade Connect portal, where exporters and importers can interface, and they can also update in that portal about the regulatory compliances, any tariff or non-tariff barriers which they are facing in overseas territory. So as far as digital public infrastructure is concerned, across ministries, across board, there is an initiative to create platforms which is in the larger public good. So there are n number of such examples. Even in the skill ministry, there are ones.
Absolutely. May I go one more question?
When he questions, he is the best person to answer. Actually.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
no, this is an aspirational question because I feel that one of the things which can really contribute in a positive way is to have success cases collected and interaction of those who have succeeded, especially if the markets are difficult, like Korea, etc., for certain kind of products. Is there any plan of getting this kind of a community together, because they can share their experiences and also answer questions and provide some incentives of aspiration?
We had an idea of creating a mentors group at district level for familiarizing other potential e-commerce aspirant to join e-commerce bandwagon. But your idea of those who have succeeded in specific markets and sharing their experience is something that we had not worked on. But thanks for sharing the idea. We'll take it on.
One last one we'll take at the back there. And then.
Hello. Are there any plans to open export facilitation centers in major markets internationally? Like I came to listen few months back, like ministry is planning to open some kind of centers internationally.
That is still a work in progress. I can neither commit nor deny, so, but it's a work in progress.
Thank you. With that, I will turn to Dr. Deepak Mishra for his vote of thanks.
Thank you, Pramod. I think this is a wonderful start to the first Asia Pacific e-commerce policy summit. As you heard from Arpita, Asia Pacific is the largest and the fastest growing e-commerce region in the world, and India being actually the second largest and the second fastest in terms of the number of people being onboarded as an e-commerce country. It's fitting that we are having this summit in India. And at the same time, I must say that there's a lot that Asia Pacific region, and especially the Southeast Asia region, can contribute to this discussion. Just to give you an example, in my previous job, I used to joke that I am part of a region where China is the slowest growing countries in my region, because Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Mongolia, Philippines, they all grew faster than China. So this is a terrifically dynamic region of the world. So there is a very good scope for both India and Southeast Asia and the rest of Asia Pacific to actually come together and contribute. So the countries might be small, but when it comes to ideas and policy and implementation, there's a lot these countries can offer. So I'm really hoping this will be a bilateral exchange of ideas. So we're grateful to everyone who have been involved in making this summit possible. Let me begin by thanking Mr. Sarangi and Dr. Tanaka for gracing the occasion, to Ms. Chiaratha and Ms. Colone for the insightful remarks, and my colleague Pramod Vasin and Arpita Mukherjee for the excellent presentations. We had a wonderful spread of topics, as you'll see in the agenda, and very eminent speakers from many parts of the world in the region, including from India. You know, we have former colleagues from ITC, WTO, UNDP, RBI, and many other very eminent speakers here. So I'm really thankful to the chairs, the moderators, the speakers, the panelists for the time and contribution. I'm also thankful to our two partners, UNESCAP and MSL India, for posing their faith on us, and for Amrita and her team to deliver on those promises. It was wonderful to actually see the first session, as we said, with more women panelists, a rare sight in tech events. So I'm really thankful to Arpita and the team for curating a very nice agenda. Finally, we are all indebted to our friendly and engaging participants, those who are here in person. Wonderful to see a full room, a full house here, as well as those who are connected to us online, without whom events like this are not possible. So thank you all very much. Let's have a little bit longer tea break, but we should all be back by 11:40 a.m. Thank you very much.
I thank all the dignitaries. Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. We request everyone on the dais to pose for the photograph. Before moving to the next session, we'll have a short tea break of 15 minutes. Please come back with your tea coffee to join for the next session. We- we- We kindly request all the attendees to take their seat as we'll be starting the next session in next 2 minutes. We kindly request all the attendees to take their seat as we'll be starting the next session in 2 minutes. We kindly request all the attendees to take their seat. I request you all to kindly put your mobile phone on the silent mode. We are about to begin the next session in 2 minutes. We kindly request all the attendees to take their seat. We may now begin with our first panel discussion. We now may begin with the first panel discussion on facilitating a robust framework for cross-border e-commerce to enable MSME. It is our pleasure to invite Mr. Rajesh Agarwal. It is a pleasure to invite Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, the moderator, to the dais. Mr. Agarwal is the visiting professor at ICREER and former chief of business and trade policy, International Trade Center, Geneva. We have two presenters in this first panel discussion. Dr. Ranjan Sudesh Ratna, Deputy Head and Senior Economic Affairs Officer, UN ESCAPE South and Southwest Asia Office, is presenting on ESCAPE initiative on onboarding women MSME in the value chain. And Dr. Tanu M. Goyal, Senior Fellow at ICREER, presenting on performance of e-commerce integrated MSME vis-a-vis non-integrated firm, insights from survey of 2000 MSME across India. We invite our esteemed panelists to the dais, Dr. Preetam Banerjee, Head Center for WTO Studies, IIFT India, Dr. Devi Aryan, Executive Director, Indonesia Service Dialogue Council, Dr. Harsha Vardhan Singh, Chairman, ICDWAJ Advisory LLP India, Mrs. K. Ratna Prabha, former Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, Founder, President, Ubuntu Consortium, a global platform for Women Entrepreneur Association, Global Ambassador, AWBCI. I would now like to request.
May I kindly request you to maintain silence?
May I kindly request everyone to please maintain silence? I would now like to hand over the mic to our moderator, Mr. Rajesh Agarwal. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to welcome all the presenters, the panelists, and above all of you, who have taken some time off your busy schedules to be participating in this important discussion. Now, as you know, the topic of discussion in this session is facilitating a robust framework for cross-border e-commerce to enable MSMEs. You know the importance of MSMEs. I don't have to belabor on that. That is why I think the first technical session is focusing on MSMEs. We have two erudite speakers who will kickstart the discussion, and they are, they have already been introduced. So in the interest of time, I will just name them. We'll start with Tanu Goel from ICRIER, Senior Fellow ICRIER, then followed by Dr. Rajan Sudesh Ratna from UNESCAP. And then, of course, we have a wonderful panel of eminent personalities who would respond to certain specific questions. And they are Dr. Preetham Banerjee, Dr. Devi Aryani, Dr. Harshvardhan Singh, and Mrs. Ratna Prabha. Now, without further ado, let me invite the first speaker, Tanu Goel, to make a presentation. Tanu, you have maximum 10 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to speak at this forum. Before I move on to the slides on discussing what has been the performance of e-commerce integrated firm vis-a-vis the non-integrated one, I think it's important to first establish, considering this is the first session talking about and the only session talking about MSMEs, is why do we really need to have this discussion around MSMEs and the confluence of micro, small, and medium enterprises and digital technology, specifically e-commerce. India's enterprise landscape is dominated by MSMEs, both in terms of their size and also to some extent in terms of their contribution to GDP and employment. There are about 6.3 crore, which is 63.3 million unincorporated non-agriculture MSMEs in India. This is an old figure, but this comes out from the census. And as of date, in July 2020, the Government of India started a registration process, an online registration process, which was more of a streamlined, integrated registration process where MSMEs were registered on the Udyam portal. And if you look at that number, there are around 2.4 or 24.1 million Udyam registered MSMEs in India, and 1.5 crore or 15.4 million MSMEs registered on Udyam Assist portal. So we are talking about a large number of enterprises. The contribution to the economy is also quite large. I mean, if you look at globally, it's about 50% of GDP. But if you just look at India, they contribute to about 30% of the GDP in value-added terms. They account for nearly 45% share in total exports. And Udyam registered MSMEs alone provide employment to about 16 crore or 160 million people. So these are numbers, latest figures from PIB. Despite their dominance in the enterprise landscape, there's significant productivity gap that exists between MSMEs and large firms. And this is not just specific to India, but also globally, while the problem is more flagrant in case of developing and emerging market economies. Also, over the last 10 years, existing studies show that the productivity gap has only increased. And this is where this whole conversation on digital technologies and the impact that it can create comes in, because existing studies highlight that digital technologies such as e-commerce platforms have the potential to boost MSME productivity and enable sectors' growth. And this can be done directly by providing them better access to market, but also a number of indirect sort of benefits that come through in terms of access to finance, in terms of broadening the skill set of employees, among others. So far, the evidence has been limited on this, especially in case of India. And to fill that gap, ICRIER undertook a survey of over 2,000 micro, small, and medium enterprises spread across the country to see how have these enterprises performed after their integration with e-commerce platform. And in the next few slides, I'm going to be describing our survey and also some of the results that came out. I was hearing the panel in the morning and I was thinking that the results are not unsurprising, but we have some really interesting numbers to talk about some of the things which are otherwise seeming very obvious. We followed a purposive sampling technique where we divided our sample into 1,000 firms that are integrated on e-commerce platform and about 1,000 which are not integrated on e-commerce platform. These were all amongst all categories, micro, small, and mediums. And you would see that there are more micro firms, but this is how the enterprise landscape, MSME landscape India is. There are more micro than medium and small enterprises. We focused on 6 product categories, and we covered 7 Indian states and 11 cities. In the interest of time, I won't really dwell too much into the details of the sampling technique. We have a whole report which is there on the ICRIER website, which provides everything in detail. In the interest of time, I'll just go to what have our findings been. So in this particular presentation, I'll be focusing on 3 things. What are the characteristics of the integrated firms vis-a-vis the non-integrated ones? So basically, what kind of firms integrate on e-commerce platforms? How are the key performance indicators impacted as firms integrate on platforms, and what are the new growth avenues that emerge? And what factors are constraining and what factors are enabling this integration of MSMEs on e-commerce platforms? Coming to the characteristics of integrated firms, we found that integrated firms are mostly owned by younger and more educated individuals. About 55% of our integrated firms in the samples were owned by individuals below the age of 35, while it was reversed in the case of non-integrated ones. 55% were above the age of 55 years. Also, around 63% of the integrated firms were owned by graduates and above. In general, we found that women-owned enterprises were underrepresented. So there were only about, if I remember correctly, 105 enterprises in total which were owned by women. But if we just look at this sample of women-owned enterprise, we find that women are not far behind the male-owned enterprises in terms of e-commerce integration. About 45% of the women-owned enterprises were integrated as compared to 50% of the male-owned enterprises. We also found that integrated firms report higher turnover, they report higher profitability and higher share of permanent employees. So a relatively higher percentage of integrated firms had turnover of more than 10 million. The profit margin for a higher percentage of integrated firms was more than 15%, and on an average it was about 10 to 30%. And the distribution of, when you look at the distribution of permanent employees, we found that a relatively higher percentage of integrated firms had more than 50% of permanent employees in their total workforce. Now, this is a subset of a sample that I culled out, especially for this presentation, because a bit of the focus is on cross-border e-commerce. So we also looked at what kind of firms are actually exporting. So what are the characteristics of the firms that are exporting? And we found that a majority of the export-oriented firms report being integrated with e-commerce platforms, suggesting a positive relation between firms' export orientation and digitalization. Out of the total sample of 2,000 plus MSMEs, about 302 were exporting, of which almost 63% enterprises were integrated on e-commerce platform. Also, compared to the average where we had more micro enterprises, when we look at just the export-oriented enterprises, we find nearly 60% of the enterprises were small and medium in size. And here, I like to pause and say that it's very important to look at MSME, not as MSME, but micro, small, and medium. And these are 3 distinct, and within these 3 distinct sizes, there are also different characteristics that emerge. And this is important because we eventually link it to our policy recommendations and so on. The firms in handicraft sector dominate, and this is something that Mr. Sarangi also mentioned in the morning, that handicraft firms are exporting more. And this is also coming out in our survey, that out of the total exporting firms, a majority were in the handicraft sector. And it is important to be mindful that the handicraft sector is dominated by small and micro and small enterprises. If one looks at the characteristics, export-oriented units are largely older and more experienced enterprises. So we found that almost 80% have been in business for more than 10 years. We also found that these are also the more productive firms, and nearly 37% of these enterprises started exporting after integrating on e-commerce platforms. When we just look at the integrated firms, so now our sample is 1,005, the firms which are integrated on e-commerce platform, only those. So when we look at them and when we look at their journey, we find that a majority on an average integrated on platform during COVID. So if you look at this orange bar here, which is the total enterprises, 2020 on a majority of the firms, so about 40% integrated just after COVID. However, if you disintegrate this number and if you look at micro, small, and medium, you see that the integration process for small and medium enterprises actually started before 2020. It's only the largest share of micro enterprises that joined during the COVID period to access markets. Also, integrated firms report an improvement in sales, profit margin on joining platform, and this improvement in sale and profit margins is actually higher for small sized firms when you compare them with micro and medium. Also, in integration with platforms have fostered innovation and investments. We found that many firms, almost 65%, they made new investments, and they also started some new innovative practices after integrating with e-commerce platform. And one of the most interesting one, which is also relevant to this discussion today, is that a large number of medium enterprises reported to have started exporting after integrating on e-commerce platforms. Here, this is one of a very interesting findings from the survey, because while we all talk about the direct benefits of integration, which is in terms of access to market, I think an interesting finding that emerged from this survey is in terms of access to finance. And we found that as MSMEs enhance their digital footprint through integration, they are also able to improve their access to finance. And it's not unknown that access to finance is one of the biggest problems faced by MSMEs in India today, and even globally for that matter. And own capital is still the primary source of finance for MSMEs. Bank loans are distant second. We found that the use of own capital is actually very high among micro and non-integrated enterprises. And about more than 40% of our total sample reported that their ability to raise external finance improved after integrating on e-commerce platform. In fact, the perception amongst the non-integrated enterprises was that if they were integrated, they would have perhaps been able to access finance easily. And almost 75% of those enterprises reported. A small but a very interesting number finding that emerges here is this 12% integrated enterprises that they said that they were able to access collateral-free loan. And when I say collateral-free, I mean physical collateral. So these enterprises were able to access collateral-free loan by just linking their e-commerce earnings on to their NBFC loan account. And this is an interesting finding, and we'll revisit it when we talk about the recommendations. But firms that were integrated on e-commerce platform were able to replace physical collateral with information collateral. The biggest constraint that most of the MSMEs mentioned in joining e-commerce platform is lack of right knowledge. And this is interesting because in India, so far, digital connectivity or digital infrastructure is not the most prominent factor inhibiting e-commerce integration, but it is knowledge. And this knowledge is actually broken down into knowledge of not just technology adoption, but also how to use these platforms effectively. Only 11 out of the sample that we had, the entire sample that we had, only 11 firms that actually joined and left e-commerce platforms. Some of the non-integrated firms said that they would want to integrate going forward, and nearly 70% of the integrated enterprises mentioned that they would like to increase their e-commerce sales going forward. So if I had to summarize the findings, as economies rapidly digitalize, we did create some stir in the room. As economies rapidly digitalize, MSMEs need to embrace digital solutions to compete and survive. And here I would just like to summarize my findings in 4, which is to begin with, more productive firms have joined e-commerce platforms. And given that integrated firms are better off on an average as compared to the non-integrated one must be mindful that inequalities may rise if firms do not integrate or adopt technology going forward, especially the smaller enterprises. The second crucial finding here is that e-commerce platforms can serve as a promising driver of business growth for MSMEs. And I would again like to say that benefits are clear in terms of increased sales, profit margins. Also, benefits are different across the different sizes of MSMEs. So micro perhaps have greater the benefits are more in terms of greater access to domestic markets. Small enterprises show more growth, and medium enterprises have a more outward outlook. Also, e-commerce benefits are going beyond just market access. Like I said, a lot of firms were able to, a small number, but interestingly, quite a few firms were able to replace physical collateral with information collateral and able to raise finance using that. But the major finding that we have from this study is the knowledge gap exists and it hinders e-commerce integration. The issues are more flagrant in case of micro enterprises. Since the panel focuses on how should a cross-border policy look like, I have a few questions, and also for each of these questions, some findings from our own survey. First is, how can we adopt a differentiated approach while designing an e-commerce policy? So when we are designing this policy, and given that our enterprise space is dominated by micro, small, and medium enterprises, we don't need to continue looking at them as one. It is a heterogeneous group. The way these enterprises have their impact through this integration has been quite different. So we have to start thinking about micro, small, and medium as three separate sets. And we have to, while designing especially the e-commerce policy, cross-border e-commerce policy, think more about the low-hanging fruits, which are clearly the medium enterprises and to some extent small enterprises. How do we bridge the technology gap? And the kind of support that micro enterprises require is way more than small and medium enterprises. Also, how do we build more integrated solution? And here I would like to talk about access to finance and how can you promote them through this e-commerce integration. What is the role of private sector? The knowledge gap exists, and knowledge that goes beyond just the gap on adoption of technology. The fact that there is a need to, the specific kind of skill set which is required to be able to use these platforms efficiently and effectively. And finally, a very broad question for the group or the panel to sort of deliberate on is, what should be the crucial elements of our e-commerce policy? And, there are international policies have emphasized on business interests, they've emphasized on consumer interests. Do we also have to think about the vulnerable sectors, especially because oftentimes the compliance burden on these smaller enterprises is way more than the larger enterprises? That's all from my side. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening.
Thank you, Tanu. I just want to, say that as my former organization, we had done 3-4 years ago a study, a similar study. The findings were the same, except one difference, which is very good to hear about India, that connectivity is not a major issue. Whereas in our study at the global level, connectivity came across as a major issue, especially because we also focus on LDCs from international organizations' perspective. The second is that study was only on international trade, given our mandate of that organization. Here, what I understand from Tanu's presentation is it is about integration of SMEs with the platforms, whether it is for domestic trade or for international trade, both of them. Now, transition to the second presentation, I think Tanu said that women are not far behind. I think UNESCO must have done something, and that's what we will hear from Rajan Sudesh Ratna, who will speak on ESCAP initiatives on onboarding women MSMEs in value chains.
Thank you, Rajesh, and thank you, Tanu, for your presentation, because what I'm going to say also endorses or
perhaps since we did our work prior to your survey, so you endorse what we are doing or what we did. Some of the challenges which we saw and which this sub-region where we are working in Southwest Asia is facing is, the women entrepreneurs, their share in the total business is very, very less. It is the female labor force participation as well is very less. So if you look at most of them, and including the SDG 5, which is gender equality, this region is lagging. And so we were grappling up with what we need to do in terms of empowering women. And we thought that if the women becomes economically stronger, she will also become socially recognized by the society, which brings towards the equality. This picture depicts one of the training programs which we did last year in Jaipur. These were all rural women and they didn't understand anything in English. And it was a big challenge for us to organize a 3-day training program in collaboration with UN Women in all Hindi, while all our PowerPoint presentations were in English. It was a big challenge, but we had a 100% success rate that these women who came 120 kilometers south from a village south of Jaipur, they could not speak English, but still 100% of them, 80 of them onboarded on e-commerce platform during this training. And that's what we take pride in our work. This is about a project which we did in collaboration with EIF and many partners, because we found, as has been stated earlier also, and there were many studies talking about the capacity constraint gap. And even the women have the smart mobile phones, but their knowledge to use it for optimal uses and expanding business was very, very less. We started with LDCs, which is Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal for 4 countries. That was the EIF mandate to train 100 women entrepreneurs from these 4 countries to onboard on the e-commerce platform. But then at the ESCAP, we expanded it to our sub-region to 10 countries. And then, because thanks to our partners, and I'm very happy that Mrs. Ratna Prabha is here, who is our partners in Ubuntu, with whom we train more than 1,000 women entrepreneurs in India, the rural women. I'll come to that later. But we had collaboration with UN country teams in these countries, the South Asia Women Development Forum, Commonwealth Secretariat, and the WTO also joined in between. And then we had these Chamber of Commerce and the women associations in Southwest Asia. The first thing which we were challenged was, how do we train these women? So we did one online e-learning course, introductory course, and then we developed a step-by-step manual on digital marketing and e-commerce. This only not talks about e-commerce and digital marketing, but it has, how do you advertise? What kind of payment you need to do it with Google? How do you do it with Pinterest? What are the payment gateways? What are the security issues which you need to do? So it's kind of all comprehensive, which we grapple in this manual, which any beginner requires to know about. And it has pictorial diagrams, which we have developed. It's there already on the web page, which we have. And then we developed a lot of Facebook page groups, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and we created at least 20 WhatsApp group for different women whom we trained, because we found connectivity was really an issue, because when we started this, there was no COVID. And when we developed everything, the COVID came. And we never anticipated we will do virtual training, but then we were looked to get into the virtual training. And at one point of time, 500 to 600 women were joining our platform for training. And it was very difficult to manage. So we created country-wide WhatsApp group. We had the local interpreters, the UN country team help, and the local languages and instant help to train them. What was the result? We had a very effective partnership with women organizations. We created a network of 3,200 women entrepreneurs. While we started with 4-country target and 100 women to be onboarded, we trained 3,200 from 25 countries, including from Cambodia, including from some from Thailand, and even Africa. We have, then we did a kind of a post-training survey last year.
And 80% of them, they agreed that they were able to improve their access to local, regional, and global market. And we had developed a training platform, which was an e-commerce pseudo training platform, which also had the inquiry based. And there we got that they generated during the training program of 2.5 years, 160,000 worth of trade inquiries, which materialized later. But the payment gateway was from outside that. And through the WhatsApp and Facebook, they generated additional, the market. And these were mostly going beyond the local. So it was all global or regional. So it promoted mostly from the south. So women from Bhutan started trading with few in Africa, including now they are exporting spices to South Africa, which we are aware of. And we are also monitoring still the Facebook page and Instagram page of what they are doing. This is another story of the picture. If you can see, the big challenge is we heard about the brands, but good part is one of the organizations named Sakhi, and with UN Women. We worked and we thought promoting women as brand is important. And if you see there, these are the women, 3 women team who have been working on this product, including packaging and the barcode. If you go, you can see the details of those women. So these rural women also are a brand on themselves. This is basically the result that we had 25 countries. We had 3,032 women entrepreneurs, of which 943 were from the LDCs. We had around 1,500 products and services which were uploaded on the e-commerce website. The total number of 818 women registered, onboarded on that. And through our platform, 1,563 women, they generated the online inquiries. A network of 3,000 women was created. It is still very active. We have a Facebook page. We have WhatsApp page where we see these ladies advertising, thanking, wishing. So it's all that fraternity. And what we are happy about is when we talk about generating these businesses, we also, in that, we become gender neutral. But what we have done is we have promoted women to women business. So all that transaction I'm talking about is women to women. I'm not talking about women to men. And this is mostly B2B because these are all women entrepreneurs. Very little is about B2C. These are just to give you a glimpse of the trainees from different countries. Definitely, India has been the highest thanks to Ubuntu. And still, there is a lot to be done. And already Tanu has talked about the trade financing. This is the biggest challenge which most of the women entrepreneurs of our training, they talked about. Micro, small and medium enterprises, the social stigma that women cannot do a business and that the collateral need to be on her name is a big challenge to get the trade finance. And perhaps the fintech would be one solution coming from the private. Green economy and innovative technologies are also important for them to put them. There are a lot of government initiatives, including in all the countries where we are working. In fact, training women entrepreneurs, when we did in collaboration with the government came to us for formulating their or helping them there in e-commerce policy formulation. And we are lucky. Nepal and Bhutan, these 2 governments, we participated in their e-commerce policy formulation. Their officers came here and we trained them on the policy formulation, etc. But there is a lot which need to be done. There is further training which requires to be done in terms of product development, marketing, and supply chain management. Because when we look at micro, small, and medium enterprises, they are not very skilled into that, and that is another challenge which these women face. These are just some of the stories. The presentation is there with Ikriar. I think they will share. But if you want, these are very encouraging stories. And this is the glimpse. So what we did was not only we trained, but we also had a trade show. So half a day, we'll have them display their product. We'll have them talk about their product so that we were developing their marketing skills. Most of them were coming from the rural background. And you can see how fun it was at that moment of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ratna. See, in a way, we all talk about women empowerment and things like that.
But I think the first thing that we have to determine is that what are those specific issues that we find that women feel more disadvantaged than the others. Of course, he has mentioned one of them is to find collaterals because many countries don't have the land rights still. Women can't enjoy the land rights. So those are the, even Factory Act, some women are not allowed to work in night shifts. I mean, due to the circumstances of those times, if we don't change, they can't even enter into call center industry, for example. So these are some of the regulatory issues. Then, of course, there are the sectoral issues where the women employment is the most. I mean, the most women are employed in that sector. And third are the implementation issues. We have found quite a lot. Lack of toilet facilities at the border, if the borders are inefficient, and et cetera, et cetera. So so it's always good to hear. As far as the skill levels are concerned, I always find that women are more skilled as far as IT skills are concerned, actually, in that sense. Okay, now with these two excellent presentations, we'll go to our eminent panel. Actually, Santosh Kumar Sarangi was supposed to be here, but whatever he was supposed to say, he has already said. In his opening session about what are the DGFTs or India's initiatives to facilitate cross-border border trade. So we will start with Dr. Preetham Banerjee, and he's one person who brings quite a lot of experience in areas of logistics operation, trade facilitation, trade policy, and he's head of the WTO Center for WTO Studies in IFT. Look, in my previous job, I was looking for a logistics sector specialist, and I could never recruit one in my team. So I know your importance very much, and with his association with DHL Express earlier, so we would request him, given that importance of logistics, how do you see the role of e-commerce and DHL Express in integrating consumers and MSMEs in global value chains? Preetham, you have the floor.
Thank you. 5 minutes. Okay, I'll try to be as efficient as possible from my old logistics hat. So just one correction, I was with the Deutsche Post DHL group, so not just e-commerce. And it's an important distinction because what a lot of people don't realize is a lot of e-commerce does not happen through small parcels, through post and courier services. They actually happen through TEUs, what Amazon calls the fulfillment model. So they use data analytics to understand what is demanded where, and in advance move these shipments. It's much more cheaper to move it by ship. But I'll quickly address the broad, the agenda that we are discussing. And first of all, a very big thanks to Dr. Arpita Mukherjee, to ICRIER, UNESCAP, and everybody else for having me here. So the essential point that we are discussing here is transaction costs, right? So, and transaction costs in terms of e-commerce impact most the small and medium enterprises. Larger firms can deal with this more easily. So the burden of these transaction costs are much more for MSMEs. Now, these transaction costs can be put in broadly 3 buckets in my mind. One is the related to the process, and that can be both private and public, and I'll explain that in a shortly. The other is related to information asymmetry and access to information, which I think Tanu's presentation and Dr. Ratna's presentation also brought out very well, and then access to credit, etc. Now, the 2 later ones, which is information asymmetry and credit, we already know that a lot of things are being done within the country, and individual countries are at different levels of development. A lot of it is app-based, so you have solutions which are coming. The public digital infrastructure that Mr. Sarangi talked about is one way of going about it. But there is also a startup ecosystem, right? So, in logistics, in fintech, in others, where the economies of scale and agglomeration is helping bring costs down of these services, which helps MSMEs. But it's a combination of the digital public infrastructure coming together with the startup ecosystems, which can ride on this infrastructure. So that's happening. So that leaves us with the public part of it, which is the process-oriented one, which is essentially related to how you cross borders. Now, that's where I think we have certain challenges, and we need to first understand what is the challenge that the authorities are facing. Traditional trade was basically done in TEU or dry bulk. There were a relatively small number of shipments. Suddenly you have this deluge of millions of small packets crossing borders, and the customs authorities have not really increased in size or capacity. So how do they then deal with this whole new world? And what are their concerns? The first concern is essentially broken up to what is there in that box. Why is that important? Because if I know what is there in that box, I'll be able to give it a classification, what that product is. The classification will drive the applied customs and other duties, VAT, GST, whatever might apply. And it will also ensure that, the customs is also mandated to ensure that banned products or illegal goods are not crossing borders. So I need to know what is in that box. The second thing that I need to know is what is the price of that thing in that box, because the price will obviously lead to the taxation and the customs duties, etc. The third thing I need to know is who is it that box is intended for, and I'll explain in a shortly why that is important. It is important because in many countries, you have certain facilitations, which I'm not sure if Mr. Sarangi, I joined a little bit late, of something called low value non-dutiable or de minimis, which means that if you are importing something as an individual for personal consumption, a sister in the US is sending a Rakhi gift to a brother here in India, for example, that will not attract duties. A lot of people have actually, misused this pathway for getting thousands of such items and then selling it in Chandni Chowk or other places, and so all of these things do happen. So you need to know who that person is, who's getting that box, if they're, misusing these areas. Now that obviously, if you put together the ecosystem we have been discussing, different parts of the ecosystem have the answers for this in e-commerce, because most of the e-commerce trade is being mediated by 3 or 4 main actors. So you have the platform, and the platforms are where the things are being ordered. So they have a very good idea. There's a term called SKU, which, identifies the product very specifically. So the firms have very good idea what's in that box. The fintech companies or the firm, if it's fully integrated, will know what price was paid for that product. So you know what price it was. And they will typically have the end, destination of the product. Logistics firms will know exactly where, whether it's India Post or the DHLs or the UPSs of the world, or any other logistics firm that is executing that order will know exactly to which person that is going to. So essentially then, what the World's Customs Organization has been discussing for a while, and they have had this partnership with both the postal operators, the e-commerce logistics players like DHL and UPS, as well as the platforms, is that if we can create, because everything is app-based, if we can create an ecosystem where this data is shared in advance with the regulators, they will have full visibility, and then they can clear all of this with great confidence. That brings us to what Dr. Arpita Mukherjee was mentioning in her presentation. How do you transfer all of this data with trust? Because a lot of this data is commercially sensitive, etc. So protocols will need to be developed. So this is a work in progress, but I think once that happens and this partnership is built, and I don't think that day is very far away, where this will actually become an extremely facilitated system. Again, different countries' customs and authorities will be in different speeds, how quickly they can integrate all of this. But something that could be looked in interim, which when I was working with the Deutsche Post DHL group, we had pursued with the government of India for some time, didn't go very far. I hope it goes in some direction now, is that you have an authorized economic operator concept under WCO. If we can extend that for a special AEO program for e-commerce, which integrates the platforms, the fintech, logistics firms, we could actually kickstart and make much faster progress in India, at least for that challenge. Last point that I'll bring, last 2 points really, is that e-commerce suffers from a unique challenge. I'm sure somebody had mentioned it earlier, is that it is subject to an enormous number of returns. Unlike traditional trade, people tend to return goods. And if you're returning goods cross-border, that's a hugely complicated task, because it's already crossed border once, paid duties, taxes, etc. You might have claimed incentives, which Dr. Sarangi was talking about. Now, how do you treat that? I already exported and I have been incentivized, but now it's going back and I have to pay that money back. So to manage all that, also this AEO idea is a good one, because platforms mediate all of this and they can be made subject to regular audits, and you could have quarterly results, etc. I'll not go into the nitty-gritties of the program, but it's very much feasible. Last thing that I would like to leave you with is for a very specific India point. It was talked about, the key word that was being used is handicrafts. And what is the operational reality of why handicrafts is the biggest item of export from India? The very specific reason is that it's linked to our manufacturing competitiveness. If you compare the other Asian giant, they are typically exporting bulk of manufacturing goods. Handicrafts are bespoke products. They are the cost function and the consumer preference is not driven by cost. It is driven by consumer preference for a specific product. When you look at manufacturing goods, especially smaller goods, the cost preference is driven, the consumer preference is driven by the cost. So that's where we have tended to, as a country, not perform as well. If you compare the sheer volumes of India vis-a-vis China, I think that's where we have a little bit of a challenge. So that goal of 200, 300, $400 billion of exports, including MSMEs getting integrated, will depend a lot on how we develop our manufacturing ecosystem. So thank you, and Nalin, I hope I was in time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No, I'm saying that Sarangi was mentioning about changing from B2B or to B2C, and you have touched on all these issues which will help go to B2C. But India has not even joined the e-commerce plurilateral negotiations, and all the recommendations you are making actually are contained in there.
I will just take 30 seconds because I have a big issue with that. Just 30 seconds. Because I keep on saying that e-commerce has nothing to do with this e-commerce. This e-commerce is the movement of tangible goods across borders, which is defined and has been defined by centuries by the WCO system of the 4 categories: low value dutiable, low value non-dutiable, etc. So let us not confuse the two. That is digital, this is tangible. Must not confuse.
No, I know. I was not trying to confuse. I was only provoking. Essentially, actually, your trade facilitation agreement in the WTO also gives us all the flexibility to implement that. You don't need to go to the e-commerce negotiations. Anyway, now we go to Dr. Devi Aryani. She is the Executive Director of Indonesia Services Dialogue Council, which is an independent council that focuses on policy and regulatory reforms for development of services sectors in Indonesia and promotes a tripartite dialogue between government, private sector, and research institutions. Yeah, she will now, speak about as Indonesia's MSMEs are the powerhouse for innovation and entrepreneurship. Yet when it comes to cross-border e-commerce, they face a unique set of hurdles. Devi, can you highlight the opportunities and challenges that you found through your service in Indonesia? Thank you.
It's not on.
Yeah, it's working.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First, let me extend my appreciation to ICRIER for organizing this policy summit, particularly on this e-commerce subject that is very important for the region. And yes, I'm from Indonesia with Indian name. So India has been exporting their names and cultures long ago before the e-commerce even existed. And thankfully, it's not regulated. Otherwise, there are many Indonesians who need to surrender their names. The previous presenters on the studies and the findings on the SMEs, it is very much aligned with the studies that we've also conducted. So ISD has conducted a study in cooperation with the Ministry of SMEs in Indonesia, across SMEs in Java and Bali. And we have the 3 key findings, which is similar to what the previous presenters presented. The first one being the close linkage between smaller enterprises that are integrated in digital platform and export. There's close linkage in there. And then the fact that e-commerce platform is the driver of business growth. The smaller enterprises are able to operate efficiently, particularly in logistic and marketing costs because of digital technology. They're able to increase productivity in terms of revenues and profit. And digital technology is also used as tool for productivity and efficiency. The only difference is in our surveys, we've found out that there are more women who are being integrated digitally in the e-commerce platform. There are actually 61% of women-owned businesses who are previously informal, who are previously do not have a business legal entity, who do not have a proper record of transaction, do not have the proper record of customer data, and now they're able to record the transaction. They're able to follow and tracking down their customers because of this digital platform. However, aside from all these benefits, the private sectors also faces numerous challenges. It was mentioned before, there's infrastructure and connectivity challenges that is faced by the smaller medium enterprises. There's also, as they're embracing digital technology, the need to hire the IT specialists and digital tech specialists is high. So there's shortage of IT labor in the market. And there's also regulatory challenges. And with the regulatory divergence in the regions, it is posing a more complex arena for the smaller enterprises to navigate. There are basically 4 areas of regulatory challenges. It was mentioned before about the trademark and IP. And then there is some standardization of security, particularly on payment system. There is also data governance. There's customer protection. And with regards to digital services platform, there's also content moderation that is different from one market to the others. So this is very complex for the smaller businesses, and the regulatory burdens is just raising the cost of compliance for the businesses. And for the smaller enterprises with limited operating capital and limited resources, it diverted from their core operations to navigate. So this is a very difficult for them to further scale up their operations and their businesses. I think I would like to further re-emphasize the need to have a regulatory coherent and to establish a region regulatory harmonization that aim towards lowering the barriers and creating an integrated digital market for the smaller enterprises to be able to grow and scale up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. See, let me again, I take this opportunity to share a point or two in between. See, one of the major difficulties that MSMEs face is their great difficulty in accessing the big platforms. To showcase your products on big platforms is not easy. In a global survey, we found 2/3 countries, 105 countries their MSMEs cannot market their products on Amazon. They don't meet their quality and other standards. Right? So these are the issues. In fact, I was speaking theoretically in one of the seminars in Moldova. They literally told me without saying so that, are you mad? I mean, we are only talking about domestic e-commerce and maybe to the Moldovan diaspora in Romania as international trade. The penalties if you don't meet those requirements and delay dispatch of goods by 1 day means that you lose out. You lose all your profit margins, anything. And the cost of displaying your products, maybe it is a different story because of the big market in India, is about 30 to 40% of the value is taken away by the platform owner. So these are very big problems faced by MSMEs, may not be in India because of the huge size of the market and these fellows.
No,
Now,
even in India, Rajesh.
Yeah.
I will just share. I don't want to defame any platform, but with Ubuntu, last year we tried 200 women to onboard on Amazon. Only 3 could onboard.
Yeah.
We organized a dedicated program for that. Amazon team came there, but they were not able to fulfill all the requirements which Amazon wanted. Many of the MSME, especially micro you're talking about, they're not having a GST registration. They're not having the PAN number. They are housewives. They are somebody who is doing at a part-time work. And it's a big challenge. And I know this is the same thing everywhere in South Asia. Similarly, there are many government e-commerce, e-marketplaces. But when somebody goes to that, bulk purchasing, the problem is how a micro, small, medium enterprises can provide 10,000 diaries of a same quality, of a same color, of a same size. Not possible. So they don't, and this is a big challenge. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Now we move on to Dr. Harshvardhan Singh. Who doesn't know Dr. Harshvardhan Singh in this audience? No, I only know him as a very dear friend and a former Deputy Director General of WTO. And I'm hard pressed to pronounce as Chairman Ikdhwaj Advisors LLP. So you have worked a lot on MSMEs and e-commerce, and the issues faced are common across MSMEs for most countries. And what are the top 5 issues which you have come across in the APAC, the Asia Pacific region? And if I continue, how governments can support them to widen their global reach and customer base?
Thank you very much, and greetings. Welcome to India, Rajesh, and greetings to the panel and to the audience. Actually, some of these difficulties have just been talked about, and the difficulties of e-commerce arise, one, because it involves digital technology, because it involves SMEs, and it involves, if you go into exports, and we were thinking of exports a lot when Mr. Sarangi was speaking. When you go into exports, it involves different procedures from a physical export. So there are difficulties on that account. And I'm now talking about primarily exports, but this is also largely true for domestic products. The difficulty arises because customers are not able to see or experience the product before purchase. So when they receive the product, often they are not happy, and therefore there are a large number of returns, which reduce the revenues earned. Customers expect quick delivery. So customs clearance time and logistics costs become crucial. And they are amongst the largest problems which arise. And in order to hasten with custom clearance, there are solutions which have been found. For example, identification of e-commerce transactions. But how do you implement them? That becomes a difficult thing. India is trying to go ahead with it. Other countries are trying to go ahead with it. Sale of exports, because as Preetham pointed out, you anticipate certain kind of products being sold, so you send it close to the market because customers want a quick delivery. Therefore, you are storing it there. Sale of exports does not occur at the same time as the delivery of the product to the warehouse. Therefore, you cannot really predict when will you earn the revenue, how much will you earn the revenue. So those are some difficult problems. Documentation. Often there is no one portal which actually provides end-to-end documentation for a combination of the source, so the country where you're exporting from, and the requirements of the destination country, a point which you had just made. That is not something which is available at all. Perhaps resources could be pooled there, and this initiative could bring this forward. But a lot of good work is being done by DGFT, and one of the things which they may really end up with, because they are digitizing so much, is all relevant documents in one place. If that can happen in a way where somebody who's semi-digitally mature can access them through some facilitation process. So that's a big problem. Then actual payment received because of returns, because of the costs of the platform, etc., and the discounts you have to give because sales do not take place at the same time. The actual payment received is far smaller than the price at which the product is sold. That is always something which needs to be kept in mind. And a lack of digital maturity has been mentioned, digital knowledge. Preetham said that he was talking about e-commerce, which is not through the postal system, but there is especially for smaller countries, the postal system becomes very important. Therefore, there we have other kind of problems. You can't even track a product, what stage of the supply chain it is in, whether it is being delivered in a timely manner, etc. And trade financing was found important in both studies which were presented. Actually, that shows the significance of where you're looking at. If you look at smaller e-commerce operators, those who are coming new into the game, trade financing would be very important. But when we talk to other established e-commerce operators, then it's not really a big thing. So not only recognizing the issue, but where the issue is actually arising becomes very important. These problems have been identified in some studies. For example, today there is a study which was released by Niti Aayog, ICDWAJ, which you found difficult to pronounce. ICDWAJ Advisors did a very comprehensive study last year together with the small Federation of Small and Medium Enterprises, and she's the CEO of ICDWAJ and one of the key authors of that study. So information on these gaps is available. Prioritization of these gaps is available. In terms of addressing them, there are two levels at which you do it. One is the policy making itself, and second is implementation of that policy. Those problems arise in that context also.
Thank you very much. I think he has literally put a finger on all the problems which everyone faces in this area, in the sense that balance between facilitation and regulatory control, that's the most difficult job. And I think all of us, I mean, that's the action point that one needs to work on, that, create a trust. And a lot of public-private dialogue is required in that. That's, I think, the key message that we'll have to drive home. We have learned quite a lot about the policies and what needs to be done. It's all right, but implementation by creating that right balance is, I think, the crux of the whole game. Now I come to Mrs. Ratna Prabha. She was the former Chief Secretary of Karnataka. I'm saying that in the service, she was a senior colleague. She is the founder of a global platform of the Ubuntu Consortium, founder president, which is a global platform for Women Entrepreneurs Association and a global ambassador of ABWCI. Madam, what kind of initiatives have you taken to facilitate the use of e-commerce platforms by women entrepreneurs, which is one of the most vulnerable group, not so vulnerable in e-commerce as we learned today?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Agarwal, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I must thank Madam Mukherjee and also UNESCAP for inviting me on such an prestigious platform to share my experiences. What is the question? What kind of initiative? No.
What kind of?
No.
Have you taken to facilitate the use of e-commerce by women?
So let me just, 5 minutes is too less a time, but I'll try to quickly say. What happened was, going back, I was the Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and Commerce in 2014. And that was the time when government of Karnataka's industrial policy was just expiring. And I had the privilege or opportunity to look into drafting of the new policy. And when I looked at the earlier policy, I found that there was nothing for women entrepreneurs as such there. women were all clubbed into, you know, ex-servicemen, SC/STs, NRIs and all that. They all were into one small chapter with just few lines for them. So I thought we should have something, you know, different for women. So separated all these various sectors, and we had this policy for women entrepreneurs. And when we were framing the policy, I just got to find out whether there were women associations in Karnataka, and then we found there were so many women entrepreneurs associations, all fending for themselves. So I had a meeting with them, and we had a specific policy which, you know, was appreciated and all that. Then we formed a WhatsApp group of all the presidents of the Women Entrepreneurs Associations so that we could, you know, talk to them and find out what were the issues. And that is how the whole thing of getting the women entrepreneurs together started. Several things happened. There's very little time to say. But anyway, when I retired, in 2019, all the women entrepreneurs said, you have brought us to such a level, you know, we're all together working, networking, taking them for exhibitions, etc. Why don't we still work? Then we formed this consortium called Ubuntu Consortium. The idea came from one of the entrepreneurs associations, because Ubuntu is the African philosophy of I am because you are, and you are because we are. And we are all, you know, we cannot survive without each other. And how can I be happy if you are not happy? In your happiness lies my happiness. So we liked this philosophy, and then we registered it as a consortium because there was a Linux software called Ubuntu. And then we started with a few associations, and as we went to various seminars, we met other presidents, and now we are 50 associations spread across 11 states, with almost 20 to 22,000 secondary members. Now, as far as e-commerce is concerned, you know, I think it's all because UNESCAP. What happened was, you know, we were trying to help the women to upscale their businesses through B2B meetings, exhibitions, taking them, you know, interacting, taking them outside Karnataka and things like that. And suddenly, as you know, COVID struck, and everything came to a standstill. But I think one bad thing leads to something good. And that was the time when I got introduced to Rajan, and then he just told me about their online training program on e-commerce. And then we floated it amongst all our members. And then I think some 100 applied, and 60 of them came online. And they found a lifeline to do, you know, trading, e-commerce trading during the COVID. And all of them were very happy that there was something which came to their rescue. And then we also started a women's service center where women could call, and, you know, there were so many issues happening during COVID. And once COVID was done and gone, and then we started our offline things, Rajan and Madam Mikiko invited me to Maldives. They had one training program, and I went there. And then I said, why not we do this in India? Then Rajan said, we can't do it in India because we don't have the budget, but you can do it and we can be on knowledge partners. And then that's how we started. Then that the manual was sent to us, and we had the first digital marketing, we called it digital transformation training program in Bangalore, which was inaugurated by the Chief Minister of Karnataka, and all of them, Mikiko and Rajan came for that. About 200 registered, 156 participated. There was so much of enthusiasm, so much of learning. And in December, when they invited me for a workshop on December 14th or 15th in Delhi, I did a quick survey of all the women who had participated and asked them, how was this whole thing? So we put a very small, because we started a WhatsApp group of 200 women who had registered. So within the group, there was great business. And outside the group, of course, they had more number of business, a lot of figures are there. I'll share the report with the UNESCAP now. And then, not only was there business, but the women started making friends. They made friends, they started to know each other, and all of them, it went on. Then we thought, why not we do this training, more training, and then we went to the smaller, because our consortium is basically a consortium of women entrepreneurs associations across Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And of course, major Tier 1 cities are also welcome, but mainly we cater to women who are all by them spending. And this, I think the e-commerce platform helped them to scale up their businesses. And we started the training. Is there time? Another 1 minute or something? No, khatam ho gaya.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay. So what had happened was the women, all of them had, mobile phones. So we said first laptops. So it was very difficult for women in Tier 2 cities to come with laptops. They said we have to borrow laptops from our children, and my son is going to college, this, that. So that we said you come with your phones. All of them had these anyway tabloids, and they came over there. And when they came for the training, we had different experiments. First, we thought we'll have a 2-day training. In Bangalore, the 2-day training was successful, but in districts, 2-day training was not successful. Then we thought we'll have 1 day online and 1 day offline. Even that failed because we realized that women just leave the training program when we have an online training. So finally, we came to a 1-day training program starting very early at 9 a.m. and ending at 5:36. And the manual which was given, we picked up the important parts and then we did this training. So now, so far, we have trained 1320 women entrepreneurs in digital marketing across 10 to 11 locations in Karnataka. Our aim is to spread across India because we have our presence, but we are falling short of funds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, it's very important to understand the ground level challenges on the ground to become effective. Otherwise, everything remains on paper. See, we have time for 2 minutes each for the second round. But before that, I have, one question one can take from the audience so that we also know that where their mind is working to tailor their interventions. Just one question from the audience. Anybody? Yes, ma'am.
This question goes to you because you had a very interesting survey. But as you know, from all the other panelists also, that several such surveys have been done. And Harsh referred to one which we did last year. I only want to point out 2 things which you may not have been in the design of your survey, and that's fine. How many of the exporters from MSMEs were one-time exporters? That they only did, because our survey from one of the major platforms showed that about 80% were only one-time exporters. So that is a very important issue. And I'm talking of integrated ones. I'm not talking of non-integrated ones. And the second thing, this is just some information for the audience. The fact that handicrafts is one of our top exports is not an accident. The major platform owner in India has worked with Handicrafts Association, particularly of Karnataka and Rajasthan and Maharashtra, to promote their exports. So in a sense, they acted as aggregators, something which is very common in Indian non-e-commerce exports, and that helped the export of handicrafts. So it was not the micro small enterprises which actually worked. It was the aggregator who worked. And just on that point itself, what we found is that if you were an SME, then in India, you don't have to register for GST if you're 50 lakhs or less. But if you're doing e-commerce, you have to register for GST. And that kind of anomaly really plays out. And we found that only people who had 2 crores or more of turnover were the ones who came in repeatedly on the platform.
Thank you. Thank you. Towards the end, you can think about answers to 3 questions and take your time. I think, Preetam, I'll start with you. Look, you talked about collaboration, cooperation earlier also. I found it looks simple, but even in the negotiations on trade facilitation agreement in the WTO, I think it's Article 12 or something. This is one of the most difficult one for an exchange of data, etc., to create that confidence. So what kind of initiatives you are thinking in terms of not at that global level, but at least in APAC region?
you, Rajesh, for this question. So you're absolutely right. Article 12 is basically between interagencies, a cross-border cooperation. I think the solutions that I was discussing will have to be at the national level. So if my border is efficient, that's the first step that I can do. So bringing together all the actors, the platforms, the fintech companies, the logistics players, etc., and creating a green channel for my exports and imports and other processes. Other countries, I'm dependent on, just like you mentioned the postal, and Harshji mentioned the postal. The reason why we don't have track and trace is because you have to have that EPU connect and the same quality at both ends. So I don't think that will, I think, take its own time. What the WCO is trying to do is to address some standards problems, right? What kind of data can be exchanged with trust? What are the formats they can? So once at the WCO level, if we have that being driven, that will probably expedite at the national level the facilitation. Just one last point, just for 10 seconds, which I forgot to mention. Dr. Sarangi mentioned about these zones, right? And that's having a zone. Actually, those zones exist. And I have my friend Vijay Kumar here. He runs the Express Industries Council of India, which is the agglomeration of courier companies. They have gateways at airports, which are customs bonded facilities. Individual large firms have similar gateways. These are completely secure. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. These zones exist and they can be therefore, used in that manner. So it's just about, the quick thinking and finding solutions. I think those are easy to achieve at the national level. Globally, of course, much more complicated. Thank you.
Can I, if in one sentence, do I understand that you are recommending technical discussions for this solution rather than the FTA-based discussions on this subject?
Absolutely, yes, because FTAs essentially deal with tariffs and non-tariff barriers, which sovereign countries will have the right to impose. I will choose to impose whatever standard and tariff. This is about ensuring that the transaction cost of the process of exchanging goods becomes as efficient and low cost as possible, so SMEs can take part in it.
So a separate platform for collaboration, going into details of technical solutions rather than getting into politics of free trade area negotiations.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay, good. Thank you. Now we go to Madam Devi Aryani. I think, could you share some specific examples of how the ISD is empowering MSMEs to navigate the existing world of cross-border e-commerce? Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. There are two fronts. The first one is the intensive discussion between the private sectors and the related ministries in identifying the regulatory framework of the targeted countries of export, as well as identifying the right business model to enter the specific countries of export. As I said previously, there are regulatory divergence, and for that regulatory divergence and for the businesses to comply, they need to adapt and adjust their business model. So in the discussions that we have with the private sectors as well as with the related ministries, we often identify specific regulatory framework as well as what will be the right business model to enter. The second front is the engagement between the big tech players and the smaller enterprises, because when we're talking about integration to digital platform, many of the smaller enterprises, particularly in the micro size, they're digital and technology illiterate, and the technology keeps on evolving. Hence, it is crucial for the big tech players also share their technology advancement and allow the transfer of technology to happen.
Thank you very much. Now we come to, again, Dr. Harshvardhan Singh. So what are your recommendations for policymakers and business leaders to create a robust and inclusive framework on cross-border e-commerce after listening to all this debate since morning?
Thank you very much. Amongst the policymakers, I would also include international organizations because I think they have a very important role also. As far as policymakers are concerned, we have talked about various problems, and so the problem areas are identified. We need to know what are the solutions and whether when they are being implemented, there is a monitoring and feedback mechanism so that they can be improved. So second, training of trainers. That is something which will spread the initiatives. And also the use of newly emerging tools, digital tools, to really spread this knowledge and training. Connecting different stakeholders, which will also help develop markets. Once you have experience domestically, you are able to also then export. So in all this, the reason I included the international institutions is because they have a far larger perspective than just a policymaker of a country. And they have a role for helping the policymaker of the country, because the policymaker of the country is also seeking solutions which might have worked elsewhere. So to the extent they have this nation kind of experience and insights, they could create a platform of discussions, of exchange of knowledge, and even training of the policymakers to some extent. I think the whole context is of that nature. I don't think the business leaders as such play a very important role in addressing the problems. They actually provide a solution which others can learn.
Thank you very much. Now, Madam, you had already actually spoken about the challenges that women face, but in 1 or 2 minutes, if you can just summarize the main challenges being faced by women.
Yeah. See, basically, I feel that now since the whole seminar is on the Asia Pacific e-commerce policy, I feel that Government of India should have one specific policy for the nation, because the nation is so huge, and each state has their own, industrial policy or, the MSME policy. So if there is one policy at the national level which caters to the entire nation, I think that will be a very good driving force. In fact, I've already given a recommendation. I don't know where it is, but then we need to have that kind of a thing, because I feel in South India, there's a lot of thrust on, encouraging women entrepreneurs. But this e-commerce, I think there is no policy or no support as such. So my main recommendation would be that we have one policy for the nation, which would be, and also some thrust on women entrepreneurs. If we are clubbed into MSME, then we lose focus. So if you talk of, say, Startup India or Stand Up India, for example, it is SC/ST and women. One SC/ST or one woman, the banks have to fund. So I had suggested you separate it. Why do you club women with some category, then the banks or anybody loses focus? So let women entrepreneurship or their e-commerce policy, there can be a major policy, and within that a sub policy for women, which covers all the points raised on this forum, that, women find a package, there's some sort of a mentoring for them, and they feel it's comfortable to go through. See, I am from government, and I'm not able to access any benefit from the government for women entrepreneurs, because we don't know where to go. There's so many paperwork and things like that. So when I find it difficult, I'm sure any common woman entrepreneur somewhere across India will find it very difficult to access. So we need to have a comfortable, good policy. That's what I feel. Thank you.
Yes, Harsha. Yeah, please go ahead.
I thank you for mentioning what you have just done, because I think there's a major gap which needs to be filled in India and other countries. There are several policies for women and entrepreneurs in the regular realm. They have not worked there, so there's a need. That's what I meant by implementation. It's even worse implementation if their knowledge is not extended for e-commerce, micro, small and medium enterprises. So something at the implementation level of existing policy support should be done.
Just 1 minute, because Prime Minister has been talking of digital India. So this should become part of it.
Arpita, you have a job on hand. No, I'll conceptualize this debate in the sense that world over, there are 2 models which are being followed.
One is to have an exclusive e-commerce policy document, or how the consumer protection policies requires one additional clause on e-commerce, how the trade facilitation requires additional clause. There has to be a debate what is useful and what is not useful. I think that's a good subject for, for some kind of seminars or some kind of discussions later. Tanu, you will have the last word.
Okay, it's quite good. So basically, what you asked actually, I don't have the exact answer right now, but I can tell you what we did cover in the survey, and I can even share numbers later, which is we did ask the firms if they are exporting now, and we did ask them, when did you start exporting? So using that, we could still say something about the journey of these export firms and whether this is one-off or if they are exporting since longer. And we can do that for both integrated and non-integrated firms for that matter. But I think it's an interesting question, and we can include it in the next round of survey, which we will launch soon. The point on GST is also well taken. It did come out in one of our findings as well that integrated firms there's a threshold of 40 lakhs, and the firms that are integrated on platforms, they have to register for GSTN, but more and more Udyam registered firms are opting for GST registration also. So it didn't turn out to be a very big barrier. Another point on e-commerce, on exports that I must mention is that our question the question that we asked in our survey was not specific to exporting through e-commerce platform. It was general export. Are you exporting? So for us, we were trying to see what kind of enterprise is this? Is this and I come back to the main point that we started with, which is productive versus relatively low productive enterprises. And we found that it is the productive enterprises which are integrating more. And we found that these were also the enterprises that were exporting. So not necessarily through platforms. For some enterprises, exports were a part of their business model. So, but I can share the numbers with you subsequently on what was the number of firms which were actually exporting since a longer time.
Well, we are almost on time. And so I will now conclude the session by profusely thanking all our eminent speakers. I think they have shared their wide experience and brought out all relevant issues. I think what they have actually brought out is the crucial elements of the ecosystem that allows SMEs to absorb that technological change that we are talking about and foster inclusive and competitive markets for the benefit of all. See, one point which has come out is how can we facilitate on the ground, and obviously the issues of trust and the bad fish spoiling the pool, etc., comes into being. My feeling is that our Department of Revenue and Government of India has a good experience using the big data analytics of chasing the GST defaulters and the income tax defaulters. I think the same kind of systems will need to be put in place to create that balance between facilitation and control. Well, thank you very much for a very enlightening session.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, paper presenter and panelist, for this engaging discussion. We now request everyone on the dais to pose for photograph. Next. I'll now invite all of you to join for lunch. Please join us back after 40 minutes.
We request all the attendees to kindly please take their seats. We have 5 minutes left. We'll begin shortly. I request everyone to please take their seats. Everyone kindly take their seats. We will be beginning in 2 minutes. I request everyone to kindly take their seats. We will now begin an interactive session with policymakers on e-commerce, an enabler for growth and exports. I request our chair, Mr. Sumanta Chaudhary, former Secretary, Government of India and International Trade expert, to the dais, and our three eminent discussants joining him, Ms. Prupreet Chumrum, Chair, ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement Negotiations. Mr. Lokesh Kumar, Chief General Manager, Export-Import Bank of India. Dr. Dong Yung Park, Economic Advisor, Strategic Knowledge Initiatives, Asian Development Bank. I request all the dignitaries to please come on the dais. Okay. May I now request Mr. Chaudhary to take over, please? Yes, Ms. Prupe will be joining us in 2 minutes. Yes, sir, 2 minutes. I now request Mr. Chaudhary to please take over.
A very good afternoon to you. And normally the session after lunch happens to be the most challenging, whichever way you want to see it. So perhaps with that caveat, let me now move on to this current session, which is about e-commerce, an enabler for growth and exports. And obviously, as the heading suggests, when you're looking at growth and exports, you're obviously looking at both the domestic imperative and the international trade imperatives and how policy making in these areas. But before one delves into and I introduce the panelists, maybe just it's important to see the evolution also of e-commerce and digital trade in a trade context from where it began somewhere in the late 90s, where we had in the 98 ministerial conference the first time some international decision on this issue in terms, of course, of the start of the e-commerce work program in the WTO and, of course, the moratorium of customs duties. And it's traversed a whole distance where today you even have a plethora of digital economy or digital partnership agreements, in a sense started by Singapore, and this is catching up. So you are having only agreements based on this aspect, apart from the fact that in any FTA or trade agreement that you take, whether in this region, whether they are bilateral, whether they are mega FTAs, in some form or the other, e-commerce and digital trade slips in. Of course, the level of ambition, the level of commitments, whether it's a soft obligation, whether these are legal commitments, all these keep changing and evolving. But in other words, this is obviously now realized as something which is integral to, in some sense, the trade dynamics. And there are, of course, I will just draw attention, and some of this is common. I mean, in the discussions which have already been held during the day, some of these challenges which policymakers face and are confronted with. But of course, the whole technology and business models have completely changed. And now both because of other emerging technologies, whether they are AI, they are robotics, they are 3D printing, etc., and the business models that one has been used to, and the business models that laws traditionally have dealt with, all that is under challenge. So one of the biggest challenges is how do you bring about these domestic regulatory frameworks, whether they are the softer, maybe slightly easier parts on electronic authentication, paperless trade, to much more complex issues of data privacy and protection, consumer protection, online consumer protection, cyber security threats and measures, and so on. And particularly in this region, and this is the experience, that more often than not, many countries have such regulations in one or more, but not all. So therefore, there are, first to start with, domestic regulatory gaps which are there. And many countries, of course, are in the process of evolving. India recently has come out with its own Digital Personal Data Protection Act. And of course, this is the experience of most countries in this region. And therefore, one of the biggest challenges is, again, in some sense, how do you maintain this balance between, on the one hand, regulating and somehow at least control, maybe not the right word, but trying to at least monitor and see what's going on, and at the same time also ensure that does not kill innovation, enterprise, newer business models, etc. So this is one of the points that I think certainly the panel would like to touch on. There are, of course, a couple of other issues that I will highlight, and these have been at the center of all the debates. Again, partially we saw. So at one level, there is the challenge at home when in your own systems, you want to bring about paperless trade, you want to ensure, we heard in the last session, the possibility of, single documentation, common documentation, and so on. The other bigger challenge comes how you do this at a regional or bilateral level, where how would you harmonize this? Would you have common documentation? Would systems be able to speak to each other, recognize each other, etc.? So this is a second set of challenges, perhaps, and here, since we are talking of this region, this is perhaps a very, very unique sort of challenge that arises. So it's not just enough to do it within your own borders. You will not have a single system. I think that is almost clear. It's not going to be the ideal single system. So you will have to live with different systems. And within those systems, how do you ensure much greater harmonization, standardization, without having to completely change to one common law, which I think, personally, in my opinion, is perhaps not something that we have achieved or are likely to achieve in the immediate future. So some of these issues, of course, and then there are, of course, two other major problems, again, well documented, well known, but even at the cost of repetition, the digital divide, both within and amongst countries. And we've seen some of the segments where this digital divide exists, but certainly this is an issue. And the second is the interface continuously between the physical part of it and the digital part of it. And these two essentially have also to work in tandem. If one moves, the other doesn't, then you are still not likely to achieve the kind of results and figures that are being mentioned about the growth of e-commerce, both domestically and internationally. So this is going to be another challenge. There are, of course, different ways. And one final thing is that, as I said, since business models are changing, different parts of that transactions are now managed by different platforms. So it's not just one. How do you do a payment interface? How do you ensure the logistics or tracking interface, and so on and so forth? So it's not just one, and each of them at some point will have to also speak to each other and talk with each other. So just to set the tone, but let me now take this opportunity to introduce the panel. Let me first start by saying that, well, this is a short session, so we will have to efficiently manage the time. So once I introduce the panelists, what I would suggest is maybe a first set of questions, and each panelist could take about maximum 4 to 5 minutes. And then we get back with a further round of questions, depending on the time, with another 2 to 3 minutes, perhaps. But let me now turn to the three panelists who are on this panel. To my left is Ms. Priyuprae Chumrum. She is the chair, ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement Negotiations. She's also been associated with a large number of free trade agreement negotiations in the region. And she's also been associated largely with services and investment. To my right, we have Mr. Lokesh Kumar. He is the Chief General Manager, Export-Import Bank of India. This is the bank which looks after the export-import part of it. And he's had long experience in, he looks after the infrastructure cell and, of course, some of the aided projects as well. And to my extreme left, we have Dr. Dongyun Park. He is the Economic Advisor, Strategic Knowledge Initiatives in the Asian Development Bank, and again brings him with a wealth of experience, including, of course, an academic teaching background as well. So let me turn now first to Ms. Priyuprae Chumrum. On the question that I would ask, and this is something which is, we all know that ASEAN countries themselves are at very differing levels, both in terms of the regulatory structures, in terms of the domestic regulatory and laws, and also in terms of their own abilities to sort of do this. So how do you actually, within this ASEAN Digital Economy Framework, take this balance, first within the region, and second, in this context, how do you also ensure to some extent the autonomy and the respect for laws that each country might have, while at the same time ensuring greater collaboration and cooperation?
Thank you very much. Thank you also for the invitations extended to me. Really excited to participate in these sessions. Talking about ASEAN digital economy, digital framework agreements, this is, I think it's a vision of our regions. I think like South Asia, that we see the digital world, it's a future. So this is something that ASEAN is moving towards. And Mr. Sumanta pointed correctly that we are the regions like here, what diverse is a diverse interest and the diverse of the, we don't have the same readiness, I would say. But when we talk about the readiness for the digital economy and how the parties could be associated themselves and comply with the obligations, they need, I think we heard this morning about the lack of internet, infrastructures, and actually largely we will mention about the lack of the soft infrastructure, which is a law and regulations. Regarding DEFA itself, it's our aspirations to have the modern legal binding obligations for all ASEAN 10 countries. Actually, when talking about FTA or the regional corporations, e-commerce chapter or any obligations, this is not a new issue. We've been doing this for quite some time, but how to move ASEAN, move up ASEAN, this is the challenge for DEFA. Actually, when we talk about ASEAN regions, this is a home for the multinational players. This is not just for ASEAN entrepreneurs. We have Indian, we have Sri Lankans, we have US, we have UK, we have also China in the market. So actually all players, entrepreneurs, I think most of the digital economies agreements aim at how to make it cost efficient, reduction of the business cost, also how to make the seamless, because I think we heard a lot of mentions about digital market, it's no border. So actually, how can we really make everything smooth? This is something that the obligations would tailor-made for that. You mentioned about the readiness of the laws or regulations. I don't think the international agreements will just prevail or overrule your domestic law. So actually, we have to strike the balance, also the room for innovation. Sometimes the strict rule is not good for the business because too much for them. And actually, when we draft the agreements, we have to make it more flexible. Flexible in the way that actually you still have the time to review it. And also you have to cater what is the evolving development in the digital economy. Also, we have to talk about why try to facilitate business as much as possible, how the states can still maintain the right to regulate. So actually, for example, like data provisions, for example, you should allow the cross-border data flow, but in the same time, if you have a certain issues, you still have exceptions available, or you still have some security issues that you can still have exceptional or rare circumstance to take legitimate measures to sometimes maybe violate, but still doable under the FTA. So I think therefore, in the process, because of we don't have the same readiness for all parties, but actually along the development in the regions, like mentioned by Cambodia, actually we are in the process of the development of the laws and regimes as well. Actually, we engage with UNCITRAL, UN UNCITRAL, quite a lot. Why we keep mentioning about any laws, regulations, we have to stick to the international standards, because we don't think that the national legislations that, tailor-made from your national aspect alone will be enough. And actually, when talking about the international standard like UN or any particular international recognized bodies, it's the combinations of differences. And actually, certain model that's being developed is already blended. And actually, this is at least is the principles that we should adopt. Why? Because looking at the personal data protections itself, or even certain, for example, electronic invoice, when you're talking about this is also the cost creations for the entrepreneurs. We at today, I mean, I still remember from the beginning of negotiations, I mean, at the WTO or even at the FTA, we talking about specific standards that the parties would like to see. But actually, we have to admit that we come from the different legislations. You are common, you're from civil laws, you have the different origins when you develop the laws. And actually, through the decades, you adopt different standards. This is the fact. But actually, all about digital trades agreements, it's all about interoperability. You don't need to have, we're not asking you to adopt the same rules, the same standards or exactly the same law, but how the system could be operate and interoperability. We're talking about, we just finished DEFA negotiations second round like a few days ago in Laos. Actually, we've been through the articles on e-invoicing. Actually, it's a process of learning from other regions and other agreements, other partners as well. We get certain agreements, negotiators on board. And actually, we learned that actually from the Latin America that they have e-invoicing practices is different from Southeast Asia. But there is a good example, success case that they can interoperable, which is nothing can prohibit you, but actually it's all about how you decide the system to work together. So actually, this is, if it's possible, it's really, seamless digital trade that we are talking about. And this is something that we are looking at. Maybe I touched a bit because in the morning we've been talking about the MSME and also the women. Actually, all this is not just for the big corporations. Don't forget that all the big platforms, the players within the platform is MSME. So actually, when government are talking about SME, I would, in my mind, I would divide it into two groups: how to make them aware and get them on board with the e-commerce system. But secondly, we have to equip them as well the knowledge of how they have to comply with the international issues and obligations. For example, we heard a lot of complaints that they have to face with a lot of costs because you have like personal data protections law, which is even diverse in the ASEAN regions. So even the standards that are complying now. So actually we are trying to streamline that for the DEFA negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruprai. And I think one issue that you rightly raised is this issue of compliances. There are, of course, one is a purely legal set of compliances, which, of course, if you breach, you have, but the others are voluntary or private sort of standards or other principles that you would like to actually sort of maintain. But at the same time, businesses do find it difficult to sort of meet these compliances. So this is, of course, one of the key challenges for policy making that certainly will have to be addressed. And very briefly on the cross-border data flows, which often enough is being a fairly sensitive or divisive issue. To what extent does free flow of information, whether it is financial information, whether it is information relating to more personal issues, on the one hand, how do you ensure this? And on the second hand, as you said, there are exceptions. Now, the real difficulty often is with what these exceptions should be and whether they are merely national security, they are public order or not, or whether they are going beyond into perhaps areas which are more relevant to maintenance, if I say, quote unquote, policy space by different countries. So there is always this on the cross-border data flow. But yes, most of the agreements, whether they are standalone, whether they are FTAs and so on, do have some kind of provisions on this. Though, of course, as I said, the ambition of these provisions differ. So let me turn now to Mr. Lokesh Kumar on a completely slightly different platform. And one, of course, is the traditional support measures that perhaps Exim Bank has been used to for years in terms of the more traditional trade. What are the special challenges that you face in order to promote e-commerce exports? And how do you see the role of e-commerce for developing countries in terms of its uniqueness, and what kinds of specially designed products and strategies does the Exim Bank think it leads to?
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. And thanks to the enlightened audience also for having me here. So first of all, I'd like to tell something about Exim Bank, slightly on a different platform, because Exim is such an institution which many people sometimes we find that perhaps not relate to as to what Exim Bank does. So Exim Bank is in existence for the last 40 years. We act as a bank, a specialized institution, that is financial institution, who are especially created for financing, facilitating and promoting exports from India. So just like CDB, NABARD and other institutes which you are familiar with, Exim is also one of the 100% Government of India owned financial institution. And having said that, we are a financial institution especially created for financing and facilitating and promoting exports from India. I also want to clarify that as an institution, we don't compete with the commercial banks who are also financing and facilitating exports. So we, as a financial institution, complement and supplement the commercial banks and the exporters to facilitate those areas of export, to cover those areas of exports which are perhaps not covered by the commercial bank. For example, project exports to developing country or underdeveloped country like Africa, where the Government of India policy business, the line of credit, the concessional finance scheme or the buyer's credit, these are some of the program which we administer. Through that, we support the Indian EPC contractors or the exporter to enter into those challenging markets. we also have different programs which are slightly different from the commercial banking space. For example, we have a very recently 2 years back, we introduced one program called Ubharte Sitare program. So that program is something which is just like anyone can say that you are financing the SME. True that we are financing the SME, but those SMEs which the commercial bank perhaps will be very off touching because of their USP in terms of technology, USP in terms of growing big and international at the back of their technology and the processes which make them slightly risky proposition. So this program we launched in some 2-3 years back, and today, as I speak, somewhere around 56 entities only we have been able to support. So the number of 56 looks very small from the commercial bank side, but from an entity like Exim Bank is a very good number, and we are doing good progress touching base with different countries. And this is some sort of financing where we are going to the MSE ground level company, which perhaps will not find favor with the commercial bank at the beginning. After a certain level, yes, they will perhaps become the darling of commercial bank, and they will definitely be. So one of the typical example, if I may disclose the name, is Idea Forge. So that was a company which perhaps nobody wanted to touch, but we as Exim Bank touched them, supported them by way of debt as well as equity. And today when they have gone for IPO and came out in the market, the world knows them. So similar type of company we are supporting. So same way we have also come out with a program which we very fondly call TAP, Trade Assistance Program. So under that, the entry to a difficult geography is facilitated. So for an Indian exporter, if he has got an order from a country in Africa which their own bank is not comfortable with, then perhaps we can come into picture. So for example, I'll tell you a live example wherein a exporter, the book publisher from a place in our country, Jhansi, well-known place. So from there, a publisher who publishes all sort of religious books for all religion and supplies to across the globe. But the thing is, most of these requirements, they come from Africa and they are not ready to meet the order. So their own commercial bank is not able to help. So what we do, whenever such transactions come, they come to us and we add our guarantee on their orders and all. And that way he has been able to supply Gita, Ramayana, Quran and Bible, everything to different countries in Africa. So that is a very unique thing which we have done, and perhaps there the transaction and there the support which we provide to the SME sector is not something which would happen if I am not there. So I can proudly say that from the country, this is the first export facilitation program where we guarantee, sitting in India, we guarantee the payment, and other banks across the globe, ADB does that, EBRD does that, Afrexim does that, IFC does that. But from India, we are the first bank and we are doing it. And so far, we have been able to support almost 450 export transactions.
I would ask you to speed up and perhaps focus more on the e-commerce part.
Sir, I'm coming. Sure, sir.
Because we are running short of time.
Thank you, sir. So with that sort of program, we are able to support the transaction which otherwise is not possible. And that brings me to the e-commerce side, e-commerce exports and all. So we have a very interesting platform called Exim Mitra, wherein we provide all sort of information and facilitation for export, wherein a budding exporter and an importer from country can come very well on that platform, and they will be able to know as to what are the opportunities lying ahead. So the challenges which we are facing there is that one is the technological challenge as to, okay, fine, you get that, how do you process the documentation and how do you process the sourcing and how do you certify the documents for the export and all. There perhaps the private sector is very, very active and perhaps taken a leaf out of it. We can also think of ONDC is doing a good job in that, wherein they are trying to internationalize the ONDC platform in different countries. The other good thing which is likely to happen, and that is also happening, the UPI thing getting internationalized. So the payment part in the export, which is very crucial, becomes very, very crucial in case of the e-commerce thing, wherein you are targeting the retailers, not the traditional merchant exporter who have the wherewithal to handle that. So one of the challenge which I feel could be in the e-commerce could be the how do you handle the returns when it comes to return, when somebody is exporting in piecemeal of 1 or 2 pieces, and when you are not that's not meeting their standard, so that comes back. So then how do you handle that thing? That is something where we need to think, and that perhaps needs to handle well. At the same time, having said so, then at the same, when I say the challenges, at the same time, sure, sir. It is equally important to see what are the opportunities which are lying for the e-commerce part. E-commerce, when you do the export through e-commerce. So this enables for a very vast arena of vast ecosystem where you can go and supply your goods, and particularly for the retail, it is very important that you target, and the e-commerce field gives you a platform to approach the global market at your own instead of through a mediator and all. So that is what the benefit you will perhaps be getting in the e-commerce thing. Exim as a bank have been doing the trade assistance program or the factoring, which supports them to a large extent. But on the technology front, we are also trying to cope up and come up through Exim Mitra. Version 2 is likely to be live very soon. And we look forward for Exim Mitra version 3, which will handle this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lokesh, and I'll come back to you with one later question. But now let me turn to Dr. Dong Yun Park. And since you are sort of representing the ADB, so one question that I would raise is, what role do multilateral institutions like the ADB play in supporting the governments in developing and implementing policies that promote e-commerce? And are there any successful sort of examples that you can cite in this region where perhaps, this experiment or this has actually worked out, and or vice versa?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So I can summarize ADB's role in fostering the digital economy, and in particular, digital entrepreneurship in three different channels, through three different channels. One is the one I'm personally involved in as a research economist, right? I'm part of the ADB research department, and that's knowledge products. So a couple of years ago, I led a major ADB flagship report called Entrepreneurship in the Digital Age. Right now, I'm starting a new project on female entrepreneurship, which has a strong digital angle, of course. And I'm also helping a colleague, ADB colleague, do a major project on digitalization for sustainable development. So in addition to such knowledge products, which are basically reports, flagship reports, many of them, we also do capacity building. I think a panelist earlier today talked about the UNESCAP's capacity building program. We're also producing 2 modules, one on digital entrepreneurship and one on impact entrepreneurship, which looks at sustainability issues. And these will be posted. They're currently being prepared. They will be posted at the end of the year on ADB's learning website, or the part of the ADB website that is devoted to learning called ADB e-learning. Secondly, this is not the part I'm directly involved in, but we also have operations that directly support entrepreneurship and digital entrepreneurship in particular. It's called ADB Ventures, and they invest, right, in tech startups, high-tech startups with strong sustainability elements, such as fighting climate change, such as promoting gender equity, and some of them are turning into quite long-term partnerships. And since you asked for success stories, they produce quite a number of success stories. And more generally, of course, ADB recently went to corporate restructuring or reorganization, 2 new priorities thematically. One is ADB will become a climate bank. This was last year, by the way, very recent, June last year. The other is private sector development, and that, of course, is closely related to entrepreneurship. Thirdly, policy dialogue. Okay, so some of my research department colleagues, they're working on comprehensive digital economy partnership agreements, and they will do policy dialogue on that with governments of our developing member countries. And another research department colleague who leads a publication called the SME Monitor, it's an ADB reports that's produced once a year. He's led a lot of dialogue with on digital entrepreneurship with governments of small Pacific countries. I mean, all Pacific countries are quite small. So that's ADB's role in promoting digital entrepreneurship.
Well, thank you, Dr. Park. And of course, issues that you mentioned in terms of course, this is not perhaps the occasion, but just to make a marker on the issue of sustainability and so on. But let me quickly turn back to a second round of maybe just a couple of fun final closing kind of question or remarks that you would like to indicate. And that's more on the role of cross-border collaboration and cooperation. And, has that experiment, to what extent it has sort of actually borne fruit? It's obviously work in progress. We all know that. But what are some of the challenges that we encounter while looking at the cross-border part of it? If Kruprai, you can address that.
Thank you so much. Actually, the DEFA negotiations, we have a timeline of 2 years. So actually within 2 years, I wouldn't imagine what would be, the revolutions or the innovations taking place. So actually it's quite challenging whether, you spend a lot of time to draft the legal text, but actually maybe outdated. So actually, I think the process that DEFA try to have is a stakeholder engagement. When we talk about stakeholder engagement, it doesn't mean that we have to engage with the big corporations, but actually all small and actually also the government as well. We're talking about, that we got a lot of approach from the stakeholders, for example, like foreign missions to ASEAN. We have a lot of partners with the UK, US, EU, you can name, China, Japan, South Korea. We also got, a lot of attractions to the international bodies like UN, UNCTAD, even the World Economic Forums. So actually why we need to engage with them, I think it's important for negotiators to understand what is the trends right now, what is the capacity building activities that they can help negotiators, or even we will have a lot of national activities stem from DEFA negotiations. As mentioned earlier, not the same readiness. For example, like some will be in the process of law, drafting law. So actually we have a lot of partners. We help them to get on board and to get understanding at the local, at the domestic level as well. When we talk about the SME, actually for ASEAN, we have ASEAN Business Advisory Council, and also we have the ASEAN SME pillar that we get the networks and make them recognize how the DEFA will be beneficial to them. So I would say that DEFA not just only take care, but we're talking about the whole ecosystem that ASEAN would like to offer, which is have to be sound, less barrier in terms of regulatory frameworks we are talking about. And actually, don't forget that we shouldn't, as a party or as a nations, we shouldn't really talking about ourselves, but actually we're talking like both sides. Many obligations we are talking, you have to think about how the outflow or the exporter, for example, the digital industry contents, for example, don't forget that your entrepreneur will not just enjoy the regulatory framework in your country only, but if it's a digital, it's borderless. They will have to operate in the external environment as well. So actually, this kind of ecosystem that we try to develop in the regions would be the answer for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rai. Let me now turn to Dr. Park, and one issue, and we all touched upon it, is this issue of digital divide. And what, in your opinion, can policymakers do to address this? It is both within and outside, and also perhaps the role, how do you perceive the role of institutions like ADB as far as, addressing this issue is concerned?
I think the major contribution ADB can make in this regard is, of course, to provide loans that directly help bridge the digital divide. For example, ICT skills training for poorer households and so forth. But I think it's important to note that in bridging the digital divide, it's not just providing a computer and internet access to the poor. Skills training, education, human capital, this is absolutely vital. I think that part of the digital divide should not be neglected.
Thank you. And I think that's absolutely sort of, I think the skills part and the sort of human resource mobilization, I think that's absolutely key, along with, of course, the physical infrastructure. And again, these two need to go hand in hand. But one question to you, Lokesh, and this is more about, are there any possibilities that either the Exim Bank has entered or is just contemplating, and one quick one minute, on similar engagements with Exim Banks or your counterparts within this region? So very quickly, if something has been done or is being contemplated. 1 minute, Lokesh.
100%. Thank you, sir. So Exim Bank has initiated a partnership of all the Exim banks in the Asian region by way of AEBF, Asian Exim Bank Forum. So that forum is going on and is live and kicking and collaborating in sharing the information and communicating with each other for the development so far as export from within the region is concerned. And that has been started by Exim Bank. Let me proudly say that. Going forward, perhaps also, so the one particular thing, digital economy partnership agreement sort of thing, which is perhaps first in the world would be, which has been entered between New Zealand, Singapore and Chile in 2020. Similar sort of thing, perhaps Exim Bank can also look forward to initiate and agitate after this, our Exim Mitra platform, which is largely oriented towards retail, becomes the progressive way, the way forward, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Lokesh. And since we have run out of time, I will not try to sum up on such a complex issue because this touches just about every aspect that we are talking of. But let me again thank the three panelists and of course, all of you. The debate and discussion continues on this subject. But once again, my thanks to all of you for giving us certain insights, specifically with respect to the challenges that this region faces. Thank you.
With this, we come to an end to our session. I would request all the dignitaries to please pose for a photo. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We immediately move to our next panel discussion. We will begin our panel discussion on ensuring consumer protection in the age of e-commerce. While the stage is being laid, I request our moderator, Her Excellency Mrs. Chia Ratta, to please come to the dais. We will have 3 presentations in this session. May I request our presenters, Dr. Rupa Chanda, Director of Trade, Investment and Innovation, UNESCAP, presenting on Regional Digital Trade Integration Index, an overview of where countries stand on digital trade-related regulations. Dr. Adam Triggs, Partner, Mandala Partners and Non-Resident Fellow at Brookings and Australian National University, Canberra, will be joining us online, presenting on how e-commerce can benefit an Australian study. And Dr. Sanjay Katuria, Visiting Senior Fellow, Center for Social and Economic Progress, Visiting Expert, US Institute of Peace, in presenting on facilitating cross-border e-commerce collaborations. Our esteemed panelists for the session are Dr. Archana Goyal Gulati, Professor Vishwanath Pingli, Mr. Avimukt Dar, Ms. Gauri Gokhale, and Mr. Abhishek Kumar. I request Ms. Chia to take over, please.
Thank you so much for the introduction and good afternoon. Today we have been discussing so much about e-commerce and everybody may be very tired. Now we switch gear a little bit to another topic on the e-commerce, which is the ensuring consumer protection on the age of e-commerce. As we gather today, we recognize that the critical role that e-commerce play in our life, transforming the way we shop, we transact and interact. So, as we know that the digital landscape has witnessed an unprecedented surge of e-commerce platform, connecting consumer across border, culture, and time zone. From the bustling market of Mumbai to the serene street of Tokyo, e-commerce has become an integral part of our daily routine. However, with great conveniences come great responsibility. How do we strike the delicate balance between fostering technology, growth, and safeguarding consumer rights? So we have really a great panelist today. Let me introduce you to our panelist, Dr. Archana, the former advisor digital communication from NITI Aayog. She will share her expertise on the digital policy and regulation, focusing on the balance between consumer protection and the data sharing. Professor, he asked me to call him Vishy, the associate professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, bring a wealth of experience from the e-commerce sector, and he will share the insight on the consumer benefit and challenges of the digital age. Mr. Avi, the founding partner of Industrial Law India, will provide his perspective on the regulatory development across APAC related to consumer protection and e-commerce space and data protection. Ms. Gigi, the senior partner of Nishit Desa Associate India, will discuss the impact of the new technology and innovation on regulation and e-commerce space. Mr. Abhishek Kumar, the founding partner at Indis and Governor, New Indian Consumer Initiative, will talk about the role of his organization in the working and consumer and how technology advance and enhance consumer awareness protection. But before we start the panelist discussion, we will have two presentations. One is from Dr. Rupa Chanda. I don't think we need to introduce her, right? Everybody probably know her. She's the Director of Trade, Investment and Innovation at UNESCAP. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Very much. So thanks to ICRIER and MSL and everyone present here. So I think we've been discussing quite a bit about the need for, regulatory dialogue, how we need to sort of come to some common understanding, etc. And in order to do that, we need to first know where we stand in terms of the landscape, regulatory landscape itself. I also wanted to mention that, in the previous session, we had the presentation at the ground level from ESCAP in terms of the capacity building. Now, what I'm presenting here is more of the macro regional picture of the state of play in digital related regulations, specifically digital trade related regulations. Now, a little bit of definition is required because we do need the complement between the macro picture and the micro. right? And that's what we're trying to bridge that gap at the level of policymakers. Now, a little bit of the definitional aspect, because, when we're talking of digital trade, what are we really discussing here? So if you go by the accepted sort of definition of UNCTAD, IMF, OECD, WTO, so we're talking about digitally ordered, digitally delivered. But within that, cross-border e-commerce is a subset, okay, so of digital trade in goods and services. Now, let me just come to the state of play and explain what we are really discussing here. I don't know how visible this is, but what I'll be discussing is the Regional Digital Trade Integration Index, which has been done in partnership with a variety of, the regional economic commissions and led by SCAT in Bangkok. And the idea is really to see how much of similarity or dissimilarity there is in digital trade related regulations. These are at the border and also behind the border. One could look at it in terms of three broad clusters of policies, because there are 11 pillars under this particular index, but three groupings. One set relate to the standard, tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers. So that's one cluster. The second cluster relates to the governance related policies. And the third is other policies, which could be like public procurement related policies, competition policies, etc. And what this index, just to give you a brief understanding, is it's a simple average across these 11 pillars, but within each pillar, there are indicators, and it's a weighted average within each of those pillars. And then you compile all of this to get a score, and a score is between 0 and 1. And anything over 0 indicates three aspects. Basically, there's some sort of differential treatment between the domestic or the foreign provider. There is some sort of compliance cost involved for the business. And the third part of it is relating to some sort of lack of adoption or lack of alignment with international laws or treaties. So all these three sort of principles are underlying the development of this index. How aligned are you with international norms? What sort of compliance costs are there? And are you differentiating between domestic and foreign providers? So taking these 11 pillars and these three clusters of policies, you could say, what do we find? So again, we can look at it in two ways. One is the similarity, dissimilarity aspect, and the other is the compliance cost aspect. So to just put it in a nutshell, what we find is that countries are, of course, liberalizing on the traditional tariff part. So tariffs on ICT-related products, etc., which would affect digital trade, are coming down. But on the non-tariff barriers part and on things like foreign investment in specific areas, or in terms of digital governance-related, data-related policies, there's growing heterogeneity that is happening. That's one part. And there's growing compliance costs in certain parts of regulations, again, such as intermediate reliability, internet intermediate reliability aspects, middling in terms of some of the governance related like data protection. So basically we've got countries which are evolving their national policies, but they're going at different paces, what we heard in the morning, but there's growing heterogeneity in these policies, more convergence on the traditional part, but more divergence when it comes to other sets of policies. Of course, we all know that's because the priorities differ across countries. The stage of development is very different, and there are socioeconomic and many other factors which are driving these differences. Again, because this is a comparative exercise that's being done with other regional economic commissions, what we are finding is that the dissimilarity is greater in the context of Asia Pacific compared to other regions. And that could be explained again by the sort of complex, the heterogeneity that we have also in this region in terms of the small island developing states. And then you have the landlocked countries, you have LDC. So it's really, again, a very heterogeneous group with different priorities and stages of development. Now, here what we are capturing is the number of measures. So you can see here again, it varies, but there's basically the trend is towards a growing number of measures which are affecting digital trade and investment. And most of the new regulations are coming in the area of data governance, data protection, online content moderation, competition, as well as a lot of operating requirements on digital businesses, licensing requirements, certain physical presence requirements, etc. When we look at specific policies like online transactions, for instance, so what we have is it's of course becoming more prevalent. More and more countries are enacting policies in this area. But again, widely sort of divergent policies in this regard. And so basically the point that keeps emerging when you go policy by policy is that if businesses are trying to do business in other markets within Asia Pacific, they'll have to navigate a variety of different regulations. So there'll be more compliance burden, and it's going to actually hamper trade within the region. Consumer protection laws are becoming quite common, but again, regulatory variation. The other interesting thing to note is that because the scoring gives you something whether you've adopted international conventions or not, and basically you find that most countries have not adopted existing international laws in these areas. Similarly, on cybersecurity, you have the same picture. So I won't go again and again, but just to, in the interest of time, to say that on cybersecurity, countries have enacted their laws. The LDCs and the small island developing states are, of course, further behind in this area. But again, very sort of, so you're not adopting the existing UN conventions which are there. So that also means that more and more, what should I say, lack of harmonization, but lack of a common understanding as well. Services trade regulations, while this is not specific to e-commerce, but also commitments taken by countries in other areas such as professional services, computer-related services also have a bearing on such trade, and those also have restrictions in them, and therefore they also are a hindrance. Dispute resolution mechanisms, again, are by and large, you don't really have these, and though there are certain sub-regional groupings like APEC and ASEAN, which do have these, and these are promising initiatives and perhaps could be looked at by countries. On e-contracts, e-payments, paperless trade, again, a same story is emerging here. A small number are participating only in existing conventions such as, the UN Convention on Use of Electronic Communications in International Contracts. Very few have acceded to the cross-border paperless trade agreement, which would be on facilitating paperless trade between countries. And by and large, you find the majority of countries are implementing measures which are restricting access to e-payments, such as sanctioned intermediaries or having local currency requirements. There's absence of mutual recognition as well. So again, what it means is if you're talking of streamlining cross-border transactions, it's actually becoming more complex. In terms of e-commerce facilitation, a big part of e-commerce is also how to facilitate the paperwork, right? So which means going digital in that. So again, if we look at our UN Trade Facilitation Survey, which is done globally every 2 years, and what we find, while nationally countries are making progress in terms of going paperless, but cross-border, because of lack of authentication, mutual recognition, e-signatures, and all those variations that exist and lack of interoperability of those, we don't have much progress. On data protection, again, this was one area that I mentioned, that there's been more and more regulations within countries. So for instance, you have countries putting in requirements for a data protection officer, minimum data retention periods, you have local storage requirements, etc. And we know from the Indian discussion also, this has been quite a lot in the news. There are some regional initiatives, again, in this direction, but again, divergence. Similarly, on online platform regulations, you have stringent rules. One thing in this regard, one also finds lack of international guidelines in some of the areas. This is one of the areas where actually there is lack of clarity in terms of where the international guidelines are going. So again, at the national level, countries are taking their own sort of direction. So how would I summarize what we find from this? There's a very detailed report there, which is on digital regulatory landscape. It's going to be coming out 1 month from now. We do this every few years. Basically, I think the purpose of this particular dialogue, that we need to have many more of such platforms where we actually share information. We find out where countries stand. We find out the gaps. We learn about good practices. We see what are some of the international standards and norms that are available and try to align better with them. Maybe use some of the sub-regional agreements and other initiatives that are there actually as templates, like was mentioned in the previous session, the DEFAs and so on actually provide you that kind of guidance. Specifically in some areas like online consumer protection and cybersecurity, data governance, and online platforms. It depends. In some you have international norms, in some you do not. but countries need to come together a lot more to discuss and understand from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rupa. For the interest of time and one of our panelists need to catch the plane at 6 o'clock, I would like to continue to Dr. Sanjay. Sanjay, did I pronounce? Oh, she's online. Okay, sorry, I was not informed. So I would like to give the floor to Dr. Adam, the partner of Mandala Partner and resident fellow at Brookings and Australian National University, Canberra, on how e-commerce can benefit consumer and Australian study. The floor is yours, Dr. Adam.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me along today. I think this follows nicely from the previous presentation that focused on digital trade and digital investment. What I'd like to focus on is the macroeconomic impacts of e-commerce, but also thinking about the impact of e-commerce on cost of living, which is a big issue in Australia. And it's a big issue in a variety of other countries as well. So we wanted to look at three specific things. We wanted to know what impact e-commerce has on prices online. I think everyone knows that you can save money by shopping online. We wanted to know how big an effect that would be. We then wanted to know whether or not that effect is large enough to shift those big macroeconomic indicators like inflation and interest rates. And then we wanted to know which households benefit the most. So we wanted to know whether or not this is something that benefits high-income households or whether or not it benefits households on lower incomes. So to find out, our team scraped together data on tens of thousands of different products from a whole range of online retailers, including Amazon, eBay, and a variety of others. We collected data on about 60,000 products in total, including the prices of those products and also the broader characteristics of those products as well. We then categorized those products and weighted them in a way that let us do a direct comparison to Australia's inflation metrics, so specifically the Consumer Price Index, so that we could compare the two and see what was happening over time. And that allowed us to do a direct comparison between the price of online products and the price of offline products. And then particularly over that period when Australia's had very high inflation. So what we found is on that graph there, which is that the prices of online products grew at a whopping 10.5% slower than the price of offline products. These effects are fairly significant. So it wasn't just that the prices of online products grew slower than those offline, they actually declined. So while the prices of goods across the overall economy inflated over this period by about almost 8%, the prices of goods online actually deflated and went negative by about 3%. And when we had a look at what impact that had on different households, we found that the average Australian household saved about $3,500, which is about $2,000 US dollars. And that's the equivalent of getting 3 weeks worth of groceries for free every year since 2019. These cost savings were largely in things like toys and pet food and stationery, where households saved nearly $700 over that period. So why is it that online shopping and online retail helps households in this way? The answer is that it was partly a cost efficiency effect, that online retailers don't have the same costs in terms of bricks and mortar stores and physical stores. They save money through reduced rent and reduced in-store handling, centralized inventory management, more automation, all of those things. But what we found was the dominant effect was actually a competition effect. And that's where prices are forced down by the increased competition that comes from having more retailers competing for consumers. So if you imagine certainly people in more remote communities where they don't have as many stores available to them, online shopping and online retail provides a lot more competition for them as well. And we did find that there was a macroeconomic story here. we found that lower prices mean lower inflation, and lower inflation means lower interest rates. So we found that annual inflation was about 0.7 percentage points lower due to competitive pressures from the growth in online retail channels. We found that interest rates would be lower as well, about 0.5 percentage point, which is what came out through our modeling. And this is the equivalent of avoiding 2 interest rate hikes from our Reserve Bank, our central bank, which saves households an additional about, in US dollars, about $1,700 from that process as well. Our key question, though, is who benefits from this? Most of the time, we're told that rich people are the people who do most of their shopping online, and therefore they would benefit the most. But this sort of misses the point. What we found is that it's not just rich people who save from this, but actually, as a percentage of income, poorer people benefited the most. So we found that the lowest quintile of households in Australia, so that is the lowest 20% ranked by income, that they saved almost twice as much from online retail and online shopping compared to the richest quintile, so the richest 20%. And we found that if households were to do more of their online, their shopping online, that there would be more competition, that they would save more as well. So we found that those benefits would rise from about $3,500 to about $6,500. So just to conclude, the key message for policymakers from this is a fairly simple one, and that is that competition is a good thing, and that online retail channels provide a lot more competition that a lot of consumers can get by just shopping locally. So there is a key benefit here in terms of saving money for consumers. But what we found as well is that big macroeconomic saving as well through lower inflation and lower interest rates. Thank you very much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adam, for a very insightful survey. We know that competition is good, right? Bring down the price, benefit to the consumer. But sometimes for the platform owner, when the competition is too much, it can be, they can go bankrupt. So like, for example, in Cambodia, the price were out the formula, they going very low, competing each other until they go bankrupt. So this is something that we have to balance out between the competition and the inflation. Thank you so much. And now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Sanjay. Sorry about that. The visiting Senior Fellow Center for Social and Economic Progress, visiting expert, U.S. Institute of Peace on facilitating cross-border e-commerce collaboration. The floor is yours, Dr. Sanjay.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you, Harpreeta, for this invitation, which took me back a few years in my my last piece of work while I was at the World Bank. So what I'm going to talk about today is work that I did a few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, with my co-authors, Aarti Grover, Viviana Peregro, Aditya Mattu, and Preetam Banerjee. We did this report called Unleashing E-commerce for South Asian Integration. And I guess the important conclusions are remain valid very much today. And more details of what I'm going to say you can find in the report. So we're going to try to use e-commerce to crack a very hard nut, right? To see whether there are any value additions that e-commerce can provide in cracking this intractable nut called South Asia regional trade and regional integration. So using e-commerce as an enabler, using some non-traditional methods which traditional trade has not been able to crack. So let me, I will not get into the background because you've been hearing a lot about it, but we know that just as in traditional trade, also in terms of e-commerce, South Asia cross-border trade is still in the more or less at the drawing board stage when it comes to cross-border e-commerce. And despite vast untapped potential, not just in traditional goods, some of them which can be intermediated by e-commerce, but also for e-commerce itself. So we'll go a little bit into that. Okay. So what does e-commerce do? And this is just a little important for understanding what I'm going to say is, so e-commerce reduces transactions costs in search, in contracting, in payments, and in delivery, right? That's the kind of the non-policy aspect of transactions costs. And then there are other policy transactions costs, which are essentially, when I'm talking about cross-border, we're talking about tariffs and regulations. And in both these spaces, e-commerce can play an interesting role, which I will talk about. So what we're going to do is discuss a practical approach, given all the constraints that we have in the policy space. We're going to discuss a practical approach to improving cross-border e-commerce. So there are 3 stages of unleashing e-commerce at a regional level. And so this development, we believe it's a kind of a natural progression. So first stage is the kind of current stage where the commerce is essentially informal, right? Where the e-commerce players, who are themselves many times informal, are mediating the tariff and logistic challenges of trade. The second stage is you're using the platforms to achieve, sort of make that a little bit more formal. And this third stage is when it achieves kinds of scale, then the government starts to become interested, and then it starts developing policy-based cross-border solutions. So my focus today will be on the second stage, enabling e-commerce transactions, essentially getting overriding or understanding the regulatory barriers, and how can e-commerce help there I'm going to briefly talk about that. So first is enabling regional contracting, right? So as I said, some e-commerce platforms in India are already selling. There are cross-border transactions. You place an order in Kathmandu for an e-commerce delivery. You have informal carriers from India who will carry your product across. Same thing is happening on the Bangladesh-India border and so on. So there are many examples and lots of innovation, sort of what we would call jugaad in the Indian context. A lot of jugaad takes place on e-commerce. But you can have a little bit of formalization of this. You can have 2 options. One is you can have a regional platform with a kind of .sa suffix, where the range of products is limited to those with lower tariffs and costs of delivery. And this model will allow, and if there is let's say 2 countries sign on to this .sa solution, then other countries can also sign on to that in an incremental way. The other way to do it would be for 2 countries to have a bilateral agreement. They recognize each other's transactions, digital transactions, in a formal sense, and therefore the cross-border contracts would become legally binding, right? So, there are 2 ways to do this. So first thing, regional contracting. How can there some sort of limited way to get this going? Second thing is payments, right? We know this is a huge problem, especially when you have countries in crises like Pakistan and Sri Lanka in the regional space. So consumer access to foreign exchange is a huge problem. And we have, in Nepal, there are huge constraints. I mean, central bank imposed constraints in Bangladesh too, although it's liberalized to quite an extent. So as I talked about, there have practical fixes have emerged where you can place an order in local currency and you don't have to worry about the foreign exchange part. But you need more efficient solutions. So you can have cross-border providers like PayPal, for example, to at least you can enable them to receive money, right? In each country, even that is a problem that may be surprising. But PayPal can't receive, in many countries in South Asia, you cannot use PayPal to receive. Sometimes you can use it to export, to import, but not to actually export. So, you could have a kind of regime where central banks could impose limits, caps, but at least this kind of transaction model can get going, where you can have a cap for, let's say, if you want to give preference to intra-regional purchase, then this 50% of this cap can be set aside. A little bit more ambitious could be a digital wallet, a South Asia digital wallet, right? Where, companies that are already advanced in India like Flipkart, Amazon, Paytm, Google, and all of them, you can provide cross-border access to that. Again, it requires some regulatory approvals or permissions from both sides. Third, and a very important part is protecting the consumer, right? I think lots of regulations have come up, but they are extremely uneven. And policy, I believe, I submit to you that actually policy is only playing a catch-up game here, at least when it comes to big firms. Big players have a reputation to protect, right? And they have consumer ratings that come up, which perform a kind of a watchdog role. And in fact, consumers tend to rely more on the reputation of large firms than on regulations to actually protect them. And digital platforms often go beyond the law, in terms of protection, because of reputation effects are very important. So one part of protection is returns, right? We all return stuff that is done. In India, it's actually particularly easy, to have returns done. Believe me, shopping experience from across the world, I think we have one of the most easiest return regimes that prevail anywhere in the world. So that cross-border returns, of course, is a problem, right? How do you do a cross-border return across a border? And so there, you may therefore want to start incrementally. You sort of agree on a limited set of products. When you supply cross-border, you have a local representative who takes charge of those cross-border returns. But as confidence increases, this volume, so this is a network effect here, will happen. The fourth element is creating a practical tariff and delivery regime. We know all the problems, tariffs, non-tariff barriers, and all of that. But e-commerce can help in so many people-to-people kind of exchanges almost, right? Somebody produces a shawl in Northeast India, wants to export her shawl to Kathmandu. It can be done easily, mediated through this de minimis small parcel regime, where you have zero duties for imports below the threshold, and also the threshold regime, where in the threshold regime, it's very important to have a predictable duty, not so much a zero duty, but a predictable duty. That's very important, so that the parcel is fast-tracked. Similarly, you can have some caps on the transactions and so on. And there can be more competition in this, for example, between and cooperation agreements between postal services providers and cross-border vehicular access and so on. And the final area here that I want to present to you is a regional market for e-transport. We haven't got there, we're nowhere there. But transport is obviously, logistics are an input in e-commerce, but themselves can be made more efficient, right? Through cross-border competition and allowing e-commerce to mediate that service, right? So you can have, for example, you can have hybrid models of goods and passenger transport, where an app-based aggregators can, you can have a truck which is carrying goods can also carry passengers, or the other way around. More likely, carrying passengers can put some luggage in the boot. Currently, regulations do not permit this kind of thing. So you can extend e-commerce into the transport and logistics space cross-border, which can unleash actually very significant efficiency gains. We know how inefficient logistics sometimes, or the lack of competition and the vested interests that prevail. So eventually, when this becomes big and interesting, then policymakers can say, okay, this is an interesting space. Whether it is .sa, you can have Paytm, Amazon.sa or Flipkart.sa coming into being. Hopefully in the near future, not too distant future, and that will sort of make this get to the third stage of this process of development. So I won't repeat what I have said in the interest of time. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay. This is really good, insightful about the predictive duty that I can learn from you today. And I hope that if we can, all the region have this predictive duty, it would be great, right? So it's very hopeful. Thank you. Now I would like to start our panelist discussion, as I already had introduced earlier. So I would start with Dr. Archana. Would you like to go first? You have to go. You have that. All right, great. Because he had to catch the plane. So, Dr. Archana, as a professor and expert on digital policy and regulation, how do you think companies should view consumer protection and balance it with the objective of data sharing? What measure can e-commerce platform implement to ensure a secure and transparent consumer experience? Please go ahead, Dr. Archana.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to ICRIER for inviting me. This has been a very interesting, entire session has been terribly interesting. I've been listening and learning a lot. Now, I don't know if you read my profile, but a little bit about me. I've been a civil servant, a regulator. I have headed public policy at Google. I am a professor, and I have worked at the law firm. So the thing that I tell my students when coming to this question is that you need to wear all the hats. So if anybody is familiar with Harry Potter, you need to wear Gryffindor, you need to wear Slytherin, you need to wear Hufflepuff, and you need to wear Ravenclaw too. Only then can you really understand this space. Because very often we sort of make the big platforms or e-commerce companies sound like the very devils. But as consumers, we really want those services to be personalized, and we want our data to be actually used to deliver personalized services to us. So we're all aware that the business model right now is that we as consumers are very spoiled. We want everything free. And when we log on to an e-commerce site or social media site, we want goods and services that we like. We don't want to sift through a ton of platforms and different links to be able to find the products that we like. But we are also aware that we are giving away our data for this. And what perhaps we are not aware as consumers is that each one of us is nothing but a digital ID. Each one of us has created a billion data points, which are put together with a digital ID, and they're traded every minute of the day. So where do we strike the balance then? I think the most important thing for us to realize, and the other thing that I tell my students is, at the end of the day, not even the e-commerce company can succeed in the long run unless they have the consumer's trust. So think for a minute. I was just reading yesterday about Gen Z. So apparently, taking a little parallel, a little bit off the track, they keep their phones on Do Not Disturb 24/7. Now, I don't know how many Gen Zs there are around, but the funniest thing that I read in that was something that I shared with my daughter, which said that I keep my phone on Do Not Disturb because 99% of the calls that I receive are spam calls, and 1% is my mother. So what are we learning here? What we're learning is that we're losing consumers. If we don't respect the consumer's privacy or the consumer's requirement for quality of service, we're actually losing a consumer, which is actually lose-lose for everybody, and not even a regulator or policymaker would want that. So I think the solution as far as platforms and e-commerce companies are concerned is to put the consumer's trust, safety, and welfare center stage, because that's the only way they can succeed. It's high time that they become more transparent, and algorithmic transparency is a part of this. So as a consumer, I'm very happy when I'm served up, goods and services I like, but I'm not so happy when a taxi app charges me more just because my battery strength is low. So I think it's time for transparency. It's time for genuine self-regulation and genuinely putting the consumer center stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Gen Z. We don't have any in this room, right?
We have some.
Oh, we have one. Okay, is it true?
True.
Okay. Thank you so much. So now I would like to give the floor to Professor Vishy, right? You want me to call Vishy? Okay, thank you. So please share your experience working on the e-commerce sector and how it benefits the consumer in the country and globally. And I will add another question. What are the likely challenges for ensuring consumer protection in the age of digitalization and e-commerce? These challenges may include loss of privacy and financial payment-related issues. How can regulator balance the objective of promoting exports through e-commerce and consumer protection? The floor is yours, Dr.
Thank you. First of all, thanks, Arpita, for calling me and having me here. Bless you, by the way. And when Chair offered whether I wanted to go first, I should have said yes, because pretty much everything that I wanted to say, Archana, you already covered. So therefore, I don't know, I'm tongue-tied in some sense and trying to figure out what to say next. Many people have given you surveys since morning, very interesting surveys, and I'm no exception either. I'm also going to give you a survey. My co-authors and I, Nishant Chadda at ISB and Daniel Sokol at USC, and we've surveyed close to 1,500 MSMEs in the last year, and we got a few insights. First of all, when people talk about consumer in a digital space, we always talk about the person who is buying the product. I actually believe that consumers in a digital space are both businesses who are selling the product as well as the consumers who are buying the product. So this survey was meant for one type of a consumer called small and medium enterprises, which are not tech-based, because again, tech-based, there'll be a huge selection bias in the sample. Few things that we found. The ones who use digital tend to do businesses much more in larger geographies than the firms that are still in the traditional modes, forgive my choice of words. Not just that, and many of our firms have an output of less than 50 lakhs, right? I mean, roughly 20% of our sample has an output of less than 50 lakhs a year, and more than 90% has less than 10 crores. So therefore, you're talking about tiny, tiny firms. And here is where the surprising thing was for me, having been brought up on the bread and butter of 1980s and 90s Bollywood movies. When somebody talks about exports, I always think about a closed room with a lot of gold rings on the fingers. What we're talking about here is that 50 lakh person, and I have so many students who are going into entrepreneurship at IIM Ahmedabad. Tiny, tiny businesses are now starting to think about exports. So therefore, to answer your first part of the question, how is the consumer benefited? The consumer is benefited a heck lot without any question, it seems. People who don't even think about businesses are getting into businesses. One of my students got into business of selling nuts. I said, are you nuts? Would you like to get into perfectly competitive markets? That's what I taught you not to go into during my economics classes. He said, no, I actually know how to make this work on a digital platform. And he is doing a roaring business right now, and he's scaled up significantly using digital platform. The survey was not just a survey. We also interviewed in-depth 30, 40 entrepreneurs, both from my network and outside my network. And we've reached out and did a very thorough questionnaire. The kind of variety that is coming up, which is amazing. So therefore, when you combine all these, even if you look at the other side of the platform, which is the end consumer that you're talking about, I actually see that the utility is going up. I mean, in some sense, I agree with when Archana said that the consumer is pampered in some sense, right? So therefore, when something is coming for free, you're the product. I think that, or so goes the management cliche, which is probably true in today's words. Now, let me also address a couple of concerns that we came across when we were interviewing these folks, especially in the qualitative research that we did and not the quantitative research. We came across a few challenges. One is, I actually do believe that there is a role for the government as well as for these digital platforms to educate small businesses on how to do business with it. While you actually see a lot of small businesses wanting to get on platform, the education part is very, very important. Few months ago, in a building not so very far from here, one of my reports on mobile commerce got inaugurated. Right. And I think in that we were actually claiming that the next generation of business in India is going to be mobile based in every sense of the word. So therefore, e-commerce is a good thing, but m-commerce is probably the in thing. And very soon we might even cross that as I think the trend suggests. But m-commerce is the in thing. So therefore, how do you use your smartphone? I mean, let's not kid ourselves. The machine that we have in our pockets is not a phone, it's a mini computer. It probably is more powerful than the laptop I bought when I just started my PhD in the US, in every sense of the word, right? So therefore, I think the idea is for us to actually figure out these things and educate. And the education duty is not just governments alone. I disagree here. I actually think that the platforms have to take a step forward and start talking more about how to make this work. The final one that or maybe there are two just very quickly. Another one is policy uncertainty. Whether I disagree with a policy or agree with a policy is a second thing, as far as I'm concerned. We will figure out a strategy on how to work with a policy that is not in my line of thought. In fact, the point is policy uncertainty is something that I'm always scared of as a management professor. And I think in one of my other papers that we published recently, we actually show very clearly that when policy uncertainty happens, foreign firms are the ones that actually suffer more than the domestic firms do. So therefore, when somebody is talking about policy, it gladdens my heart for the simple reason that good or bad, I don't know, but there's some kind of a certainty that is returning to the market and the firms can actually develop their own strategies around it. So therefore, this is where I think a forum like this, which brings a clarity of thought, is very, very important. I will also extend that education bit to one final thing. Whenever we talk about data privacy, whenever we talk about all these, I have a set of students that I actually talk to. Do you actually know what you're talking about? What people are talking about when it comes to data privacy? My sense is they have no clue. And I'm talking about the people who are highly educated, here, and they seem to tell me that they have no clue. So what are we talking about as far as consumer privacy is concerned? So therefore, I think for me, the biggest challenge that I see is how do we get these consumers attuned to what the policy or the bill is all about? Those are my initial thoughts, but I'll stop here. And
Thank you so much, Professor. Very true about the policy uncertainty. As the foreign company, they always fear of the changes of policy, right? So before they invest in a foreign country, they always look at those type of policy. Thank you so much for highlighting that up. Now I would like to go to Miss Gigi, Senior Partner of Nishit Desai Association, India. So how do you envision regulation shaping up in terms of new technology and innovation being introduced in the e-commerce space, such as shopping on short video platform, AI-generated content, etc.? And what emerging issues should regulators consider while designing regulation to protect consumer interests? Do new age technology like artificial intelligence, AI, pose a threat to consumer experience on e-commerce platform? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I start, I just want to confirm that my 19-year-old son does keep his mobile on silent all the time. Back in 1998, when I did my master's in consumer protection, and where we are now, I think things have changed substantially, especially in the background of the digital platforms and the growth of new technologies that you mentioned. I think when I look at this the space, from far, more as a consumer than as a lawyer, what we'll realize is that the e-commerce experience is going to just go, enhance with new technologies. For example, we are talking about, social commerce. That means an influencer coming in, talking about products, you can click and you can directly be redirected to the page for buying. You're talking about metaverse, where you will, go experience the storeroom, in a digital world and try to do purchases, right? So when you're talking about these new technologies, I think from a regulatory and policy perspective, what I've realized is that the basic, enacted law can only set out the principles. For example, the disclosure requirements, the payment protection requirements, or for example, consumer redressal rights, awareness, etc. But what will work overall, in my view, in this context is a constantly flexible guidelines. And I think that is the model that India has adopted as well under the new Consumer Protection Act of 2019, where there is a base law, there will be rules and rules that will be enacted. But we will see that the Consumer Protection Authority constantly coming out with guidelines in consultation with the industry. And why does it help? In that context, I'll call out in the context of digital commerce. For example, the dark pattern regulations that we came out with, those specifically dealt with issues on consumer protection in a digital world. Now that can be achieved only once there is an industry consultation, understand, what are the real issues of the consumer in the context of digital space. For example, you have, and since morning, a lot has been spoken on the organized digital platforms, which are marketplaces. And I think I completely echo what, Dr. Sanjay said about the fact that they want to protect their brand. When they want to protect their brand, they will go all out and do a lawless behavior. Even if, for example, the BI standards on review that came as a recommendatory model, but for all you know, they may even go and adopt it. So that's the behavior we have seen generally. What we are really talking about when we are talking about is an unorganized e-commerce. That is where I believe the consumer needs maximum protection with the digital, changing environment. Because, for example, a platform that is not meant for e-commerce, and I'm going as an influencer and trying to do e-commerce through that platform, right? In that space, that is where I feel coming back to the regulatory landscape, I feel that thus far, like in India, we had till 2019, a court-driven mechanism for consumer redressal. Now what we have is a regulator. And I think that is where we should move on, where the regulators take charge, they do surveillance, they do identification of the issues, and then take proactive measures, even at a regional level, like what we saw, in European context, they do have something called Consumer Protection Cooperation Network. So even, I think those are the steps that are required, where there is more of, regulatory intervention voluntarily than just by a consumer complaint. So I think, and because of the fact that the technologies are moving so fast, the issues will also continuously evolve. And unless there is a constant, sort of oversight on that, the law will always have to catch up, as we always say. So I think that is quickly on general, unorganized commerce that we are seeing because of new technologies. And quickly on AI, I just want to, echo, what Archana said, is on the fact that there has to be a balance, because AI adoption will give you personalized services, will give you fraud detection, will give secure mechanism, etc. But on the other hand, there have been talks about bias, discrimination, and privacy issues. So whichever laws that we come out with, especially in the context of keeping consumer at the center, because when we talk about AI, there are multiple facets to that. But if you want to talk consumer at the center, then the law has to also enable the growth of the AI, sort of use of technology on digital platforms, which are in consumer benefit, not just try to clamp them down, but actually use them for consumer benefit. But at the same time, be aware of the, the pitfalls, the harms, and then achieve a balance. So I'll stop here for the time being, and then maybe some other questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gigi. It's really strike a balance for us that AI is so easy for us, but then there is no privacy. E-commerce is so easy that we just place an order, but they know exactly what we buy, where we live, and how we communicate to each other. So this is very important about the privacy. Thank you so much. So now I turn into Avi, the founding partner of Industrial Law India. What are your views on the regulatory development across APAC related to consumer protection in the e-commerce space and data protection? What are some of the best practices that can be replicated by other APAC countries? And do you think regulatory overreach is an issue in an e-commerce space in APAC region? How should regulation be designed to protect consumer interest and promote e-commerce? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Radha, and thank you, for this lovely conference. I just have to start with a caveat, which is that, of course, I'm not qualified to practice law in any Asia Pacific region other than India. But at a very high level, at a very high level, from a policy perspective, I think it is quite clear that there are certain key tenets which are followed by jurisdictions across this region, be it Indonesia, be it China, be it South Korea, Malaysia, Cambodia, as well as India. One of the principal issues that all these countries face, and most of them are developing countries, I'm not including Japan here, of course. The key issue that most of these countries face is that e-commerce is a huge boon to any developing country or any emerging market. And in that sense, I think as the other speakers also mentioned, it actually reduces the risk of fraud. It actually reduces the risk of defective goods or deficient services, which of course was the underpinning of our own consumer protection law in India way back in the 80s. So in a sense, this is felt across the region that there is a reduction. Now, in terms of regulatory trust, I think one overarching principle is there are certain haves and have-nots in the e-commerce space, and this is linked to the ownership of e-commerce companies, ownership of platforms. And that sometimes leads to certain, if I may say, anomalies in how the policymakers are approaching e-commerce. So for instance, when I was looking at China, I saw that in China, the regulator is very pro e-commerce. Now that is understandable because they have driven out pretty much all foreign e-commerce companies from China. So it is a very closed garden of domestic firms, and they are able to concentrate on consumer welfare in terms of promoting more e-commerce and reducing the issues which, say, the Europeans are facing over gatekeepers, for instance. So in that sense, India is somewhere in the middle. We have some large e-commerce and digital firms coming up in India. We also have a very large, thriving startup ecosystem in India, which is constantly spinning out companies in the space. But we also have significant foreign ownership of big tech companies. So in that sense, this is one aspect that I noticed where there is a slight deviation from the norm, that policymakers also want to regulate big tech, while at the same time, they want to protect consumers. And the other issue is that as e-commerce evolves, I think one of the focus areas of everyone are the Gen Z, for instance, and I hate to keep on calling them out. I don't have any Gen Z friends, I think, unless we're talking about the very junior associates at my law firm. But the Gen Z, of course, have this issue that they face in the sense that they can be controlled by e-commerce in some ways. And that's why you see jurisdictions like South Korea coming out quite strongly on dark patterns. I think Gauri also touched upon dark patterns, and that is something which the Indian government is also trying to focus on. We finally in India have a data protection law, which is, the rules are still awaited, but that will go a long way in regulating some of the more dubious aspects of e-commerce, which we've heard for the last 2 decades, that effectively e-commerce companies sell your data. Of course, they don't sell the data in the classic sense, right? I think all of us now realize that. But they do manipulate data, and they do use it for purposes which can be anti-competitive at times. So these are issues which I think most jurisdictions are grappling with. India and China have one similarity in this region, which is that we have very large populations. Right? A Chinese friend told me a couple of years back that if we count thoroughly, we would find that we've already crossed China. And I laughed at him, but he was quite right. We have crossed China now, and that creates a certain resource quality to our data. I think only maybe Indonesia or perhaps Pakistan will come close to the number of people we have and the interest that big data companies have in us for this reason. So that also creates a certain reflection on policy. One other and pretty much relevant aspect of consumer protection is that at a very high level, we keep looking at legislation. Like, for example, even in my brief survey, I'm looking at, say, Cambodia, and I'm just seeing it as an internet high-level read. But the proof of the pudding is in the regulators. So, for example, in India, we have the CCPA as a regulator. And we did notice in the last couple of years some, if I may say, aggressive moves by the regulator. So that is also very important, that regulations, for example, clearly distinguish between sellers and marketplaces. But that distinction, which rests on platform immunity, of course, can become very tenuous if regulators and courts become very aggressive. So that is something to watch out for, that a harmonized approach where platform immunity is still respected, because and I also totally echo Dr. Katoria's statement that platforms have an inherent, just like a shopping mall, right? I won't even talk tech. Even a shopping mall at a very basic level, offline level, has an inherent enlightened self-interest in ensuring that the shopkeepers are honest, right? That's because you don't, there is, malls in Delhi, for example, the infamous Palika Bazaar, right? So imagine if you were the operator of that mall, right? So you have, your reputation is intrinsically linked to the sellers or the merchants. And in that sense, it is important for the regulator to also understand and respect that to some extent.
Thank you so much, Wei, for highlighting that up the gatekeeper and the regulator big text to protect consumer, because we know that our data stay with them forever. It's not like, even though the rule and regulations say that they can only save for 5 years our information, but in reality, we know that data is king, so they never delete our information. So this is something that how can we balance that and how we enforce it? So I come to my last panelist, last but not least, Mr. Abhishek Kumar, the founding partner of Index and Governor, New India Consumer Initiative, NISI. So what is the role of the New Indian Consumer Initiative? How can organizations such as your work for the consumer, both within the cross APAC country? And how can technology advancement be leveraged to enhance consumer awareness and protection regarding their right, privacy, false claim, etc.? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I represent the INDIC Associates, which is actually an abbreviation of Individual, Citizen, and Consumer. And our focus is to aid subnational action for national development. So I'll be speaking from ground below, from consumer perspective and also from states perspective, because we do think that states are the engines of trade, but very little attention is paid in discourse at the state level when we're talking about even redefining trade in the era of e-commerce. Having said that, Vishwanath, I completely agree. It's a very difficult task to be last in order because most of the ground has been covered. But so I was thinking, how do I structure this talk? Because you can't prepare when so many erudite speakers are there. And I found myself moving towards more meta aspects than actually micro, because most of the micro and macro has been covered. At the meta level, I would like to draw everyone's attention from consumer protection point of view, from consumer point of view, because I think there has to be a distinction between consumer protection and consumer welfare, which I'll come to in a short while, is Article 39 of the Constitution. And I was reminded by a dear friend a couple of days back in an event that we were doing on climate finance. One of the objectives of Article 39 of Constitution of India, part of the Directive Principles of State Policy, says that the operation of the economic system should not result in concentration of wealth and means of production to the common detriment. Now look at what is happening. 66 states in India contribute to 65% GDP. These are the 6 states which are consuming most of the electricity. These are the 6 states where e-commerce transactions are maximum. What's the story that I like to take back is that new businesses, and this is where states' role becomes very, very important, have also a role to play in more equitable distribution of wealth. And I think that's a larger point in creating policy conditions for businesses that is often overlooked. Now, consumer welfare and consumer protection, I think we need that distinction very clearly, because digital public infrastructure, growth of sectors is such a phenomenal aspect to consider that we don't think the protection regime in itself, which is rights-based and redressal-based through courts and tribunals, can actually catch up. Neither can policy, but to a larger extent, policy can answer those questions. And I think previous speakers have reflected on some of those policy aspects. So it's a combination of both that is needed. In the event of lack of state capacity and thinking about consumer welfare / protection, I think India is already setting a template on self-regulation, and this is coming across industries, which is what we need. because there is a lack of trust between policymakers, businesses, and even citizens. So I think self-regulatory organizations should be the way forward as we move ahead in this approach to address consumer protection / welfare. But that won't be sufficient. In our view, that won't be sufficient because when you look at grievances, I mean, just think of yourself as a consumer for a moment and recall an incident when you were dealing with some kind of a grievance. It is frustrating because it's a personal issue. And so what happens is institutions, courts, even policies cannot personalize their approach and addressal towards your personal angst. And that is where we see human service can be played out by a lot of organizations, since you asked that question, to be an intermediary between consumers and rest of the setup for consumer protections. And that's where organizations like ours come in. Unfortunately, it's very difficult because much of the work that we do is actually pro bono, pretty much, despite the fact that there is Consumer Welfare Fund, which is sitting with the Consumer Affairs Ministry, which could be potentially better utilized. But at the same time, I would emphasize that there's also need to create new generation institutions, these intermediary institutions who understand the conversations of new economy. And that's where old institutions and new institutions must come together, and these platforms could be very, very useful. Rushing through very quickly towards the last couple of points. Well, it's well recognized, and I think many speakers have spoken about it earlier. What approach should we take? Should it be a policy approach? Should it be a more sectoral approach? I think let it evolve. Let's not over-engineer it. Keep it broad. Create systems of trusts through layers of interaction between consumers and businesses and government, and try to bridge that trust gap before we come to a policy approach. And I tell you one more thing, which is very interesting. Somebody spoke about systems thinking. Probably 2 years down the line, this stage itself, we will be having a conversation where much of the systems integration would have happened on the back of AI. So while we engineer an approach, probably technology will have overtaken us as we speak. So I just like to put out those couple of points. My last point is that there is always this thing, should consumer be at the center, or should it be at the top? Should it be at the bottom? I don't know where it should be, but it's a raison d'etre for the economy because it is the principal donor for all sectors. Rarely do we see that there's a consumer impact assessment, but oftentimes we heard there's a regulatory impact assessment. I'm sorry, we need to bring CIA as a core evidence-based policymaking tool if we really are thinking about consumers and trying to correct the economic wealth distribution that I just mentioned in the beginning. And last, just a thought, when you're talking about yes, yeah, that's it does catch your fancy. Last thing is that when you're talking about discretionary spending on shopping, and Dipinder Goyal from Zomato said, it is a form of entertainment. God only knows, because we have so many convergence papers coming from TRAI. How does the future look like? Would e-commerce at discretionary spending would be classified as commerce or entertainment? In that case, we're talking about many more regulators coming in picture. So just warm up to what's happening. Trust-based system for consumer protection, consumer welfare should be the way ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Look like I don't have any more time. So I would like to thank all the panelists today for their very insightful comment and intervention. And please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our moderator, panelists, and the presenters. I would request all of you to please stand up for a photograph.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. While we take a short tea break, I request everyone to kindly take their tea, coffees, and please be seated at the table.
Yeah. So of course I know
We'll be moving to the next session immediately.
Very what should I say, very protective of that term, but but it would be a pleasure to work with you. No?
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep in touch.
Yeah.
You have your I'm learning.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I would request everyone to please take their tea, coffees and be seated at the table. Request everyone to be seated. Moving to our next I request everyone to be seated. We will now be moving on to our next panel discussion. We will now begin with our next panel discussion on e-commerce trade and cross-border data flows. I would request our moderator, Dr. Payal Malik, visiting professor ICRIER and advisor and head economics, Competition Commission of India, to come to the dais. Formally. Former advisor and head economics, Competition Commission of India, to please come to the dais. I would like to invite our presenter, Dr. Mansi Kedia, Senior Fellow ICRIER, to the dais, who will be presenting on the topic, Enabling Cross-Border Data Flows within BBINs, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, towards regional integration. I would also request our esteemed panelist, Dr. Henry.
I'm a gig worker now.
Dr. Rajat Kathuria.
Which I love.
Mr. Swarnim Rai Srivastava. Mr. Lalit Kalra to join the dais.
Good. I'll tell you. I'll be calling him Pankaj later on.
I'll give you a small update on what we did discuss. Recent day, we'll have to be able to call out the right information from that. Rajat sir is chatting as usual. Missing. Sir, piche kare.
That is why, because I was told the last minute to do this.
I figured. So then I thought I should be, somebody should be there because she may not be able to take it.
Aarti was there or not?
I request Dr.
Aarti
Rajat to
actually
please join us
maybe,
in the dais.
and I don't know why she.
That is why she must have troubled you. I told Aarti.
So no one told me anything. I joined on my own only, I think.
There is Sanjeet Singh.
Oh. I request everybody to listen and take silence. Now start the discussion.
संजीत सिंह की शक्ल को क्या हो गया?
Partners in crime. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है.
Over to you, Payal ma'am.
Thank you very much. We are now into almost 3/4 of the program, and I am very, very delighted that I have been asked to moderate the session on e-commerce trade and cross-border data flows. So two diverse topics have been fused with each other, and I have worked on both independently, but not thought of them together. And I am really, really looking forward to this panel discussion because how the two fuse together and what are the constellations between them would come out from this discussion. Trade, as we all know, is a great economic emancipator, and digitalization of e-commerce trade promises tremendous opportunities for growth and economic well-being. Significant reforms in digital trade facilitation, such as automated customs systems, electronic single window systems, etc., and other laws and regulations have led to the reduction in trade costs and advancements in regional trade. However, in recent years, concerns about personal data protection and national security have led many countries to introduce regulations on cross-border transfer of data. Regulatory fragmentation in cross-border data flows is found to impact the quantum of cross-border trade. So what does empirical studies show us? Empirical studies, cross-country econometric analysis show us that a 1-point increase in data restrictiveness can reduce the gross trade output by 7%. In this context, cross-border data flows regulatory architecture has become a key governance issue. India, as all of you or some of you would be aware, has opted for a blacklist approach to cross-border data transfers. That is, all countries are considered suitable for the transfer of personal data, except those specifically notified. That's what is in the law, which has to become operational soon after the rules have been notified. However, increasingly now, and that is why we are here in this panel, cross-border data flows are also being discussed and addressed in trade agreements and have a relevance towards trade flows and especially with digitalization to e-commerce. Several pertinent questions arise in this context. How do nation states wanting to promote cross-border e-commerce trade balance the twin objectives of facilitating digital trade, which involves cross-border data flows while protecting consumer interests and national data sovereignty? There are several facets to this simple question, such as harmonization, data sharing, etc. And our panelists here, an esteemed panel, I must say, would be illuminating on these various facets. How useful can trade agreements now be in facilitating cross-border e-commerce transactions? And in what ways can technology and innovation be harnessed to facilitate seamless cross-border data flows while addressing concerns of cybersecurity and data breaches? Several contesting forces acting. So and policy is always messy, and what experts help policymakers to do is to filter the right message such that messy policymaking becomes simple. And thanks to Arpita for having this very wonderful session on the program. I will now just quickly move to introduce the panelists. I have on my left Dr. Henry Gao. From what little I know of you, a very brilliant professor of law and an expert in this field from Singapore Management University. Then on my extreme right, I have Dr. Rajat Kathuria, whom all at ICRIER know. But currently, he is the Dean, School of Humanities and Social Sciences and Professor Economics at the Shiv Nadar University. On my second left is Swarnim Rai Srivastava, who calls himself a legal and tech policy consultant. And on the extreme left is Mr. Lalit Kalra, partner cybersecurity consulting, Ernst & Young. So my role here is extremely simple, and I'm glad I don't have to make any interventions. But most importantly, we have Dr. Mansi Kedia on my right, who is my colleague at the Digital Economy Startup Innovation thematic area. She's a senior fellow at ICRIER, and she would start the discussions with a presentation, which is the early findings from a World Bank-sponsored study titled Enabling Cross-Border Data Flows Within BBNI-INS, another acronym, not CIA. It is Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, towards regional integration. Over to you, Mansi. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I think the context setting helps me skip some of my slides. So thank you, Payal ma'am, for that. I'm going to be making the presentation on behalf of the team that is working on the study, Bhargavi, Saloni, and Shiva at ICRIER, who have been working with me and mentored by Payal ma'am and Deepak sir. So what we've tried to look at in this study is to see how the data governance frameworks have evolved in each of these countries, and they have evolved very differently, India probably being the most mature, and whether or not they create any frictions or add to the frictions in enabling trade, and more specifically digital trade within the region. And given that all of this is happening, is there a way in which we can create or facilitate frameworks for cross-border data flows as have emerged in other parts of the world and in other regional agreements? So let me just walk you through what we have done. And we're the India partner for this 5 think tank group. So we are presenting India's views, but it also brings into perspective the findings from other countries, how Sri Lanka is viewing this, how Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan are also viewing this. Some of the key trends. So the first thing is to note that globalization is increasingly being driven by cross-border flow of information. So while movement of goods, services, people, and capital is growing, but it's growing far more slowly than information is flowing across the world. But what that is also leading to is a lot of restrictions on how data must flow. And this is emerging from various concerns of sovereignty, cybersecurity, all things that were mentioned in the introductory remarks. This is an index that has been created. This is from 2023. This is an index created by the Global Data Alliance. It's called the Cross-Border Data Policy Index that ranks regulations across different countries and tries to arrive at a score to be able to determine. So the higher the score, the more restrictive cross-border data flow regulations are in that particular country. And some of the things they look at is data required to stay in the country, blanket, like, with no exceptions? Are there unreasonable conditions on transferring data abroad and things like that? And one can look at their database. It's fairly extensive. They explain their methodology really well. But the idea of putting this data out here was to motivate that while data flows are guiding a lot of the trade, digital trade, we also see a opposite force in terms of higher regulations. So if you want to go back to the physical trade world, it is like higher trade, but rising non-tariff barriers and tariff barriers. So higher information flows and more restrictions on flow of data. Economic implications, some were covered, but there are tons of reports that have been brought out on what data flows can do to digital trade, one of which was done at ICRIER along with Dr. Kathuria, where we had tried to bring out an estimate of how information flows can help promote trade. Most of these studies you will see were done in 2015, 16, 17, 18, when the legislations around data flows were emerging. So you don't see so many of them right now because the regulations have either formed or have already been informed by policymakers who understand what the implications of this is. So a lot of this study was done before that, 15, 16, 17, 18, when more persuasive arguments were being made to governments to tell them, don't put blanket restrictions on flow of data because they have economic implications, including on trade, investments, startups, involvement of MSMEs and things like that. And I've presented a few numbers, but there's several more studies in this area. So as a response to this, digital economy agreements have emerged and in various combinations. There are a few that I have placed here. The Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, the APEC cross-border privacy rules are very well known to provide a certification-based system of exchange of information between countries. It's government-led, so it's not, there are also private sector initiatives, but what I have here is government-led initiatives to allow free flow of data. There is in 2019, under the Japanese presidency, a part of the Osaka Declaration was to allow data free flow with trust, but India was one of the countries that didn't sign up. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework also under its trade pillar has some recommendations on allowing cross-border free flow of data. Giving India's perspective, again, they haven't. And the WTO's Digital Economy Partnership Agreement has also been made open to all WTO members, but at the moment, only Chile, New Zealand, and Singapore have signed up. And lots of other conversations and discussions are ongoing, both bilaterally as well as plurilaterally, on how digital data flows can be enabled. And within this whole data governance, it's not just about flows, but secure flows, managing privacy, managing security, and everything that goes along with it. ASEAN is also considering its own digital economy framework agreement. Before I get to where we are in India with regard to all of this, I just wanted to go through a bit of a theoretical framework, which we have used for some econometric analysis to understand whether or not cross-border data flows have any impact on trade and other sorts of economic cooperation opportunities. So there are either open models, there are conditional models, or control models. These are fairly obvious. An open model means that data can flow across borders. But interestingly, the model that has been created, and we are working with Eric on this, in how their lawyers are looking at it, an open model could also be a model where the law has not been considered at all. So it's not a choice they have made to remain open, but a decision that they have not taken at all. So by default, they are open, but not by choice. And that could have very different implications. And then there is a conditional model, which is that you can allow for flow of data and this is the grouping within which most countries will fall. Within the BBINS, it is India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, but GDPR is an excellent example of conditionality because that's the, I think, agreement most people are familiar with. And then there's control, which is like absolutely not allowing the movement of data. In the BBINS, Bangladesh, though it has not announced its law formally, the unofficial form of the law does have more reading on localization measures than on free flow, but the interpretation is not very clear and the law is not formalized, so we cannot say, but for the purposes of the analysis, they had kept it in the closed category. And Bhutan, like I said, is not a country that has a law and has made a choice, but by default is open. So that's where we are in the BBINS. I'll quickly, there are lots of lawyers in this room, so I don't probably need to do this, but for those who are not lawyers and may be interested, India has gone through like a long journey from data localization to the blacklist approach that Payal ma'am spoke about, where India's Digital Personal Data Protection Act now allows for flow of personal data to countries unless notified or restricted by the government. Other important issues is that we don't have it has a non-override clause in the sense that if there are other sectoral regulations that restrict flow of data, such as in the financial sector or in the telecom sector or in the health sector, then they override the DPDPA. So the sectoral regulations are more important. There's conditionality, and that's where we fall in the conditional. And the rules of the law are still to be announced, and the rules will be much more specific on how cross-border data flows will be operationalized. These slides will be there. These are examples of sectoral regulation and legislation that impact cross-border data flows, especially in the area of health and financial services, as I had mentioned. And these are also all evolving. I'll move to the opportunities for increasing digital trade in the BBINS. And I'd sent the slides before I actually met with the JS BIMSTEC, but he gave us perspective that it might be more proper to think of it from the perspective of BIMSTEC rather than BBINS, though the scope of the study is BBINS, but within the BIMSTEC, a lot of discussion is already happening for digital trade. So, I mean, keeping Thailand and Myanmar out for the moment, here are some suggestions, and we were happy to hear from him that they resonated with what the BIMSTEC priorities also are. And these are fairly obvious, but before going into the opportunities, the challenges are very obvious. I don't think we found something that we didn't expect. The lack of political will across countries in terms of which areas they want to agree upon to cooperate. Some areas can be very, very sensitive, some not. The lack of economic opportunities. If you go to e-commerce players in India were not particularly excited about South Asia, more excited about Southeast Asia. So whether or not an economic opportunity is available, and whether trade and tariff barriers make this more difficult to achieve. Lack of infrastructure and logistics, already well known. We also know that there are responses to that in terms of the motor vehicular agreement, etc., that's happened within the BBINS countries. There are no clear guidelines on cross-border data flows, absolutely none. Like, it's happening in a very ad hoc way from the little bit of information we could gather through our regional meetings, that wherever there is an agreement also, it's probably very agreement specific, very sector specific, and not something that is very broad-based. In terms of digital integration, the levels of technology sophistication are also different. But the reason I put it at the absolute end is because this is like a low-hanging fruit. Like, no one said that this could become like a very serious barrier. Technology gaps are easy to overcome with funding and technical help. So, but it's nevertheless a barrier. So the three areas of cooperation that we proposed are digital payments, telemedicine, and e-commerce. And I'll run you through quickly UPI. Everyone knows that UPI and RuPay, India is championing internationalization of UPI and RuPay cards. We've tried to summarize here all the relations that India has already fructified with other countries in terms of use of UPI and RuPay. Interestingly, not all of these are two-way, which means that you can use UPI when you travel to that country, but when citizens from other countries come to India, they don't use UPI. And the reasons we hear from the government is because the partner country is not interested in doing that at the moment. There are tons of MOUs, but operationalization has happened only in these countries. And operational agreements are actually fairly detailed with a lot of negotiations on issues such as what will be the thresholds, what will be the technology. India uses the Bharat QR, which evolved into an international EMV QR code standard. And while many other countries are on the EMV, India still uses Bharat QR. So that integration has to happen and countries have to decide whether they want to go with Bharat QR or EMV and what they want to do. And those choices depend on how technology intensive their financial services are, how banks have already adopted it or not adopted it, what the transaction fee will be. There is an MDR, unlike in the domestic regime, but the principle they use for the MDR is to keep it below the card rates so that there is reason for merchants to adopt digital payments. So that's just a principle, but rest of it is left to the markets. The flow of transaction, whether it's going to be two-way or one-way, whether only Indians can use it abroad or foreign citizens can use it in India. Thankfully, they also have a dispute resolution clause in there because I tried UPI in Sri Lanka and I got a transaction decline. One of my transactions were accepted, but the merchant said no. So I was trying to ask them if there is a dispute resolution provision. There is something covered, some not covered. Privacy is not covered, for instance, and things like that. But I just wanted to say that these are tedious and long-winding and but happening. And therefore, our recommendation here was to consider regionalization rather than like a bilateral thing, because a lot of commonalities and economies of scale exist here. So if there's a regional approach to digital payments versus a bilateral approach. Very quickly on telemedicine, lots of work happening, already a lot of interest there, extending India's eSanjeevani, but there is a lot of there are a lot of gaps in health data management. There is absolutely no clarity. You could ask the facilitators, the intermediaries, you could ask the hospitals. We spoke to everyone in the value chain, and no one had a clue of if there was actually a proper regulation around this. So it just happens, they manage. But when we spoke to other service providers who were catering to developed markets, there is a standard HIPAA rule that is in place or implemented, but not so for telemedicine within the region. And the good thing is that they weren't comfortable with this. Most of the service providers said that there was a need for an agreement on how health data should flow. So there's a lot of scope to do this, and not only in terms of telemedicine, but there's also a lot of scope for research and disease surveillance. Given the commonality of diseases, sharing of health data through trust networks could also be a very good solution to solve problems like malaria, which they have tried to do through the partner grouping. And finally, on e-commerce, I think we have a long way to go. I think we need to first figure out the FTAs and the tariff and the logistics before we do that. But it's a good time to think about it because there are regional players that already exist. There is a player called Daraz that operates, for instance, in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, as well as Pakistan. But regional players don't exist in India. Most of the big players in India either service the India market or service India through their global platforms, but we don't have a regional player. And is there a possibility of scoping a regional player? So I'll stop here, and I guess there'll be questions and I can answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mansi, for setting the ground for this discussion. And this study itself shows how challenging it is to come to any kind of a harmonized framework when it comes to cross-border data flows and other trade-related issues also. So it's not either or, so it's both have to be looked at independently. Now I start with, I think, Dr. Rajat Kathuria. So Rajat, from what I know of you from so many years, you have extensive work both on digital trade and data flows. And so you'd have to help us now understand, can trade agreements and international collaborations contribute to the facilitation of cross-border e-commerce transactions? Because the idea from an economist perspective is to improve trade. And if this is one of the stumbling blocks. So how could these trade agreements help facilitating trade through ironing out the differences in when it comes to data flows?
Thanks,
you.
Payal. Thank you so much. At the outset, let me say it's a pleasure to be back at ICRIER. And thank you, Mansi, and Arpita for inviting me. Deepak, great to be here. So as Mansi was saying, we did some work many years ago on the impact of cross-border data flows on GDP. And at that time, there were almost no agreements that were in place, not that they are now, but now sort of data legislation has begun to come up. But before I answer that question, and the answer to the question is yes, it has to be through trade agreements. It can't be multilaterally. But I'll sort of build on that. But let me comment on one aspect which I thought is important enough for the paper that ICRIER is doing, which is on the data index or the restrictiveness index that is being created, that has been created. And my sort of argument there would be that to try and build an index of data restrictiveness, which is more emerging market centric. And the reason I say this is because Arpita will know and Rupa will know this, that there is a services trade restrictiveness index, which has come in for a fair amount of criticism, and several, of course, data services. So you're looking at STRI, which has come up for a fair amount of criticism globally. It's very expensive to do. It's kind of sector specific. It's very, very expensive to do. But it is also very, very OECD and Western market centric. And I don't know, I haven't seen the data restrictiveness index, but if you want to push policy in India, then I think so data liberalization, etc., which I think is the objective that we assembled here, then I think to create an index which is more acceptable to India or to emerging markets, data restrictiveness index. I don't know what has gone into it. Mansi was saying that it's very, very sort of elaborate and very comprehensive, but one has to be able to address the fact whether it is biased in favor of the West or not. We've seen this in a number of areas, I think, and we've sometimes been a little aggressive about it, but I think it's worth examining the question, if not so for addressing it by creating another. It'll be almost impossible to create another index, but at least to put this on the table that if there are any sort of weaknesses there. To come to the question, Payal's question, can we address data flows through trade agreements? And I think multilaterally it will almost be impossible. Plurilaterally, it will be very specific, like the plurilateral negotiations on e-commerce that are happening. But I think the question of cross-border data flows is best addressed through bilateral agreements, because there is so much nuances between countries. There'll be, of course, a threshold that I will allow this. And as Mansi was saying, that health sector, financial sector, etc., will be more restrictive than the general regime. But for countries, I think for us to negotiate cross-border data flows, the best approach will be to do it bilaterally, even better than doing it regionally, because regionally there'll be various countries, but bilaterally it will be much better. One of the things within the agreements that could be a comparative advantage, and this is sort of trying to relate my experience in telecom as well as in digital, is that when Mansi was speaking about, let's say, whether you're allowed to use your mobile phone or whether you're allowed to use mobile in the sense your digital payments wallet, etc., in different countries, and some countries will allow that, some countries will not allow that, etc. And one of the constraints for using that still continues to be roaming, right? Of course, unless you access on Wi-Fi, but roaming charges are still substantial. And one of the, I remember that when cross-border data flows was being discussed in the 90s, I mean, it used to be astronomical charges on roaming fees that one had to pay, and therefore it became almost impossible to have any meaningful exchange on cross-border data flows. Of course, those charges have now come down, but they haven't come down substantially enough. And since most of the transactions that I was reading some data, most of the transactions in India on e-commerce are still on on the mobile platform, right? No, they're not on the laptop, they're still on the mobile platform. And when you're sort of traveling abroad, then it's likely that you will have to pay, in addition, you'll have to pay roaming charges as well. So then that arbitrage between, that you're saying, between Bharat Pay will actually come down. You won't have the arbitrage, because then it'll become, more suitable or more cheaper to use your credit card. So, trying to examine some of these aspects, well, this is related, I think. But, the way to go for e-commerce for India, I think, is to get its head out of the sand and not to continuously say that we're going to begin negotiations only after we've achieved some level of e-commerce penetration, unless 100% covered, etc. All that. I mean, those things have been, I think those should be behind us now. And we are now becoming a power in UPI. We're going to export DPI to the rest of the world. At least that's what the intention is. So I think e-commerce negotiations should become more aggressive. And there's, I think, substantial amount for India to gain. Multilaterally, as I said, difficult. Keep it bilateral, but be aggressive.
Thanks. I think Rajat's comments now a good segue to what I want to then ask Dr. Henry Gao. You have been focusing on digital trade agreements between countries and Singapore's, and you're giving the experience of Singapore. Can you let us know, is it possible then, because Rajat seems to be quite skeptical about regional trade agreements facilitating these cross-border data flows. So is it possible that the APEC region can arrive at a harmonized regulatory framework for cross-border data flows in general and for data sharing in particular? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Now, when you look at trade agreements, indeed, you see a lot of divergence when it comes to how to regulate these issues. 4 years ago, I wrote a paper on data regulation in trade agreements, in which I noticed that we witnessed the rise of the 3 digital kingdoms. So if you look at the US, for example, the US would prioritize the interests of the firm by emphasizing the free flow of data. That is because most American firms like Facebook and Google, they trade in purely digital products. They do not trade physical products. Therefore, for them, it is crucial to have a free flow of data across the border, and also no data localization requirements. Actually, this is reflected as early as 1997 when the Clinton administration published the framework for global e-commerce, in which they actually cited the First Amendment to the US Constitution and said, because of First Amendment, therefore, we need to guarantee the free flow of information, which is linked with free expression. And later, of course, the 97 framework for global e-commerce led to the 1998 Global Declaration on E-commerce, which established the moratorium on customs duties on e-commerce in the WTO. So this is a long-standing US position. Second, if you look at the EU has so far focused on the protection of a consumer's interests, especially personal information or the privacy of the consumer, as reflected in the GDPR, which is the first comprehensive privacy protection for the digital age. So that is because for the EU, one, they do not really have large digital firms, so they are not worried about hurting their own firms. And second, because they have a long history of human rights protection, including privacy, which is regulated as a fundamental human right in the GDPR. And if you look at China, China would tend to focus on the interests of the state, or more exactly, national security or even national sovereignty. President Xi has this famous statement in which he said, there's no national security without a cyber security. So this is reflected in Chinese laws introduced recently, such as the cybersecurity law, the data security law, and so on, which impose various restrictions on the free flow of information, ostensibly for protecting national security. So with such a fragmented landscape, how do you reconcile the differences and even conflicting approaches of the different countries and try to harmonize them, as the chair raising in her question? I will ask you to look no further than the tiny state of Singapore, which actually has a free trade agreements with all of the three major players, the US, EU, and China. And also Singapore is the initiator of the DIPA, the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, which is the most advanced digital trade agreement in the world today. And also one of the three co-conveners of the WTO Joint Statement Initiative negotiation on e-commerce. So the Singapore example, I think, provide us with a lot of promising insights on how to drive for the convergence of the different approaches. First of all, if you look at the free flow data, now free flow data is something that is first pioneered by US free trade agreements, including, for example, the CPTPP, which is basically based on the US template. But people often mistaken this provision of free flow data to mean that you have to allow free flow data for all kinds of data. And that is wrong, because if you look at the language in the CPTPP, it only states that you only need to guarantee free flow data for the conduct of a business of a covered person. That means that if you do not want to allow free flow data for a specific sector, you can simply choose to carve out the sector in your schedule. So that provides a pragmatic, business-oriented approach on free flow data. Now, on privacy, again, the protection of personal information is limited to a very specific type of data, that is personal data. It is not expanded to other types of data. Now, with regard to personal information protection, there are basically two different approaches. One is a bilateral approach, as mentioned earlier. Another one is a more like a regional or even global approach. The regional approach would be the one that you find, for example, under the CPTPP and also the RCEP, and also APEC's cross-border privacy rules framework, which basically ask each country to have their own laws and regulations protecting personal information without prescribing exactly what kind of model that you have to take, unlike the provision under the GDPR, which requires the other regulation to be to be deemed as equivalent by the EU. So that is more intrusive. Now, number three, on security. On security, well, it used to be the case when I wrote that article, a few years ago, that China was the only one focused on security, but that is changing, because you see, for example, even the US, the most radical when it comes to, free flow data, started to, invoke exceptions for national security reasons, like, the new restrictions they are planning on TikTok. So on the other hand, if you look at China, China is also moving towards the other end of the spectrum, because China now is seeking accession to both the CPTPP and the RCEP, which actually do include security exceptions, but unlike the provision under the RCEP, where the security exception is basically self-judging, the provision under the CPTPP and RCEP actually subject to the security exception to the dispute settlement mechanism. In other words, the other members can challenge whether or not, the security justification is really valid. So that is a big step forward. And also to conclude, I would say that actually China has been working on a bilateral basis with Singapore on the cross-border data flow at the bilateral level by doing a few case studies, pilot studies, and on this, actually, I've been advising, the Singapore government on this. So I'm very happy to see that, they are making good progress, and hopefully this would give us more hope into the future as to how we would harmonize all this framework for cross-border data flow that balance the need for business and consumer protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. That was really good to know that it is not something which is not doable. So even a tiny state like Singapore has been dealing with diverse regulatory regimes, when it comes to the trade agreements and arriving at some kind of a consensus, be it with US, be it with China, or be it with EU. I would now shift gears a little bit, and I would go to Swarnim, because you have been working at your organization and in your personal capacity also a lot on digital public infrastructures. So can India leverage its its DPI experience and also promote for a uniform platform across APAC to deal with e-commerce cross-border data flows through public infrastructure cutting across these countries?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Firstly, thank you, Iclear, for giving me this opportunity. It's a very august gathering, and happy to be here amongst the trade experts. The short answer to your question is yes. I certainly believe that through DPI we can approach this entire e-commerce conundrum, and we saw that the multilateral system has certainly failed when it comes to e-commerce talks. Recently at Abu Dhabi also we did notice that there was a push, but it could not go through. Certainly, I agree with Dr. Kathuria that the way to go about is bilaterally, but before that we should also think about how DPI has suddenly scaled, and it has come up in the global negotiations through the G20. Last year in G20 India presidency, we saw this, that the DWG working group, they did come up with set principles which were certainly focused on principles which are often talked about when we talk about cross-border data, free flow of trade. So you talk about principles like privacy, interoperability, modular design, elimination of monopolistic practices. That is also certainly one of the major aspects that we have seen Europe is grappling with. India has recently passed this digital competition bill now, which is calling for a law for certainly putting end to these gatekeepers which have ceded the power in one hand, and they have concentrated all the power through platform model. And we have these use cases. Of course, I'll come to ONDC because that is something which is a major use case that comes out of the e-commerce aspect. But I would like to talk about the DPIs of the world before coming to the Indian use case, because we are talking about APAC, right? And APAC has certainly seen some great ideas. Japan came up, Mansi alluded to the DFFT model, and that was a great model, but India certainly had its own sort of reservations to not accept that, being a data-rich country with 1.4 billion people. So the trade-offs were certainly not in the favor, but how DPI emerged was with the unique idea of solving problems digitally. So one was the aspect of digitization, which was felt worldwide. But second was also the idea of interoperability, which is key here, because we have seen the problems which monopolies like platforms, e-commerce platforms have sort of operationalized in various jurisdictions. But when you talk about DPIs, the basic characteristic of being interoperable is certainly very powerful as an idea itself. NPCI has showed us how UPI scaled. So UPI is certainly one example where it is going global already through bilateral negotiations, but the integration problems are there. But during our study recently on DPI models, we realized that payment systems have been built across. Singapore has done great in the payment space also. They have given a holistic digital government model to the world, and when we proudly say that India has presented a great DPI model through Aadhaar, UPI, ONDC, and whatnot, there are contenders in Singapore, Brazil, and Estonia. who have done that simultaneously and showed how DPIs can be built. One thing when you talk about data exchanges, of course, data exchange is one of the basic DPIs or known as the foundational DPIs, which the world has seen, and a more successful model is in Estonia, because the X-roads or the XTs as they call it now, they are talking about, they've presented the world a model which is sector agnostic and focusing on free flow of data exchange. Of course, the privacy aspect is the central question here, where all regulators grapple with, and the nations, they want to they don't want, when adopting another nation's DPIs, they don't want to give away their privacy. But that is the sort of a solution that has come up through DPI scalers and hyperscalers. So what we talk about is the techno-legal approach, or which has been doing the rounds, and through the idea when it was developed at iSpirit. And now we talk about the techno-legal approach, which is giving you that privacy protection through the consent artifact, which is inbuilt in the DPI. So when you talk about X-roads or Paytm payment system, digital payments, the scaling is possible through a cloud-based model, which again we came up with the term DaaS, which is DPI as a service. And you are certainly sharing the particular approach to a country which is requiring that DPI through a cloud-based model, which will be end-to-end encrypted. So the major issue of privacy is certainly taken care of there. But again, when you talk about ONDC, that is a core e-commerce use case, right? So I would say that an open network like ONDC could certainly be a great approach when you talk about e-commerce. Singapore has done that, but not in terms of B2C, but B2B. They have Proxtera. I don't know if Professor Gao has some inputs on that, but Proxtera is a great model where they are using their power as a trade economy and as a geopolitical location, as where they're trading goods through this platform, which is open and interoperable. ONDC is focusing on B2C, but it is providing those avenues to sellers, small scale sellers, and giving that market access to a wider audience. Now, like NPCI, ONDC is also government backed. It has that trust. It can be scaled. It can be scaled to other countries through bilateral agreements and partnerships. So one aspect I would say is that how Dr. Kathuria mentioned about the bilateral agreements. Not only, I mean, India has already got into that. Countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, they are getting into MOUs with India on adopting DPIs, and ONDC could work as a good model there, because it will open up the market to the smallest scale sellers at various countries, right? So we have countries in the Asia Pacific which have very small population as well, and they are also in need of such networks which are not platforms. So again, a network-centric approach which is providing that kind of access to solve not only the market access problem, but also the free flow of goods through e-commerce. So I would like to stop here.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Swarnim seems to be quite optimistic about digital public infrastructure like an ONDC across these nations, facilitating e-commerce, B2C, because B2B, I believe, is a lower hanging fruit. It is the B2C which is a tougher cookie to crack. So I now move to another aspect, and as technologists always say, if there is technology, there's a solution to every problem. And technology is like a manna from heaven. But so I would like Mr. Lalit Kalra talk about these emerging technologies such as AI and blockchain, and what role they play in securing and enhancing the efficiency of cross-border transactions and handling of data, such that with the use of this technology, the confidence of policymakers increase, and then they are much more open to arrive at a consensus when it comes to harmonizing of regulatory architectures.
Thank you, Dr. Payal. So I'm very happy today because every conversation that I've heard in the past 1 hour has talked about data privacy at the center. It has talked about government thinking on the lines of how do I protect personal data and ensure that it takes the center stage. So it's a good road ahead for privacy professionals is what I can foresee. So coming to the question that I have on the emerging tech and how that can be utilized by policymakers to increase efficiency and boost up the confidence. So first we have to look at the emerging tech. So tech in today's parlance is changing on a daily basis. The time that a Facebook or a Instagram or a WhatsApp took to reach up to 1 million followers was more than 6 months. Chat GPT, when it got launched, it did that in three days. So that's the speed of technology that we are talking about. And as we speak, there are enhancements happening, and whether it is AI or blockchain, there are different use cases for each of those technology. But we have to understand why do you need technology? What is the purpose that the technology is going to solve? What AI or a blockchain bring to the table, essentially, and they tend to solve some of the larger problems that governments or economies face when it comes to data sharing. So the first, like Mrs. Swarnim talked about, is data interoperability. With the use of an AI platform or a blockchain platform, that can be easily solved. You can create a singular platform like blockchain, wherein the format of data can be consistent and can be used across different organizations and across different economies at a large scale. So blockchain can be one of the solutions for solving data integrity. The other big problem and a challenge which almost everybody in the world is facing today is transparency and traceability. Now, when you transfer data, you have to, how do you ensure that the other side is being transparent about what are they using the data for, what platforms are they using, and how are they transferring it further? Are they selling it, monetizing it, and so on and so forth? So that's where AI and blockchain provide immense potential. The whole purpose or the objective or the principle on which blockchain is created is that it provides a register for every individual to have different sorts of data, but at the same time, maintaining a record at different levels. That's what ensures transparency and traceability. So the platforms that we talked about up till now, embedding blockchain technology into those would give a comfort to the agencies on traceability. You can trace every penny that is moving across the world. You can trace every element of data that is moving through blockchain. Right now, we don't have that capacity to ensure that it is moving, and the adequate people or the authorized individual have access to that, and the purpose for which it is being used. That gets solved. And also the other key important aspect is data integrity. How do you ensure that once the data is moving from one geography to another, how is the integrity of data being maintained? Right now, that is one of the biggest challenges that organizations today face. And when I extrapolate it at an economy level, the challenge is humongous. So that's where AI and blockchains, I'm specifically talking about AI and blockchain because those are the buzzwords in today's scenario. But that's where the technology would play a critical role. A usage of a blockchain technology will ensure that any change in any element of data across the value chain is highlighted. any frauds happening through the value chain in terms of data are identified on a real-time basis. So that's the data integrity and privacy. The most important aspect is data accessibility. Now, this to an extent gets links back to traceability and transparency. All of you would remember a few years back, we had scenarios wherein the government wanted access to some data, but it was not provided. So how are you ensuring that the data which is going outside for whatever purposes it is being shared, how do you get access to that particular data when you need it? So it links back to data. So one of the solutions that was identified was data localization, but that's in today's world, that is not the way to move forward. That's where how technology giving access to data whenever required, at the same time having adequate access controls, ensuring that whosoever is authorized to use or view that data is the individual who has access to that data. People talked about the data which is moving across is encrypted, but someone has the keys to the kingdom. So that's where data accessibility is one of the another challenges that can be solved. Now, we talked about restrictions, which are Dr. Mansi talked about restrictions index and the other pieces about how different countries are restricting transfer of data. Now, what happens is as the data flow is increasing, and in today's world, we've seen EU and US talking about SHREMS to talking about a privacy shield framework. Again, we've not seen such a framework happening in the APAC regions. Obviously, we have the APAC, which is a certification based model, but not to the extent of what is being used in EU and US. So that's one area that the governments need to focus on. And coming back to the technology piece, in today's scenario, we are working on for our clients, we are working on use cases which would automate 90% of the task which is being done by an individual right now. If that happens in terms of data flows, data analytics becomes easier, and that's what the aim of different economies is today. How do I make money, or how do I make sense of the data that is getting generated? And India is, in today's scenario, is in terms of the data that gets generated, is the kingdom, is queen of data that we can say. So keeping all that in mind, as the technology evolves and with the right policies, frameworks that are being drafted and set up, it is imperative that you have technology which goes hand in hand with the policy and is not left behind. So the policy is not trying to catch up with the technology. The technology supports the policy frameworks so that tomorrow it is taken into consideration when the policy is embedded and rolled out.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I can see the anxiety on the face of the organizer because the time is really, really tight. And so there were many questions that I had, but in the interest of time, we left it to just very, very specific and very pointed questions. If I would now request just Dr. Henry Gaut, if you can give you the last word. So do you think that e-commerce trade across countries, APEX is the candidate region in today's summit, and cross-border data flow regulations, and the differences are irreconcilable or they can be reconciled, and what should the governments be doing in their trade agreements, how aggressive they should be in order to just balance the interests of both the businesses as well as the consumers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer that question, but let me borrow the words of Ambassador Tan Hong Seng, the Singapore ambassador to the WTO, who is one of the three co-conveners of GSI e-commerce. Actually, last week we held a session with him being the keynote speaker that is chaired by Dr. Rupa from SCAP and hosted by SCAP on the GSI negotiations, where he shared with us the progress of the GSI negotiation. And the good news is that they are forging ahead despite of all these things happening. For example, despite of what happened in Abu Dhabi last week, which many people regarded as a collapse of the WTO, despite of the fact that the U.S. actually last October actually announced that they are withdrawing their support of the key provisions of a free flow data and also prohibition on data localization requirements for domestic political reasons. So he said, despite all this, we are still aiming for the conclusion of the talk by later this year. So I think that is a very good news because that is the agreement that include all the three players that I mentioned, that is the US, EU, and China. So that tells us that having even a global agreement is possible. But here, this is where I would like to, give some, advice to our host, India here, because unfortunately, this agreement, India is not a part. And I frankly do not really understand because I think India could play a much bigger role in e-commerce negotiations, given India's competitive advantage, especially on software, on various e-commerce related sectors. So I really hope that India can somehow, find a way to participate in the GSI, and then we would have a truly global accord. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we end this session on this very sober note, and hopefully India participates as per the suggestion of the professor. Thanks to all the panelists. Thanks to Mansi for her brilliant presentation. And with this, we come to a close of this panel, and over to you, Arpita, for the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Payal, for moderating the discussion. I would like to thank all the panelists and the presenter and request all of you to please stand for a photograph.
Thank you.
We will now be moving forward with our interactive discussion on emerging payment technologies in APAC. We will now be moving forward with our interactive discussion on emerging payment technologies in APAC. It is a great pleasure to invite our chair, Mr. Ramasubramaniam Gandhi, former Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India, to the dais. I would also request our three discussants, Mr. Sudhakar Kaza, Mr. Mahendra Nerurkar, and Ms. Aurika Bhattacharya to join us to the dais. Over to our moderator, Mr. Gandhi.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. First of all, thanks to the organizers for inviting us, all four of us on behalf of everybody. I can thank them. Thank you. And the topic given relating to payments. E-commerce and digital payments are tightly coupled because e-commerce almost presupposes existence of digital payments. Of course, some few exceptions will always be there in the sense that there will be some e-commerce settlements that takes place by cash on delivery. Other than that, everything is typically through the digital payments. So that's why in the panel, we are going to discuss more about the digital payments rather than specifically directly e-commerce, because any discussion on digital payments automatically helps the e-commerce purpose itself. We, with a sense of pride, we can always believe that the APAC region, basically China, India, lead the payments revolution in the world. Quite a lot of developments have taken place in the recent past. So first we thought that we'll discuss where we are today. And the second round of discussion will discuss about where the digital payments are likely to go from business perspective, from technical perspectives, and also from legal and regulatory perspective. That's the way we are going to structure our discussions. To begin with, let me ask Sudhakar Kasa, who has been associated with the payments area almost for 4 decades. So to tell us about, from the business side, where we are today on digital payments.
It's not starting. Thank you, Mr. Gandhi. I'm extremely grateful to ICRIER and ESCAP for including us, especially me, because I'm known as an expert in cash in issues of digital, this e-commerce. Basically, what all discussions we have had since morning, the discussions make sense only if there is a payment at the end of it. The person who is selling something should receive money for it. So I had an exposure to this quite early when Mr. Gandhi and I have been in the journey to payment system in India. He's the project leader of RTGS. I was project leader of NEFT and check truncation. So we have taken the system forward. We were in Chennai at that time. The Coimbatore, this Motors Association people came to us and told us that we sell something in Chennai, but we get money months later. I asked how. No, these people give me a check and they send a check through a bank. The bank takes more than 1.5 months to collect, and that's when we get the payment. Fortunately, now that the gap between the payment and receipt has considerably reduced because of the digital journey. We have slowly moved on to NEFT, RTGS, and then now we have UPI. Because we are discussing the region, I find that in payment methods, most of the countries have traveled this journey. We have, say, WeChat and Alipay, QR code since 2011 in China, Baidu, UnionPay, Japan has got PayPay, and then Rakuten Pay, Apple Pay, GPay are there, and Korea has got Kakao Pay, PayPal. So all these countries are having these various kinds of payments. But when we discuss the cross-border payments per se, what we need is, although there is a quick payment here, it has to be accepted at the other end. In fact, in the earlier discussion, I have been quite confused because there was a recommendation that it should be bilateral, and there was another recommendation that it should be regional. But in my sense, that although the bilateral has yielded very good results, like that UPI is now accepted in a few countries, but we find that it is one way. The only way that we can go forward as a payment system man, I'm not talking from any other aspect, would be that you hand over UPI to something to WeChat in China, it should be seamless. There should not be any kind of interference. And the regional APAC region could come up with some kind of a regional agreement where all the payment systems of each one country actually operate in another. Due to paucity of time, I'm not going forward much, but I'm not covering Bitcoin and things like that because crypto is hardly used for any legitimate payments. It's more or less an asset class. And ultimately, at the end of the chain, in many countries, we can have cash because cash is the ultimate physical crypto. Means people like to deal in cash, and once they pay in cash at the e-commerce last end, the platform receiving the cash converts it into digital, and the other end gets the money. So the good thing that has happened in the recent past is this agreement. This NIPL signed a deal with the Liquid Group, which has opened up UPI to a whole lot of other countries. So we have moved quite a lot of distance, and I feel that the gap between the payment and receipt is reduced. I'll take it.
Thank you. Thank you, Sudhakar. Of course, we'll come back in the second round about cross-border payments and cash related. In the meantime, I'll turn to Nirudkar, especially as a technical expert who is coming from Amazon and a vast experience in looking at pay tech across the region, not just India. I mean, in the Middle East also, had experience in the Far East also. So you will be the right person to talk about technology perspective relating to where we are today. Two aspects I would request you to dwell on. One, customer convenience. The other is customer confidence. That is safety related. That's payments are ultimately confidence and convenience. So from how technology, today's technology offers these two.
Thank you, Mr. Raji. It's a great pleasure to be here discussing this topic. I think the 2 points you touched upon, which is the customer convenience and customer trust, are kind of very foundational, whether you're talking about face-to-face payments or whether you're talking about cross-border payments and anything in between. And I think what we have seen over the past decade across, I mean, India has been like one of the poster childs for it, but across many different parts of the world, is innovation at 2 or 3 different layers of the technology stack that has made payments simultaneously more convenient as well as more trusted. I mean, if I think about UPI as an example, which is built on the foundational rails of IMPS and RTGS, has made the same format of money transfer far more trusted. Because now anybody from their mobile phone is able to just punch in a PIN code. There is a device bound to the SIM card that is able to authenticate and make two-factor possible. So I think the role that technology is playing in multiple different places. Another example is when you open a bank account. Not too long ago, we would have had to go with like physical documents to a bank and submit the documents to the bank, do an in-person verification. With Aadhaar and with eKYC, some of those experiences have been greatly simplified. So I think the role that technology plays in payments, I feel fundamentally is how to break that trade-off between trust and convenience. The two are often seen as sort of two sides of the coin. I think what technology is doing is kind of bridging those gaps. And then when you move beyond technology into data, and now we are starting to look at AI and generative AI and large language models. I think that's going to be the next frontier of how this trade-off between trust and convenience gets further addressed, and how that drives the next wave of financial inclusion. I'll give you guys a small example. Conversational commerce, as we have started talking about it. For a lot of us here in the room, maybe using a smartphone is second nature. But we can't forget there are lots of people for whom that is still there's a great barrier and a friction for using. I mean, in my home, my dad has a smartphone, but refuses to use it for anything more than just calling people. But for him, conversational payments to just pay his bill over an Alexa device has now become like his thing, right? So every month he gets a little bill notification, say your bill from whatever the Adani electricity or whatever it is, and he just says, okay, go ahead and pay. So I think the role again that technology plays in terms of making payments, commerce more accessible cannot be underestimated. And I think I keep going back to this trade-off between payments has to be trusted. You can't just say it's convenient but not trusted, because pretty soon there's going to be some fraud, abuse happening and trouble brewing. So I think continuously addressing that trade-off and making it simpler so more people can use it is going to be key, and it's going to play a role in stimulating economies around the world.
Thank you. I'll come back on that point that you mentioned about how the limitations of technology, like what you mentioned about your father's way of handling the thing. We'll come back on that. Sure. So, and about the trade-off between confidence and convenience, that also we need to discuss a little more. And over to Bhattacharya. She comes from the legal background, so naturally I'm going to put questions related to regulatory and the legal perspective, that as we are today, where the payment system related regulations and law in India or in the region. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gandhi. Good evening, everyone. I think the 4 words that I have heard in the earlier sessions have been on broad principles of technology, security, integrity, and privacy. I think that those 4 words are going to be permeated in all our conversations. When it comes to payment systems, I think in terms of domestic use case, we have seen UPI and RuPay being so successful, and even in a few countries as well. When it comes to a multilateral cross-border approach, there needs to be more development, and I think RBI is gearing up to develop and use those technologies. I don't think so RBI has shied away at all from using innovative technologies. It has actually fostered business. We see that post-COVID usage of UPI and other private players using that infrastructure, etc. And it's been really successful for businesses as well. When it comes to cross-border payment flow, last year in October, RBI liberalized the cross-border payment framework by issuing the payment aggregator cross-border guidelines. So what it did was 2 things. One is it brought about non-bank entities who can create an infrastructure to facilitate cross-border and allowed them to do this activity. Previously, it was only online payment gateways who provided this service through their technology platform, which was backed by an AD bank infrastructure. Now, private players, if they have this infrastructure, can come forward and facilitate this. The other thing is that these payment aggregators are now under one authorized regulatory regime where they need to seek compliance and they have their due diligence in reporting compliance. The genesis of this was actually a Delhi High Court judgment under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, where the Delhi High Court held that an online payment gateway, which only provides a technology platform or a service, is also a reporting entity under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and therefore has the responsibility for transparency, due diligence, and compliance under that act. So this brought about this change, and RBI came across with this framework. So I think the next step is talking about the other new technologies, which I think is going to be the next segment. So,
thank you. Now coming back to Subhankar once again, we have discussed about what has happened so far. Now to go forward, we need to have a little more background. That the one you mentioned about cash is still the king. What are the you are managing director of the institution that printed the notes, so that you should be knowing more about why the cash is still preferred, what are the factors. Then later on, we can try to find technical solutions from Nerurkar. Yeah,
Thank you. This is something which has actually engaged my attention quite a lot, even since retirement, because in 2016, we got an impression that cash will vanish. But what actually happened was something totally different. What was but 17 trillion in value in cash in India is now 34 trillion. Then when I look at all the countries in the world, I find that cash has nowhere near vanished. Even in China, there is considerable amount of cash. 72 trillion or something is the yuan is the cash. And when I look at countries like Japan, Japan is 64% dealing in cash, whereas India has come up with a statement that we are 72% digital. Here I want to caution everybody, when we talk of cash, we take only the stock of cash. But when we talk of digital, it is the flow. So the 100 rupees given to an auto fellow in the morning has become paid for biryani in the afternoon, and that fellow has bought some brinjal in the evening, and then night it has gone somewhere. It's not getting counted as 400. So one reason there is, take this statistics with a pinch of salt, because the base of both of that is different. Why people still prefer cash? Because I used a word saying that cash is the physical crypto. That is, you got anonymity, and there's no audit trail left for anybody to follow. And the real reason that we find is most people are very uncomfortable with data leakage that is possible through a digital payment. This is what has been borne out of a survey in Japan, where 50% of people have said that they are very concerned about the data privacy issues. 43% of the people there in that survey have actually said that cash is completed on spot, whereas the other things, it goes through a long process. In India, what we have noticed is during times of any kind of disasters or even an expectation of disaster, there will be tremendous withdrawals in ATM, which happens everywhere. When I looked into India, why cash has increased, it is actually increased because of the digital steps we have taken. The direct benefit transfers of the government. In very remote corners of the country, they are getting money into their accounts, but they withdraw cash out of those accounts to make for their payments. So that has increased the need for cash quite a lot. Another issue that even in advanced countries, when they have done it, about 15-20% of people even now don't go anywhere near a digital payment. That is, there is a concern that when you make a payment in cash, actually it is only that amount that you are parting with, and you have a fear of losing that amount. But a digital payment exposes your account itself to the other party, apart from the privacy leakage. Because in the earlier session, somebody has told that digital commerce, one of the reasons people are afraid of digital commerce is the other person gets to know where you stay. So these are the issues that are there. From the point of grievance redressal, it has been found that if anyone faces one setback in a digital payment, he moves to cash for most of his smaller payments, because digital payment frauds are happening quite a lot. This is the reason. As we may not have time, I'll make my final recommendation also. Okay. What I recommend normally is that for regions like APAC, they can consider getting a common code in. EMV code you use, you are paying 0.25%, 0.5% for credit cards as some sort of rent to some other third party who is not concerned with this thing. Like Bharat code, you can have a APAC code and have a regional kind of an agreement where considerable 35% of the trade and GDP is there in this region. We can deal with it without losing money anywhere and making it easy. Then this requires the government, the central bank to come together and also have a very strong redressal mechanism if any payment goes wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, you have brought back the question of confidence and convenience only, why the cash is still being preferred. So now, as a technology representative, you have to tell us how technology going forward can give this to, especially the blockchain technology, AI, and any other, as you can think about, or voice biometrics, in what ways, what all ways these new technologies can kind of assuage the hesitancy of people moving towards digital.
Yeah, I think the point Mr. Sudhakar made about sort of one failure is trust busting, I think is very important. So I think and the security, that mental security that cash provides is the bar that technology has to overcome. And I think it's a pretty high bar. Let me just start out there, right? But I think the role that technology can play, I think there are 2-3 ways to think about it. Even for the customer who today is withdrawing cash from the ATM, there are places where they want to pay digitally, and they don't have an easy way to digitize that cash today. That is where prepaid wallets play a pretty substantial role. So especially in India, with some of the newer regulations around prepaid wallet interoperability, what we are seeing is customers are actually, through Amazon, depositing cash into their prepaid wallet at their doorsteps when they're getting an Amazon delivery, and using just that portion of the digitized money for whatever, recharging their phone or doing a bunch of things. So I think people are getting smarter in terms of how they're managing between cash and digital. So first and foremost, what technology can do is give more flexibility to the consumer in terms of how they want to manage between cash and digital. Second is in terms of fraud and abuse. I think increasingly as technology is getting more sophisticated, so are the fraudsters. So I think we have to be really at the cutting edge in terms of our investments in machine learning, artificial intelligence, and continuously invest in them to stay ahead of the curve. I mean, just as I was earlier alluding to video KYC having solved critical problems of convenience, along have come deep fakes, right? So where people are suddenly saying that, hey, like liveliness detection over a video call can or cannot be trusted because the person on the other side may not be a real person. So I think the job for us is cut out in terms of, as we talk about AI, ML, Gen AI, to really be sure that on the one hand, while it is enhancing convenience, we have the highest standards of governance, of security, and risk built into our organizations to make sure, because a lot of times these frauds and these abuses do originate from places not too far from the organization itself, whether it is a bank or a fintech or what have you. So I think it is really paramount that as we embrace more technology to drive convenience, the bar on governance, on controls internally have to be like substantially strengthened. And I think that is where I feel there is a bunch of, I mean, I think regulators around the world, here, RBI in India, are doing a fantastic job of kind of continuously updating the standards and, of course, keeping us on our toes.
But I wanted to put the follow-up question on. Today, throughout the world, more than 100 central banks are planning for introducing CBDC, central bank digital currency. In what ways this CBDC, the technology, and they typically understand that it is all going to be based on blockchain technology or an extension thereof. So there, in what all ways this can address the questions relating to convenience and confidence?
Yeah, I think on convenience, I just think the way the central bank currency and the money movement is facilitated through it. I mean, I think if UPI is convenient and fast, I don't know how many of you have used eRupee or some of the other CBDCs. I think it is like twice as fast, probably 10x as fast, and feels 10x as secure as well, because you're just pulling that much money out into the digital wallet and doing so. I think on the convenience and confidence part, I think the idea of purpose-bound money, that your money is going to move for a certain purpose, and the idea of programmable money, I think is going to be really fascinating. And I think there are use cases developing around cross-border, around B2B payments, which really are going to help us in terms of solving some long unaddressed inefficiencies, if you will, that existed in the system. Whether it is just managing account receivables between two businesses. Today, there is a lot of inefficiency in terms of reconciliation, in terms of settlement, in terms of just tracking money movement, and there is capital wastage as a result of it. So I think the way I see it, sir, is the efficiency that it's going to bring, both in terms of movement of money, in terms of programmability and purpose-bound nature of the of blockchain, and thereby creating far more trust in the system in terms of the money not being misused for purposes other than what it is meant for.
Yeah, that's why there is a project which is going on under the BIS, that's Bank for Influence Settlements. Some 30 countries, including quite a few countries in the APAC region, they have joined the project MBridge, which is going to be based on CBDC for cross-border settlement. There was some work is going on. In the meantime, this kind of development, because there have been hopes that CBDC will be an answer for the dilemma that we have between confidence and convenience, but that has also equally raised questions relating to privacy, data protection, and I think that's where you have to give your comments, because we do understand that in the legal community and civil rights community, there's quite a bit of hesitation to support the central bank issued digital currency, because their trackability of the information still will be available and quote you. Anyway.
Thank you, sir. So I think a central bank digital currency, because it's backed by a central bank, comes with inherent assumption that it is going to be trustworthy, secure, and if you deal in that, you're going to be safeguarded against, as opposed to the private cryptocurrencies, which do not have legal or sovereign backing currently and are not regulated as well. So I feel the consumers would definitely have more trust in a centrally backed currency and a sovereign backed currency. Also, other countries are gearing up in bringing about a CBDC in cross-border trade. And India should definitely be on the forefront of that, because CBDCs will eventually take over physical cash in terms of cross-border trade. I mean, you don't use cash in cross-border trade. So it is going to take over. And if India also needs to safeguard its other interests of traceability, accountability, prevention of money laundering, which I was talking about earlier. And to do that, it has to develop that infrastructure, to know that infrastructure, and to be able to bring and develop protocols around that infrastructure at the global level. So I think that's extremely important. But a centrally backed digital currency, the central bank will be dealing with copious amounts of data sets. And that's where the data privacy concerns have come in, which is a trade-off to traceability and accountability in terms of understanding where the money is going, who's dealing with the money, which is something I leave to the policymakers and to the technical infrastructure and architecture people to develop something in the infrastructure itself, which can help achieve a balance. Like you have privacy by design, you should be able to have security and integrity by design in the CBDC network itself.
Okay, thank you. We are almost through with the time, I think. So let me quickly hop a minute. Anything last one thought? Not even half minute, 10 seconds. Anything else you want to?
No, my concern was that even if after we do all these settlements and all, even a net settlement, ultimately it should not be the burden of dollars and euros. There should be some token which will settle it, which will happen even if you have a CBDC. There has to be a settlement at the end of it. So that concern has to be addressed.
Right. Anything?
No,
Closing remarks.
I was just wondering what the payment guys are doing at the e-commerce forum, but I think if you can't pay, you can't buy. So I think we try to make it simple.
Yeah. Anything you want to conclude?
No, I think it's just about balancing and harmoniously achieving these two twin objectives of traceability and privacy, which keeps on coming back in every session. But definitely digital innovation, you cannot shy away from digital innovation. That's really the way forward.
Yeah, just to conclude, by digital payments certainly precedes digital commerce, or vice versa. Also, you can say if the demands would come from digital commerce, then automatically digital payments will also rise to the occasion. With that hope, let me conclude. Let me thank the panelists for useful discussion. Thank you very much. I hope that audience enjoyed the discussion. Thank you.
I would like to thank our chair and discussant for this session. I now may request everyone on the dais to pose for a photograph. Meanwhile, I request everyone not to leave the hall as we will be moving forward to the next panel discussion
Thank you.
swiftly. We will now proceed to the panel discussion on how social media is transforming e-commerce and invite the moderator, Mr. Tushar Bajaj, MD Organic MSL, and the two discussants, Ms. Payal Kamath, Public Policy Consultant, formerly Public Policy Twitter India, and Ms. Shreya Suri, Partner TMT Practice Indus Law, to the dais. Over to you, Mr. Bajaj.
Thank you. So I'll start off by firstly thanking Dr. Arpita and ICRIER for putting together this platform. I think through the day, we've heard multiple conversations around the most critical aspects. And one of the factors that we're discussing is how do we really reach people and what is the role that social media plays? And we'll dive deeper into that as we go into the conversation. But e-commerce and social media have had a very symbiotic relationship. As internet penetration has grown, both social media and e-commerce have continued to grow. This confluence has actually led to creation of new industries, digital marketing, performance marketing. These are all aspects that have come out of the fact that some of these aspects have been combined. And it's also led in part to the rise of the creator economy. And of course, there have been multiple areas where governments and policymakers have had to look at how this is coming together to ensure both the interest of the consumers as well as helping promote some of the e-commerce initiatives that they have taken. One of the things that we want to dive deeper into is to look at this divide between the fact that it's not just the people who have access and don't have access to the internet. It's also the way in which they use the internet and the role that social media plays in both informing as well as ensuring that the right information from the right sources is getting to people. And to do that, we have Payal, seasoned public policy expert, and Shreya, partner in TMT with Indus Law. And we'll dive straight into some of these aspects. Firstly, we'll start with Payal. And if you want to highlight how the growth of e-commerce, especially for MSMEs, has been driven through social media, and if there are policies that can be leveraged further, especially across the entire region, in enabling more growth for smaller enterprises.
Thanks, Tushar, and thank you, everyone. This is a great discussion since the last few hours that I've been listening. Definitely, I think it's a no-brainer on how social media has enhanced e-commerce, and especially for MSMEs and small businesses, whether it is in India or whether even in Southeast Asia region. I just like to kind of share some data. Currently 77% of small businesses use social media in India, right? And we are talking about people running brands from home, having D2C brands from home, and using social media to reach to their customers, to build brand awareness, and actually have that direct interaction with customers. There's also some data about 76% of social media users have purchased something what they saw on social media. Now, this is huge because with 66.7% internet penetration and social media usage, 77% users buying something or else via social media is huge. And it creates that opportunity, not just economically, but I think also from a social point of view, where you look at people transitioning class and caste and kind of growing that ladder and building customer base, building support without physical stores and presence. And that itself changes how social dichotomy in a country like India works, right? That itself is huge. Having said that, policies have been introduced, and I'm sure Shreya will have more to add on that. But whether it is DPDP, whether it is the upcoming Digital India Act, or whether it is even FDI in investments, have been critical to, or even the IT Act have been critical in shaping how e-commerce is used and how guardrails are built around e-commerce and social media. One of the things definitely, while all of this happens and anecdotal evidences, of course, are plenty, is about how, customers are falling prey to, dark patterns, or whether there is enough grievance redressal mechanism available, whether there is misinformation and how do you tackle that misinformation online when it comes to brands, and even from a brand safety and brand security point of view, how do you build that narrative or how do you build that safety net is something that policies should further address. And yeah, I think that's the framework I would hope for.
Well, thank you, Payal. I think some of the points that you've brought out, the fact that, of course, branding is a big advantage of social media, but especially the importance of how policies can address those concerns. And I'd like to bring you in, Shreya, if you want to highlight how some of these policies have been created to enable smaller businesses to use social media, and the protection that consumers are being given through this.
So there is definitely a lot of push from the government to support, micro and small, medium businesses. And there is a lot of initiative to kind of get them on board the e-commerce train. There are significant benefits on the indirect tax front. Of course, there is still a lot of room for more incentivization to kind of bring everyone, the offline and online merchants, at par on that front. But having said that, while there is a significant amount of push from the government on subsidies, there is also protection given, in lawmaking itself. So, for example, even under the DPDPA, which was notified last year, there is going to be some exemptions that are going to be carved out for startups. And of course, in discussion, we've also debated that MSME should be part of certain exemptions as well, given how the market is shaping up. And they would need all of that because I did hear someone mention on an earlier panel that there is going to be a significant cost of compliance. I mean, the way that businesses operate today. not everyone will have the wherewithal or the technical expertise to kind of take up regulation, in a one-size-fits-all manner. And that is, I think, somewhere where policymakers have to necessarily be concerned. They have to consult stakeholders and create policies which are pro small startups, businesses as well. I mean, micro, small enterprises as well. Apart from that, as far as social media is concerned, I mean, there is a lot of, there's a lot of commerce happening through social media. I mean, I won't go on to simply say that social media has become, solely a place for commerce, but it has, as Payal also pointed out, helped a lot of businesses create visibility and reach different kinds of consumers across, different strata of society in our country. And that has been a huge boon for the digital economy on its own. And I don't think that when we are talking about regulation coming in, it should not be curtailed. It should not curtail these businesses from growing, because there is a significant gap here which is being addressed by social media. So I do feel policymakers would need to be mindful about that, while respecting, while respecting the fact that the medium for promoting commerce is being led by large big tech companies. And while they would need to be subject to certain minimum compliances, but it should not be so overarching that you're completely disrespecting platform immunity altogether.
Thank you, Shreya. I think you mentioned briefly about ensuring that the stakeholders' opinions are counted for, and we'll come back to that and the role that social media can play. Payal, you had mentioned about dark patterns, and that's been a conversation recently. And social media is a two-way channel between the government and the citizens. How do you envision this can be improved to communicate and to improve the process of helping people understand what are the policies that are applicable and what is available to them as opportunities as well?
Sure. While we do talk, extensively on regulatory frameworks and the policies that would need to enhance, e-commerce, when it comes to social media, there's also another set of policies, which is the policies of the platforms, right? And they play a very critical role as well in terms of like how brands use the platforms, how the brands grow on platforms, how do they connect to their customers, what is that? And I think there is a lot of scope to even work there, and how social media platforms can build those policies along with that, go hand in hand with the regulatory framework that is set by the government in the market they're operating. Like, just to give you an example, most of the social media platforms are global platforms and they would have global policies, but marketplace in every country is different. Problems of every countries are different when it comes to, when it comes to social media usage by brands themselves, or how customers interact, right? So for example, just this thought that there are X number of languages in India, right? And how would you kind of enable customer interaction in a safe space with brands, making sure that language, language scrutiny doesn't become an issue for either the brand or the customer or the platform itself. I think putting all of that in place, how do you kind of make sure your grievance redressal systems are in place? How do you make sure your policy enforcements happen? I think there is that scope for that as well when it comes to social media and brands. And I think that's where, while there is consultations happening on the government side on the policies that government is thinking for e-commerce and social media platforms. And like Shreya said, one size doesn't fit all. One size doesn't fit all for all markets, even for social media platforms. And I think that is something social media platforms need to start acknowledging. When they have global standards, global rules, but probably one size doesn't fit all, especially social media platforms that are content heavy. and use content for as their base for interactions as well.
Thank you. I think that was, I think that perspective on how one size doesn't fit all, even for social media platforms, actually is very useful. And that sort of leads to how we can use for improving the consultation process, platforms or like social media, to get multiple voices and how that can enable improved policy making and even best practice sharing. Any thoughts there, Shreya?
Yeah, so I do feel that, we have made some headway on that front. The government, especially the MeitY, has started opening up a lot of policies and proposed legislation for stakeholder consultation. Having said that, I don't know whether the length and breadth of the kind of players in our market are, whether all of them have a voice or only a select few when these policies are made. But that said, I think that the fact that consultations do happen is definitely a positive step, and it needs to be encouraged more and more. And from time to time, ad hoc policy making is not something which, without consultation is not something which would benefit the market, over the long term, specifically because we come back to the problem of one size does not fit all. But what we also need is, apart from having open stakeholder consultation, there definitely have to be some experts which are sitting in on the committees that are drafting these legislations. There have to be experts part of the adjudication and enforcement process as well, is what I feel. And lastly, our government is definitely concerned with consumer interests, so that should definitely not be overlooked. But at the same time, when we are talking about consumer interests, we have to identify whether we are looking at business consumers only or business consumers as well as end consumers. So both aspects have to be balanced out in any kind of legislation that comes through. And to Payal's point, I definitely agree that, platforms do have to kind of come together and agree to some sort of a base level compliance that they have to be accepting of, and have policies which promote consumer welfare and garner more consumer assurance and trust to to create a safe space for people to interact. And, because when we look at social media websites, there is a possibility of live interaction with the sellers from an e-commerce perspective. And, social media also uses the influencer economy to promote a lot of things. So it is a very interactive medium. And how those interactions take place, what kind of community guidelines have to be put in place to create a safe space, should be something that, different platforms are also aware of and try to build in their UI, UX, as well as their policies.
Thank you, Shreya. So what I hear from you is there is room to expand the consultation process in the expertise that's coming in, and more opinions, as well as the business consumer and the end consumers' thoughts to be incorporated. Payal, I'll give you the same question on what are the ways in which potentially social media platforms can be used by governments or policymakers to actually enable some of this input or the consultation process.
Sure, thanks, Tushar. I think the first thing, definitely use the most solid USP of social media platforms, right? That is interaction. I think consultations, as much as they are good, that happen closed doors, but how you can open it up in a way using social media platforms for actually people who are going to be impacted by those policies, right? Whether it is MSME sellers, whether it is consumers, whether it is, how do you make this more democratic? in a way that consultations happen online is something that the government can use social media platforms for as well. And they already do, like the way they use MyGov for consultations and having interactions with not on policy, but on major, current affairs issues with citizens is one way. But how can you kind of bring that model to a more democratic social media platforms is something that the government and also social media platforms themselves can work with the government on this. Because one thing is for social media platforms to also make the case that our users or our, community is looking forward to these kind of changes or this kind of policy initiative. But to do that, it's best for them to enable that, right? And enable that in a safe space where that government can have those interactions, can hold those policy consultations online. Can there be, better way to kind of also put frameworks in place that can tackle misinformation while having these conversations? Because a lot of time conversations on social media platform, one of the biggest challenges is misinformation and disinformation. So again, taking few steps back, how can social media platforms put those guardrails along and like Shreya said, have that basic compliance towards misinformation and disinformation so that these conversations can happen. These are not just policy level changes, these are also product level changes that social media platforms can make. With their UIs and UXs, where these conversations are enabled in a more seamless manner.
Thank you. I think increasingly we're getting the sense that social media platforms intrinsically need to be part of these policy discussions and actually contribute to some of the changes. Just carrying that thread forward, there are, of course, a number of risks and threats that come out of social media platforms as well with respect to, with new technologies coming in and how consumer opinion and choice can be impacted. So what is the scope for cross-border regulatory cooperation in ensuring that there is at least a semblance of consistency with respect to the rules that are followed with some of these social platforms?
Yeah, I think social media platforms do this very well when it comes to CSAM and issues of CSAM, right? There is a lot of cross-border data sharing and cross-border understanding of rules and following NECMEC and, larger guidelines. But I think e-commerce or consumer protection is still a very nascent area for that kind of, regulatory framework that's cross-border. And of course, like I said, while there is one size fits all, I mean, like Shreya also mentioned, one size fits all is not something that we are looking at. But having said that, I think best practices is something social media platforms can and the governments can work towards in terms of exchanging notes and building that, whether it was, let's say, G20 or, a group of countries that come together with certain economic vision and understanding of data economy, putting that framework together is something definitely possible. And I think will happen as a result of how things move on. I think AI regulation is something that everybody's talking about and which country is going to take the lead, and how AI regulations will be post the year of elections, that is 2024, and how all governments are going to look at AI regulation after that is something everyone's talking about. And there's probably a global rule book that will be somewhere created, playbook, sorry. And I think something like that can happen over here as well.
So there is, I mean, while we did talk about how the same size or the same rules don't apply everywhere, there is an advantage of having the same platforms across borders in specific cases where policies can sort of follow through. So Shreya, just taking that forward, is there, thoughts on innovative solutions, innovative policies that can encourage improved usage of social media for e-commerce without impacting, let's say, the fair competition or without impacting the consumer, impacting the consumer directly? Any examples from the APAC region that you can share, something that can be used across other areas as well?
Okay, so essentially, as far as policy solutions go, I think Dr. Ruchi also pointed out that when we are looking at the APAC region, there is a lot of while we have similar regulations, there is a lot of disparity in how these are implemented. So some countries have, I mean, a different approach altogether. Like, for example, Malaysia has a very restrictive approach as far as any overseas companies coming and doing commerce in their country is concerned. But other jurisdictions do kind of promote e-commerce because it helps the economy grow. So in those models, some of, I mean, what countries like Indonesia, etc., follow is that you will have a restricted list of things that you possibly can't do, rather than, I mean, essentially just trying to curate conduct, because every platform is going to operate differently and they will have their unique USPs. But having, the worst case scenarios listed out, which are completely against consumer interests, kind of helps promote, it helps promote the economy, especially if it's a developing one. So those are maybe tools that can be used. Now we just had, the digital competition, the draft bill come in, and there's a lot of talk about that and how that will impact our country. If we look at other templates, there is no other country in the APAC region which is looking at something similar as of now. At least not any of the developing countries. We are taking these templates from overseas jurisdictions where the economies are far more mature, and applying those principles to an economy like ours, which is, extremely wide, and very different in terms of, or diverse rather, I would say. So I think there has to be some thought in terms of how these policy solutions are implemented, because while there may be a lot of innovative things that could be taken from different jurisdictions, just making sure that all of those are applied seamlessly is very, very critical. Otherwise, it can kind of kill the market altogether. But having somewhat of a restrictive list in terms of where consumer protection, where consumer protection is essentially is critically required. For example, misleading advertisements, spread of misinformation, or carrying out unfair trade practices. Maybe those base principles should definitely not be overlooked. And I think that is the norm even across other countries. But over and above that, what I have noticed is that in the developing markets, they are not trying to over-regulate something which is growing. So that's about it.
Thank you. I think that sort of leads us to, one last question that I had on innovation. And there are new models, social commerce, interactive commerce, all of that will start to come in. And the scale of social media sometimes makes implementation challenging. What is the role that you foresee of social platforms? And I'll come to you as well, Payal, for the same question. In helping governments ensuring implementation of these regulations and policies that may come up?
I think the very, very obvious one is spreading awareness, because a massive population in our country does use social media, and it can be used as a tool, as a platform. Even if you look at short form content, right? Like, it is consumed very rapidly and very, very extensively. So, and I know that there are a lot of influencers out there that are putting laws and rules in easy to understand ways and disseminating it out to the public. So there is definite scope for outreach, and the government can use that as a tool to perhaps inform consumers about their rights, inform businesses about basic do's and don'ts, and generally to ensure a more collaborative approach on compliance with any kind of regulation or rules that comes through. Because what is otherwise happening is that a significant burden of this compliance is being passed on to the platforms through which, you know, I mean, through which content is being generated, or through which basically intermediary platforms are having to face the bulk of compliance simply because of the vast nature of the market. And of course, it is partially easier for them to shape conduct. But having said that, it is not always possible, especially given the fact that at the end of the day, many platforms are intermediaries. But allowing the government to use the medium of social media to spread that kind of awareness, to have that kind of outreach, is definitely going to benefit the economy as well as the consumers significantly.
Thank you, Shreya. And Payal, your thoughts, the role social platforms can play in
Sure.
helping regulators.
Yeah, I think, of course, I second what Shreya said about spreading awareness. I think that comes top of mind as well. But I think the other thing is also, building habits. And I think that's also where social media platforms can, play an important role when it comes to kind of not just education and awareness, but also building habits. So, for example, like, can we have pop-ups before people share a story saying, have you even read it? Things like that, or or any kind of misinformation, or kind of spreading any kind of or falling prey to any kind of dark patterns, etc. Is that possible for technology to detect and share pop-ups and things like that? So there is that space to kind of use product and UI as well to kind of not just educate but also build habits for users. And I think that's where social media can also play a role in helping governments.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're short on time now. So I'll quickly just wrap up. I think a couple of major takeaways. One, in policy making for related to e-commerce, social media, which is a channel to access both consumers as well as businesses. They have an important role to play, and in implementing and then educating consumers. Again, there's a platform that has a significant role to play. So thank you. Thank you, Payal. Thank you, Shreya. And it's been, I think, a fantastic platform. I'll hand over back to Dr. Arpita. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj, for the moderating the session. We thank all our panelists for their insightful contribution to the discussion. We may now request everyone on the dais to please pose for photograph. We have now come to the concluding session for today. We would now like to invite Dr. Rupa Chanda to the dais along with Ms. Chumrum, Chair, ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement Negotiation, who will give special address on towards greater regulatory collaboration in e-commerce, and Dr. Hindal Sen Gupta, Vice President Strategy in West India, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, to deliver his special address on how Invest India facilitates foreign investment and scope for cross-border partnership and collaboration. We would also like to request Dr. Arpita Mukherjee to come to the dais and close the summit. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I think we've had just too much food for thought. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to hand over straight to our next two speakers. So please, Ms. Prupre Chumrum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rupa. So I think we heard today that the e-commerce offer both opportunities and challenges. Looking at the opportunities, I think its offer is offer like engines of growth for the economic developments as well as trade and investment attractions. I think we hear today so regarding the need for infrastructure, the hard and the soft, and also the talents when we're talking about the digital world. I think we hear a lot of expectations from the business sector in terms of the certainty, predictable ecosystem for the digital business. They're looking at the streamlined regulatory framework. Why? Because of the cost burden to them. I mean, if they have to work or operate in the different or fragmented regimes. Actually, they expect to enjoy the government roles. I give examples. When they're doing the business, they would like to make it more really simple and lean. For example, like recognitions of the e-signature, e-contract, e-invoicing, for example, that would help them a lot to reduce costs in the business. So how to meet the expectations of the business? I think it's all about the legal framework or regulatory regimes that the government or policy makers have to carefully look at. Different stage of developments of the legal regulatory frameworks, but at least there is a common principle that all of us should adopt. For example, like international model, we're looking at the international standards or regulatory regimes they exist in the international bodies. But why we developing the legal jurisdictions or legal frameworks is really need to have some inputs from the stakeholders. I think this is a key message that they need to engage because they are the one who be affected directly because they're the one who using or operating in this regime. I think we heard about how the government should take care and have flexibility and give some room for the innovations in the system. And I think we see the trends from the private sector as well, how the digital money or including the CBDC or digital currency is also coming. So I think it's all about the legal framework should encourage people to do the business, not just to discourage them. But think about how we're sitting here today. I think it's all about the policy collaborations that we would like to see. And actually in the regions as a Asia Pacific, looking at myself from ASEAN region as well. So actually we thanks these sessions. I think we saw a bigger pictures. The jigsaw is, coming to these sessions. And we see that actually a lot of policy recommendations from both sides, government and privates. And I think we can looking at the future collaborations that really engaging. I mean, the key message is keep discussing, keep exchanging, because I believe that even we are from the different situations, different regimes, different regions, but there are always a lot of commonalities where we can discuss and finding or learning as well, keep sharing the best practice from each regions and looking at how we can tailor-made or develop solutions that actually we can share the success together along the journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chumra. I think that tells us the objective of this is well served, that we need much more of these kinds of dialogues. And Mr. Hindol.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here. Really enjoyed the last session, which was the only one I sadly could hear. But I represent Invest India, the National Investment Promotion Agency of the Government of India under the Ministry of Commerce. And it falls upon me in a sense, and also under Professor Mukherjee's strict instructions to tell everybody a little more about what we do. So thank you. Invest India is really structured in the following manner. We have sectoral teams which look at different sectors. We have state teams which engage with different state governments. And we, of course, have other allied teams, so to speak, including country teams, which help to create a funnel, what we call a funnel of investment coming to India. So essentially, our country teams would reach out to countries. We would engage with Indian missions and other, allied organizations, including international organizations from various countries, to ensure that investment from various, countries and the companies in those countries funnel into India. Once, that part of what I would call business development, takes some sort of concrete shape, we then move on to really, explaining and helping, hand-holding investors through the entire policy framework of that sector, in India. And that's when our sector teams and their expertise come into play, because they understand the sector, they understand the various ministries, they understand the key stakeholders, and are able to help investors really create, a more structured plan. And finally, of course, our state teams are very, play a very important role in actually what we call grounding investments. So, that often, and, perhaps it's not that relevant for e-commerce, but perhaps even for e-commerce, there are various aspects that are relevant here. But the state teams engage with many, many factors of local policy that are required to ground the investment. It could be anything from land acquisition to energy access to environmental regulations. There could be a whole host of factors that, our state teams would help the investor and ground the investment in. So that's Invest India has traditionally always, for the last decade, always had a very 360-degree approach to this whole process. We, consistently work not only to ground the investment, but also to remain a friend to that investment, so to speak, right through to investment aftercare. And this was particularly relevant, of course, during COVID, which when we had to really engage with investors to ensure business resilience. And, even post-COVID, when the idea of supply chain resilience has become so important and is consistently being highlighted, and ESG issues have become so important, we find ourselves engaging more deeply and more strategically with investors to guide them through a whole range of issues. Many of you would understand that in many sectors, there are regulations that are coming up around the world, and India's engagement, especially in the ESG field, with those regulations and the Indian government's response is a mechanism through which we help the investor walk through. So, we have that sort of whole holistic picture. We find ourselves increasingly also, and this is particularly relevant in e-commerce, getting involved not just in the international investment part, but also the domestic investor part. And there, as you would appreciate, the Indian government has this key ambition that Indian goods should, via direct exports or via e-commerce, travel around the world. That's very key. And why it's relevant to Invest India? Well, that's because we also have a very structured team working with ODOP, the One District, One Product program of the Indian government, where every district champions products, which could then be sold, of course, domestically, a greater footprint domestically, but really to position those products as exportable items around the world, to work with people at district level. So we have a fairly large team that engages with that part of the work to help build this entire ecosystem. And then, of course, a lot of these products you would appreciate through various platforms and companies actually are sold via e-commerce platforms. Many of them are handmade products. Many of them have unique attributes which we want to highlight. And therefore, e-commerce becomes a very important medium through which such products could be sold around the world. And that part of the work is really getting a lot of push, increasingly from the government side, which really sees each of these products as, should I say, product ambassadors for India's growth story and its journey. So Invest India is involved in all these sort of range of activities. And we work, as was mentioned, very closely with our parent ministry, which is the Ministry of Commerce. And we find ourselves, not only helping investors, but also something that was mentioned in the last session, really inputting into stakeholder dialogue. I think that's another really important role that Invest India plays, because in a sense, we are the bridge that, joins government with private players. And there are stakeholder consultations, inputs that are constantly flowing, especially, in terms of, and in times of geopolitical stress and so on and so forth. We find ourselves often assisting in ensuring that a very constructive dialogue, comes between, policymakers and private investors. So that's the other role, in a sense, we find ourselves playing in the entire, assisting the policy making space. Overall, I think Invest India's work is consistently expanding, as indeed the ministry's work is consistently expanding. There are new ideas that are coming up in matters of trade, new ideas in terms of how India could push many of its other sort of local, products, and better streamline the entire process through which the product is made according to global specifications, travels through seamlessly, and it is able to reach many more audiences around the world. So therefore, as you know, India is one of the most digitized major economies in the world. We take great pride in that. And therefore, the e-commerce platforms are very, very important and relevant for us to do this entire spectrum of work that I have just charted out in front of you. I'm happy to, of course, later on take any questions about our work that anyone may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks for highlighting the integral sort of link between trade and investment, because we talk a lot about digital trade, but the importance of investment in digital businesses and how to integrate that into the whole trade network is an extremely important one.
I'm glad you mentioned that. May I just make one point about this? This is a very important point, and thank you, Rupaji, for mentioning this. I think from a policy point of view, this point that Rupaji made is increasingly vital. I think in all conversations that we've recently had, this is something that's getting underlined again and again. And I think it's important to keep this in mind, because this really, I believe, is going to be one of the key pillars of our work, and indeed, the work that the state sees itself performing in the future.
Thank you very much. I know, Arpita, we are really running out of time. I had been asked to do a summary. I really cannot do a summary of such a wide range of things that has been discussed. But let me say one thing. As I was, listening through the day, I felt we're really like, it's like an elephant that we've got. Each one of us knows different parts of this elephant. Some of us may know a bit more parts than others. I'm not even sure it's an elephant. It's a baby elephant or a big elephant, because it seems to be growing as technology is evolving. Maybe it'll become a dragon. I don't know. There's just too many regulatory and other issues to look at. But, as we've been discussing through the benefits, challenges, the various, the sort of different agencies and the kind of cohesion that you need internally, and then also alignment externally, some things came through very clearly. One is the balancing act. I think this word balance kept coming again and again, right? Between businesses and consumers, across traceability and accountability versus privacy, flexibility versus rigidity in rule making, differentiated yet standardized. So constantly, I think we are really facing a challenge of not knowing how far to push. Will we stifle innovation by doing too much? Will we affect the entry of new sorts of business models in this space? So I think this is something that requires a lot more discussion. The other thing that came through again is we're all trying to establish that base common ground, and we seem to have an understanding on many of these basic principles, but what additionality and what customization, that's the part that we have to work on. The third thing, new approaches, new models, new templates, and being open to experimentation. I think that's another thing that kept resonating, I felt. The last thing was human resources and institutional capacity. The capacity at various levels that's required. Skilling came up so many times, so I think that is something, again, nationally that's important, but then again, how do we kind of cooperate, learn from good practices? So just a few thoughts in terms of what do we need going forward. I know we'll discuss this in great length tomorrow. We definitely need more dialogues of this sort. Now, today's might have been a more base level, where we went across a whole range of issues, but perhaps now we dissect, we go deeper into specific areas and go, delve more into the challenges, more into the country experiences. And I think there's a lot of learning if we go deeper into things that have worked, experiments that are out there, maybe bring the users, bring the providers and so on, and have those detailed, more like a case study sort of discussion, because I heard about pilots, bilateral pilots and things like that. We need to learn more in depth about those and what has worked and what is adaptable in other situations. That's one. Awareness building, I think. So constantly having these at a periodic, interval, maybe small webinars, more focused group discussions and so on. One thought I had is maybe a sort of loose alliance that could be created, because there are so many stakeholders I was thinking of. So yes, alliances, and then subgroups within those who carry on the dialogues in particular areas, and maybe a knowledge repository of some sort where you provide the links, you have the resources, you have the analytical work and so on, and then build on that, because there seems to be a lot of information, but a lot of gaps as well, right? And we don't know where to find it. So even if some forums like this can create that sort of one centralized place or something. These are just some very quick thoughts through the day, but I'm sure we'll deliberate more. So thank you very much. It's been very enriching for me. Wonderful experience. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rupa. And it comes to the closing of the event. So I have the pleasant job of giving the vote of thanks, and a couple of things I would also say as a part of the vote of thanks about what we can do now. So first of all, on behalf of ICRIER, ESCAP, and MSL, we would like to thank all of you for being here, especially to those who have traveled from other countries and from other parts of India, because I know how difficult it is to come for one day event and then go back. Rest assured, we actually wanted to kind of keep yours and ours dialogue running. So they have been putting up a kind of EPEC First Summit website kind of a thing, which will be probably an EPEC Summit website where we will be creating space for blog discussions, sharing of your good papers and articles, which can, create a repository where you can go back and talk about different segments of policy, because today we didn't have that opportunity to hear many of you more than 5-7 minutes, where we would like more of you. So that's something that we have in mind. We would also be having a more internal discussions on how we can collaborate more, discuss more on policies tomorrow at our conference room in Core 6A 4th floor in India Habitat Center. Many of you are going back, you have your flights, but if you are staying back, please join us from 11 a.m. or if you are in Delhi, please do join us from 11 a.m. Till lunch, and we will be discussing on how this collaborative model may be taken forward. Now, this year's conference, we kind of plugged all the themes together, a lot of them. Each one of them may require a more dedicated session and discussion. So which Rupa talked about, small webinars and stuff like that. We would be talking about that, and maybe some papers which can be commissioned on these topics and be well structured, presented. So more well structured paper presentations and discussions can be thought through. So these are some of the ideas that we would like you to think through as you go forward, go back home with today's event. We thank all of you for being such wonderful contributors to the event and for being with us. We are actually, we also have a dinner which we have kind of preponed to 7 o'clock. So please do stay back for the dinner, enjoy drinks with us. And we, in absence here, we would like to thank few of our organizers without whom it is impossible. First, Rupa and Rajan and Mikiko, because, it is not very easy to actually sell an idea, immediately get their attention, and seek their earnest help to get the speakers. So they actually helped us to put this through, especially the international speakers, to Tushar and his MSL team for kind of living with my bugs all the time. I think Arnav and his team had enough of me and they would take a rest and a break. To Mr. Bhasin, who was very sporty because he had an accident, yet he came to the event. He was very sporty. He always said, I will be there. And to Deepak and to Mikiko for being there, you know, she was the first one to say, I'm there for you. So and therefore I see a lot of interest, and not to mention the Ministry of Commerce. Indian Ministry of Commerce have been really very supportive of this event. And because they cancelled a lot of their own programs, which were kind of today, for Mr. Sarangi to come and do this on a priority basis, as he mentioned in his speech, which he actually did. So we thank everybody, but with this, we don't actually leave you. This is the first step, so we hang on to all of you and we continue our engagement and hope to have this as an annual event next year and so on. Maybe in India, maybe somewhere else. Let's see. Okay, but it will be good to have it around in the APEC as well. That's the kind of thought I would like to take you forward. Thank you very much. My two ladies also now to come to the stage, and please come, Ahana. So, and come.